pretty close, which means we must be as well. Look, over
Here we are.
Well, we should be back because I see an ad. So
telling what
those of
waits
you who
inside. Stay
are
sharp.
subbed can probably hear me.
Always.
We're drifting into the deep end.
I promise you missed nothing.
I've got a bad feeling about this place.
You missed a lot of jumping.
Danger lurks around every corner.
Avoid
And
all
standing.
corners.
I should be able to slip through.
Let's see.
Kyo on Tonberry has just been standing.
So, this Cindy interaction might not seem like much, but
Squeeze.
in order to progress her
Maybe for
dialogue,
you.
you actually need to stay
Pretty
close
easy
to
for
her,
me,
like
though.
where the quest mark is, basically. Otherwise, you'll just have silence and it just doesn't progress. But there's a particular
On second
way
thought,
we want her to
maybe not.
move. So, if we go ahead of her and then just go behind her, that can actually manipulate her to start jogging a little bit. And we actually want her to jog just a bit to
He's
optimize.
a little in the way.
Ignis?
Guess we could crawl through.
Yeah, he was getting a little
Don't
in
lose
the
your
way.
head.
He's not as bad now, but he was being a little in the way.
It never ends.
He got on
But-
top of her for a minute, which will slow her down.
This is pretty much all to make our movement from Cindy to Talcott here a little bit more optimal. So, in general, the fastest spot is when you're in the middle of the
You
steps.
think we can fit through there?
But the difference isn't super big, but it's just one of those things where, oh, you might as well go for it anyways. Nice, Matty got the imp skip. So, once again, it's quite a stressful, really stupid trick to do, but the whole idea is use a Blizzara to clear the first couple of imps, and the combat zone will very briefly disappear, giving you like that small window to press X against the shimmy movement.
Guys, wait.
Sorry if anyone hears my cat in the
What was that
background. She
sound?
has decided to start yelling about nothing.
Pronto.
What happened? Hey, you
The
alright?
Gladio just left the party for Barbatos. Literally doesn't matter. Like, party members in this game
Pronto! Are
don't
you
do
okay?
anything in combat. So,
No, I'm not okay. This place is literally the
I guess we
worst.
get 2 free AP from choosing that dialogue. That's about it. Matty is in one of the worst mob fights in the entire round. And like I said before, the idea is to clear all the waves and then get the movement to the next area of the dungeon available before an extra wave can spawn. So it's sort of like a timed giant mob fight now.
I quit.
Everything okay? Come on, stay with me. Yeah.
Very nice.
Let's
We
go.
got through it.
Don't just stand there.
She's here. I just know it. Show yourself.
So we're
already!
actually coming
Cool
up
it.
to a pretty interesting skip in chapter 7 now on Barbatos' end. So when you're driving towards the dungeon, there's always some Imperials blocking the road.
Do something
What we're going
now.
to do is
Do
quickly
it
park the
yourself.
car, and we're basically warping super far away from the enemies to despawn them, and then we're going to fast travel back to the car. But there's also a really nice item we can pick up along the way called the Platinum Ingot, and it is a massive 10,000 gil when you sell it, which is very important for the entire run. This is more or less the last amount of gil we need. After that, gil doesn't matter anymore. Let's see if Matty gets a clean Naga. Oh, no, it went underground. Hate to see that. I mean, going underground isn't so bad if it comes back up, just like it did from Matty, like very quickly. But sometimes Naga can take like 3 seconds to come back up, because it's trying to travel to whatever party member it's targeting. So if you have, say, Ignis super far away from you, and Naga was targeting Ignis, it would travel all the way to Ignis, and it would take like 3 seconds. Oh, Naga didn't do the self-destruct, so had to kill it instead.
That's the last runestone.
Final.
This is it. The power of the storm.
I expected more
And on
fire and brimstone.
Barbatos'
Some
end,
gods are friendlier than others, I guess.
it's probably the biggest shop in the entire run, so we are buying 99 sheep milk, crafting
right
a
away.
dual cast
Lose that
Fyra,
scowl along the way.
and then buying 99 sheep milk again for a dual cast Blizzaga, and both of those magics are like going to be used up for the rest of the run, but in general we have Blizzara and Blizzaga mainly because most enemies in the game are
Hey,
like
it stopped raining.
they can die to
Guess
blizzard
Rama finally
magic.
got sick of
A
showers.
lot of enemies can either
Up
be
there, it's
immune
huge.
or maybe even absorb thunder magic, so it's not generally the best to craft anymore.
Yeah?
Hey, well, now I
Don't worry about it.
yeah.
We'll
And this is also where he bought a bunch of elixirs for the rest of the run.
Who was that?
Cindy.
What?
Yeah, I can.
So this is where we don't worry about
Guess that just
items anymore. We don't worry about our elixir
conjecture.
count.
One.
Must have slowed it down. There's a chance
Um.
they intend to transport the regalia back to Niflheim.
We ought to thank the Thunder God for buying us some time.
But
But
it's
that time is running out.
minor
Yeah,
just to make up
let's run
some
in and right off.
for bad drops.
And here's Arnea again. This time teaming up with you instead of fighting you. Oh, so this weapon shop, it's a very, very small thing, but we're buying a Final Fantasy staple weapon called Icebrand. So dealing with elemental weaknesses in this game is extremely important. So even something like Icebrand, you get a lot of value out of just having it. And we really only use that in one fight. Like, I do it in 2 fights, but I think most people do it in just 1 fight in this chapter. But that alone is already a good time save.
Imperials above us.
Thanks.
Okay, so chapter 7's dungeon. This is sort of where we're using up the last of our Blizzara. And later on we're going to start using the Blizzaga for the mob fights. But this dungeon has a couple of really cool technical things. So the first thing here is we're actually skipping a group of enemies that would otherwise block the prompt to open up a door. So this room coming up here, you can see he's slowly staying against the wall, and those are the enemies that could trigger the combat zone. And there's not really an easy way to deal with those enemies at the moment, so it's always best to skip them. So this is where, again, Blizzara still strong enough and still enough AoE to finish off these mob fights here. Creme brulees are very horrible if you don't manage to catch them with the Blizzara. And funnily enough, the only weapon we have that can even deal with them properly are the Royal Arms, because Royal Arms aren't like the other weapon types. Royal Arms are always neutral damage, always neutral, whereas swords can have like less damage on certain enemies, or great swords can like some enemies could be resistant to them. So creme brulees.
Royal Arms, because we haven't really used any. So if we do attack with them, we're gonna take damage, whether we have the exos or not.
Yeah, that's generally another part of why elixirs are important. We want to always keep our MP up when we're using Royal Arms. But creme brulees in particular, like most Final Fantasy games, they are resistant to physical damage, which Royal Arms technically do not count. So Barbatos was going for another trick here. We call this bridge skip. So there's a collapsing bridge that we can actually just get through without falling down with it. Unfortunately, Barbatos didn't get the skip, but the idea is you basically skip the entire like lower floor section, and just go straight to this Iron Giant quickly.
Whoa, pretty impressive lighthouse.
It's not a huge time loss, and it's one of those things where you need to know the backup routes to go back to the upper floor. But it is something that can like annoy a lot of runners. And this is our second use of this Thundara spell. Or is it second or third?
An overhaul.
Don't y'all worry. Papa
I
ain't going nowhere
have
till the job's
not
done.
been keeping-
Parts won't fetch themselves.
I think it's
though.
third.
Was kinda
But
hoping y'all wouldn't
once
mind
again,
helping out
massive
with that.
like enemy with lots of health, but Thundara
Tell the
just
truth, we
spreads
already
through
got a
it,
couple
so
hands on deck.
you don't even
Justin
need to
and
do
Monica,
anything
those two have been
with the
real
Iron Giant.
swell. Managed to gather just about everything we need.
You can depend on the Crown's Guard.
Trouble is, they ain't had much luck finding a certain something by the
And
name
coming
of
up
Mithril.
are, I'd say, the
Apparently,
more
stuff's hard to come by
difficult
around
fights
these
for
parts, at least according to the
for
little
Chapter
fella from the
7.
city.
Talcott?
You betcha. Sharp as a tack, that one. Could
So
tell
the
y'all more
first-
about the stuff than I could.
So the gimmick of these fights is you're basically locked in these hallways. So all the gates are locked, and you can only unlock them by defeating the enemies. This first one, it's just a bunch of skeletons. A big Blizzaga will clear all of them instantly. But it's the second one where we have a Reaper and 3 creme brulees.
You'll want to be prepared
Yeah, just give us a second.
So creme brulees are resistant to physical damage,
inside then.
but if you get a really long distance warp strike, you can still deal massive damage with Ragnarok.
Yeah.
And that just
Have to
shows
ask you to
how
handle this
broken
business
Ragnarok is.
without me.
Say what?
I got some business of
And
my own
Reaper,
to deal
it's
with.
one of those enemies that just have a lot of HP. I believe he's doing air combos to build up the Armiga
Not
bar
long
as
enough
well.
for
So
you to
Armiga
miss me.
bar builds up by doing any sort of physical damage to an enemy. In general, aerial attacks actually build up the Armiga bar faster than ground attacks, so it was a good idea for Barbatos to do some air combos with the sword there. And this is the use of Ice Brand. And you can see the massive damage. So the idea with Ice Brand is you're dealing ice element physical damage after using Blizzaga to debuff those enemies with the Blizzard debuff. So that reduces their resistance to Blizzard. So if you combine doing Blizzard damage after debuffing the enemy, it's just really massive damage, and that comes up a lot in in-game. This is a skip we do. We call it Quet skip. boss called Quetzalcoatl.
They all but turned the
Cool?
key
I don't
out
know
of
how
the
it's actually pronounced.
as if
Pretty
awaiting our arrival.
And if anyone's waiting for us,
So, after the last
Where's
fight
that guy?
you just saw,
Chancellor is Zuni.
you want to hug the left
As long as he
wall
lets us in.
Who's to
so
say
that
he'll let us
you
out?
don't trigger
Not to mention
the
we're
boss. I'm not really sure how it works, but I think it's like the boss
I
only is after ground trigger.
Actually have some answers for
whatever happened to
this.
that guy?
As I understand it,
Look
he's
at
put
me,
his
I know
tomb
something.
raiding on
Okay,
hold.
so
Hunters
Quetz
take
has to
care of some
land on that
troublesome
bridge up
beasts.
there, and because we don't get
being more
far enough away, actually, you can actually see them in the cutscene where Quetz is supposed to be. There are enemies still up there moving around. If you come a little far off from that left wall, it triggers something in the game to like auto clear that bridge that we don't let happen. Which then, because there's stuff in its way, the game can't process actually loading in the boss.
I just learned something new today.
I'm so proud of myself. I'm like, I know something.
Everything in order?
Yep.
Look, I'm not the best runner of this game, but I know so much random detail that these are the things that I am here to help with. That and attempting to keep track of the remote splitter. It looks like we might have gotten it working again because I restarted it. Hey, hopefully those splits aren't going to keep acting up. We're blaming my computer, everyone. Feel free to tell me that it's my computer's problem.
So it looks like Matty, after destroying the generator, is now going for the reflex enhancer, so perhaps he didn't get any magic boosters?
Hey, why don't we take a group picture over there?
Because I think I've seen Matty always go for that.
I think not.
Oh man.
And of course grabbing that free muscle stimulant.
Bye, Arnea. Come back whenever. Sorry, I was
Could
distracted.
really
What?
use a car wash.
And then we'd best stop at the nearest petrol station.
It's one of my favorite camera views of Arnea when she's standing there saying goodbye to you there.
So chapter 8, I like to think it's just a stupid chapter, pointless, but also one of the stupidest fights in the entire run too. So, this is actually where we're gonna use Fire for the first time. There's a specific group of enemies. Well, we have goblins in there, which are just basic weak enemies, but there's a specific enemy called XIII-2, and they are a lot more tankier. The dual cast Fire is just enough to kill them immediately. But
However.
the thing, yeah, there's always a however.
Splendid, but fear
Sometimes they just want to be Jedi Masters and just jump super high up away from the fire cast, and you have like no way to recover. you have maybe Ragnarok Orb strikes to kill them, but those do like almost no damage to them, at least compared to the magic cast. But
You have no
hopefully,
time to anticipate it, and you have very little time to recover,
So,
and you're just sitting there
you're the
going,
new
why?
recruits
Why
they
me?
sent over for special training. Nice cover, runaway prince. At ease, recruits. There's nothing in it for this ex-mercenary to turn you in.
and this area is sort of like a circle,
Let's
so
get
in
this show on the
general we
road.
just do warp
Forgot
strikes
about
in
your
a circle
training?
on these
Well, I'm
goblins,
being paid to
and
escort
we
you.
should
Just watch yourself.
like eventually go back to the Garcia-Masera, which will spawn a second time.
There is a specific spot that we would like to end up
Search
in the
until
circle if
sundown.
we can get
Won't do
away
you
with
any
it,
good.
because
Hold
it's
down the
slightly
fort.
faster.
Kind of police
But
idea, Ignis?
we're dealing with Garcia-Maceras. We're just hoping that they die quickly.
Why not head inside
That's honestly the bigger hope.
Yeah, I'd say in general, I like to tell if I got a good fight here based on how long did it take for me to deal with all the goblins before the second firer comes back. Like magic works on a 30-second cooldown, so it's just can I spawn the second Garcia Macera and kill it as the very last one. Yeah, so it's like. But it's very, very stupid. I think one of the worst parts about it is also Ragnarok Warp Strike's missing goblins, or there are a lot of boxes or random things in the terrain that can even block your point of view with the Warp Strike. So Noctis will try to Warp Strike, but then he just stays in place because you can't target the enemy anymore. It's really stupid.
Nothing to it.
Clean first mob on Kyo's end.
I just...
It'll hold you. Famous last words.
Demons, till death do us part.
Practicing your vows.
So coming up here in Barbatos' end, there's quite a big skip that ordinarily not many people would even realize watching a run. There's a prompto photo dialogue where he asks you to be seaside supermodels, and we want to avoid that. And weirdly enough, picking up this specific item over here, the Maiden's Kiss.
Yeah, I'm sure
It's not so much that picking up the item does it, as it guarantees the pathing and gives the game the moment to think. Because you have to stop, so forcing ourselves to pick it up actually helps that.
Yeah, so you can't just
It makes us
pick it up. You have to specifically get the item pickup animation that Noctis does to make the skip consistent. If you were the first-person mode, skip the item cancel animation or whatever.
You put it into like a 50% chance.
I don't even think it would work at all.
No,
You
I've
have
seen
to-
it work. I have actually seen it work, so then we tested it again and it didn't work. But it's for consistency's sake, pick up the item. Just take the second. It's worth it. Because you can actually do it without picking it up. You can get the skip without picking up the item. But picking up the item makes it consistent. For a
Yes, but-
marathon, always pick it up.
There's another variant where you run around the trees and hope you just get it, but running around a bunch of trees is not necessarily the fastest way to move to the quest line, so the item is just conveniently there.
Yep. It just helps you have a nice, consistent time. Don't fight the 1 second that's going to consistently save you a whole lot more. That's my opinion.
If only we knew that.
Well, guess we both won.
Okay, oh, so Chaos is using the Magitech booster in the
Yeah.
Reaper fight. So
He does this area different.
Magitech boosters give you the 0 MP buff, so you can see that he's just using a bunch of warp strikes without any worry about his MP consumption. But it only lasts for 20 seconds, so you gotta be really quick with it.
Yep. It's his risk reward strat, which I know why he's doing it, because he's trying to make up the time for Team Tonberry overall.
Once again, we're seeing the Ice Brand in action, so we debuff the enemy's Blizzard's resistance, or whatever.
Something like that.
And then you use the Blizzard physical damage from Ice Brand to do extra damage. And now hugging the left side of this wall to prevent the spawn.
I've looked at this game too much recently. I just processed that
So
Matty was
gonna be a big
inside doing the
nasty
infiltration, and I was wondering how in the world he was doing it during the day. Don't worry about me. I'm okay. He's getting to the infiltration, not actually in it. I'm gonna be over here now.
Very, very clean quets. Just skip a
That
boss.
concludes our
Don't have to
business
fight it.
here.
Aranea,
You said the
listen.
MTs.
They're born from darkness.
Will do.
I think we had that had Quets as a split once upon a time for the relay, back when
You may
we
have
did
been.
still fight
Take
Quets.
care,
Oh, thanks. I will. And I'll train you some
And
more if our paths cross
now
again.
it's like, well, I
Oh,
mean,
and
the
before I
split could be
forget,
there, but
His
the boss
Excellency
won't be.
instructed me to give you boys a
Yes,
ride back.
it was
If you need
genuinely
lift,
a
feel
good
free to hop
boss
on.
for a split.
We're two
Right?
tough friends.
And now it's like,
now-
and that'll take care of
how
our
about
boat
that?
problem.
Once you're rested and ready, I suggest we hasten back to Lestalem. Make sure you're prepared.
Shame to say goodbye to such a nice fishing
So,
spot.
chapter 9, we're now in a completely different,
So,
She bet.
hold
I
on
guess,
tight.
continent.
Look at that!
A red ship.
Altissia. Definitely one of the more memorable places in the entire game.
Totally not Venice.
Yeah, totally.
So one thing you'll notice Barbie and Team Mog up there doing, is he made this really wide path on purpose. If you don't, you can actually trigger a conversation to tell you to look at to go look at the wedding dress. Which then overrides your main story, and so you actually do have to go look at the wedding dress.
Rise and shine, Prince Charming.
It's not worth the time. So we're gonna instead jump around in specific ways to avoid all those kinds of things.
Troubles popped up at the
And
power
stopping to
plant.
talk to
Wish I could
get
help,
Tiana
but I'm
there
powerless to do
counts as
anything I'm not
resting.
ordered to. I'll leave the keeping
Sounds
of
good
the
to me.
peace to you.
Of course.
We got this.
Good luck, boys.
Yeah, so, we used to not go to the hotel first. We just went straight to this area. And then later on, I just had an epiphany. Oh, just go to the hotel first, and then we can fast travel back there later on. Otherwise, you would have to go back to the gondola, go back to the hotel, and then talk to
Loving that
Gentiana,
outfit,
and then
Knox.
carry on from
Why
there.
don't you wear
So it was like one
I
of
think
those
it took
minor.
us a second to realize
If anyone
that
stands to fighting
talking to
Johnson,
get
it's you.
Tiana would actually count
Forget about
as
fashion and
resting
go.
there.
Yeah, it's pretty weird. You don't even have to rest there to get the rest point. You just talk to her.
Testing. Do you read me? Just wanted to thank you for offering to clear out those demons. That'll give me time to treat this mithril for you.
So this is like
There's a hunter who went in
the
right
game's
ahead of you.
attempt to make
I imagine there are too
this
many
plot
for
have
one to handle.
politics or something.
But two of you should be
There
fine.
is definitely some
And a
politics
little heads
there,
up.
but they're
Getting
like
some unstable readings
they're the
from generators
afternote and
inside.
not
Too
the
much
main
power and the
driving
whole place
force.
could blow. So be quick.
Will do.
Also, one of the most annoying forced dialogue sections that makes chapter 9 like chapter 9 is
I thought
already
we were partners.
Anyway,
an auto
place is crawling
scroller
with
to me,
demons.
like a lot of downtime, but the fact that you have to concentrate in it,
We got hunting to do.
yeah,
Now,
I'd rather
if
just
we're done with the
have it as a
introductions,
bathroom
follow
break.
me. There they are. You ready to rumble?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, even in terms of movement here, there were a lot of variations. Going towards Camilla, it used to be different. We used to actually go to a lower level to get some more magic nodes to craft magic later on.
I still have to go that way because I run
Think so?
ring. I need it for the backup magic if it's just not.
The ring to me is like when you're using it, it's just sunk cost fallacy. Once you use the first ring, you just gotta keep going, otherwise it's not worth it.
I have a cutoff at I think 15.
Nice job. It didn't disappoint.
When have I?
And then I just go, you know what? Whatever. We're gonna do the backup strat. It's fine. So after I got my first like 40, I was like, all right, we're picking a cutoff point.
Great work.
Sure.
Hey, big.
So the hunt.
The one
One of my favorite lines in the entire...
Say,
Behave.
He made it.
The PowerPoint.
Call
You'll
shenanigans.
probably want to freshen up first anyway.
One of
Which
my
line, though?
favorite lines is like Noctis just starting this very serious conversation with, "Are you and Wescom lovers?"
Welcome to politics. I'm gonna start off by asking if you're sleeping with the bartender.
I was saying this in a run earlier this week. What if we went to a job interview and this was exactly how we answered everything? And we still got the
Really
job.
looking forward to hear
I
his
don't know how you would
I'll
still get the
pretend
job.
I didn't hear that.
Aw, don't be that way. It's different when a girl cooks for you.
Yeah, so the thing about this conversation is it doesn't even affect whether we can get her cooperation or not. All it really changes is just, well, for one, the rude dialogues are faster, but also you get different amounts of Oracle Ascension coins. But, you know, that's just post-game content. We don't really care about that. Matty just finishing up with Aranea, and now back to more driving simulator. I don't know what's worse between Chapter 9 and Chapter 6, to be honest.
6.
I mean, 6 has Aranea, so it's not bad.
But 9 has Altisha. And I love looking at Altisha. Like, the aesthetic of being an Altisha brings me joy. So if I have to rate one above the other, just being an Altisha gets 1 point above Aranea, because Aranea is in multiple chapters.
Being in...
And it's not the one when she's working with me.
Look, Prince Noctis. Even the marshal
Being
came to
in
say
not
goodbye.
Venice.
I want to go to Venice.
You can never have.
Waiting for an invitation? Get your asses on board.
This is like the one time you say something nice to Camilla, and then she just responds with, "You're just like your father," after you said all those rude things. Also, skipping that boat ride, I don't remember if it was patched in, but I believe it was. I think in the original version you couldn't skip it.
Got a signal.
Delivering the address will be Lady Luna Freya, who was previously reported dead. This will mark her first public appearance. since
Same with
survivors
some of the
settled the
trains
signing
as
ceremony.
well.
Lady Luna Freya's gonna give a speech?
sounds like it.
Lord knows. This world could use some wisdom.
Won't be much longer now, Noct.
Yeah.
Does this vessel have an entry permit?
entry permit?
Relax. I got one. Here.
That's as old as they get. Seems in order. You may pass.
Yep. 2 people on a boat and
Could
1
say
driving.
that. 30-odd years ago.
That's what the guy meant by old.
Lucky us, huh?
That could have ended badly.
It's actually pretty funny, this mini dialogue interaction you have with the security.
Immigration? What do you mean?
Is that you can skip every single dialogue here with triangle, but then the one thing you can't skip is...
Ignis a little...
the one thing you can't skip is when Ignis says, ugh, utterly hopeless. And I feel like that just describes
You want to check what?
like the entire run in general.
Ooh, tasty.
If we win at the arena, let's grab drinks to celebrate.
Also, this is the last shop,
How are you
or
today?
should be the last shop. We're just buying Power EX, which, unlike the Muscle Stim, like they both buff your attack stat, but Power EX is plus 100 for 1 minute. So there are certain fights where sometimes Muscle Stim is better, or sometimes Power EX is better. I guess it just depends on whether you feel like the fight's gonna last very long, so you need longer buffs, or for example, in Leviathan, we don't want to over-damage it, otherwise that will completely change the pattern in the fight. So we choose to use a Power EX instead of a Muscle Stim.
Welcome to Accordo, lads. Sid mentioned you'd be... So, you doubt
this?
Just be aware.
So Wescom every now and then gives you like a creepy stare as you mash triangle through his dialogue.
We're good for now.
Well,
Thanks.
my dear Camellia, it's been a while.
I love Wescom.
I heard about your distinguished guests.
Samuel L. Jackson.
First,
You
and
should...
Hillary.
Yet if you've a mind to talk, come to my estate.
She...
Oh.
Damn.
yeah, I think we'll do just that.
Okay, we're coming up to Leviathan. So it's just a quick sequence of quick time events.
Like we have any
It's
other
one of those where
There's no telling
it's
how effective
faster to do nothing. You don't even
Prepare
get
before making our way.
anything, no XP,
Yeah,
nothing,
it's a
if
title
you
one.
block them, so just tank through them. They don't even do a lot of damage anyways.
So, this is one of those dialogue options coming up here for Team Mog that it very, very, very much matters which one you pick.
Thank you for coming.
No sweat.
Because the one is
First things
gonna
first.
kind of keep everything where it's at, and the other one is gonna make
Are
the
you and
boss
Wescom lovers?
If you want
incredibly
gossip, go
harder.
to a cafe.
I forgot how
I,
the
for
level
one, am here for
that it goes
business.
up. I always forget the
Um,
number
Those
of levels that it goes up,
circumstances
but
have
it's
changed. Both
I think
the king
it's
and the oracle are finally
it's not
in
that
on
it does more
You said
damage
that
or
you
more
have
it has
Luna
more
in your
level.
care.
It's just it has more HP, and
I want to see her
it's
now.
not like
So hasty.
that much
Surely you can
harder,
spare a moment to
anyways.
talk.
Hard enough
Now, let
that
me
it's
ask some
gonna cost you
questions of my
time.
own. Why does the oracle seek to awaken the Hydrian?
So phase 1 of Leviathan, very quick and easy. Just
Doesn't
face
matter why
towards
she's
the
doing
right
it.
side
So
and
the
then just
oracle
throw
can
your
do as she
magic,
pleases,
and that
a
just
precarious
immediately
attitude to
finishes
take
it.
before God. Let me be frank. The potential chaos worries me. You know better than most
And
what
in
took
phase
place
2,
in Lucis with the Archean. Tell me, what happened?
hold circle or hold
The
attack,
big guy
whatever your
woke up
button
and
layout is.
began a trip.
Really?
But
A
we
mild
do
way
want to
put it.
immediately use a power
It will
EX,
most
and
likely
there
come
is
war.
a specific way we
However,
want to
I
move in
don't
this
care
fight.
to host a battle on my soil.
Because there
The
are
gods and the Empire be
like some
damned.
quick time events that you can get that you want to avoid.
Not much you can do
It's
when it
not
comes
so
to
much that
gods.
it's a
You'd
huge
suggest
time
I
loss,
accept
but
my
it's just
city's
one of those
destruction?
where you're gonna lose a second or two from the game slowing down,
Nothing of worth to
showing you
contribute?
that quick time event, and you really
Without
don't want
further
any of that.
ado, let us talk terms. If you wish to hold the right, you must ensure my citizens' safety and aid in their evacuation.
And of course, this specific outfit Barbatos is wearing is the
All right.
trendy outfit,
do as you
no
ask.
jacket,
I'm
or
pleased
it could even
to
be
hear
the
it.
casual
As long as the
outfit,
people's safety is assured,
no
I
jacket,
have
no,
no qualms
yeah,
with
no
your
jacket,
right.
which is what Kios is wearing with the
And that is
hat.
not all. Once the
They're
right
they're
has
both the
begun,
exact
I
same
will not
outfit.
be
It's just
accountable for what follows.
runners can choose
You
one or
are
the
on
other
your
for
own.
cosmetics, but they both increase your critical rate by 20%. So in a fight like this, when
That
you're
puts us in
shooting
bind.
so many
Likewise,
projectiles
let me
at
rephrase.
Leviathan,
When the right
you could see
concludes,
the
you
amount
are
of crit we're
responsible for the
getting. We just
Oracle's welfare.
have so many hits with the
That is
potential to
all
crit.
for the terms. To review, you are to ensure our citizens' safety and engage the Empire.
And in terms of
Do we have an
surviving and
agreement?
taking damage, while you're in this fight, you
Just to be
actually
clear,
cannot
we're
even go
doing
to
you a
danger.
favor.
So
A final
Are we
warning.
Just-
simply waiting
Oh,
on
I
Leviathan
doubt
to
it'll come
move?
to it. My duty is to my
yeah, so
citizens.
this is where
Should any
we
harm
don't want to
befall
attack
them,
it. Otherwise,
there
we
will be a
break
reckoning
the
for both
horns
king and
on
oracle.
Leviathan's head, and it's just like
All right.
dumb time loss that you
Do
really
what you
don't need
must
to
for your
see.
people.
You're
It just
just
brings
like
up like
your
a small cutscene of you breaking them, and it just prevents the progression.
Thanks.
You've made
No, I
the
mean,
right
when you're playing
decision.
through this casually, it's really cool.
Madam, it's time.
But
Assign 3 of your
We're
own
here
for
for
the
speed.
evacuation effort. Whom you choose is up to you.
I still find it cool
According
when
to our
I
intel,
speedrun
the Imperial
Leviathan.
fleet will be 4 warships
Yeah.
strong. Steel yourselves
Matty
for a
doing the
full-scale battle.
Imperial blockade
This
skip,
meeting didn't instill me with confidence, but we must make
and
do.
then heading towards the dungeon, doing a shopping, probably the longest shop in the entire run. Of course, picking up the platinum ingot for 10,000 gil, which is extremely important for the run. Crafting the dual cast
I can't
fire.
promise something I can't help.
The potency of this doesn't really matter too much. Fire,
Say,
we're
I
not
have
so
a soft
much
spot for the young.
like trying to maximize its damage. The damage in general
They've
is
lost
always
Regis.
enough to do what it needs
They've
to
lost
do.
the crystal.
But in endgame, it's specifically
so
the
long ago
fire
the last
debuff
oracle
that we
was taken
apply
from
on
them?
enemies, similar to like, or exactly the same as
We've seen the
how
Empire go
Blizzaga
mad these
would
10
apply
odd
debuff to
years.
enemies. But we want that for a specific boss in endgame. Buying another 99 sheep milk to craft a different magic.
During the rite, we must see to it the Empire does not harass Leviathan.
Gonna be tough to pull off before the king receives her power.
And with 3 of us on evacuation detail.
Indeed, the best we can realistically do is to help the Hydrian help herself.
What kind of help you talking about?
Just like Titan, the Empire will seek to immobilize Leviathan.
Oh, with the harpoon things?
If we can dislodge them from
Okay,
the
so
goddess, she will have a fighting chance.
Chapter 10. This is actually one of those chapters that has gone through a lot of changes as the games, as the game got patched a lot of times.
Yeah. We'd have one idea, and then they're like, no, we're gonna patch that out. And they're like, alright, we got another idea. I'm gonna patch that out. It's like, alright, you know what? So we ended up finding... I don't know, remember who found this?
It was a
little-
Japanese runner.
Okay.
If worse comes
Break that we're
worse-
gonna do to say no to walls.
Another change that Chapter 10 went through, you just saw it. You used to have to wait for the entire train ride, which would have been several minutes, but now we can just talk to that seat and just entirely skip it.
You guys,
Another thing is we're talking to this random NPC. It's so weird. So if you go to these steps that Barbatos is just like going past, you actually get a forced phone call dialogue with Core, another character we saw earlier in Chapter 2. But if you talk to that NPC, get that small side quest or whatever it is, and then just go through the steps, you somehow skip the phone call with Core.
And it's faster.
Oh yeah, definitely faster.
okay. Look after the citizens.
By a few seconds, which is like, probably doesn't sound like a lot on paper, but you gotta go for it.
There's a lot of things I would say in this run that, you know, you'll hear us talk about save seconds here, save seconds there. While it might not be a lot in that moment, the way they add up is important.
So we are going to be doing a out of bounds in this Chapter 10 dungeon. So we immediately return back to the entrance, because this is where there's no invisible wall up here. We're gonna try to warp to this machine, and then there's another like direction we want to warp over, and this area right here is the final area of Chapter 10. We're already at the end. Otherwise, Chapter 10 is basically all about operating these generators to make machines that are blocking paths move, so we can get access to this area. And this is a Marlboro. Very simple fight, so we just use Armiger, and then at a certain point we use Armiger Chain to get it down to 0 HP. The gimmick of this fight is you actually cannot kill it until a certain story progression happens. So right now, you get it vulnerable the first time, and then we have to get it vulnerable a second time, and then after it recovers from that, that's when the party members say, we're not progressing, we need to find a strategy, and then we sort of like retreat from Marlboro. So these max distance warp strikes of Ragnarok get its HP down to 0 very quickly.
I'm over here to where the water looks a little bit different, and we hope that it triggers as quick as possible, which, like, oh, we got really lucky there. You can be in the right spot, and the game just has to wait.
I need your power.
Yeah,
It
so
happens all the time.
the weird thing about triggering that cutscene is Marlboro needs to be idle. If it's doing a bad breath attack, then you actually cannot get the cutscene until it's done with the bad breath. So in terms of getting that consistent, it's actually getting Marlboro vulnerable at the right time. So when you trigger the strategy and then you head to that spot, that's when Marlboro has just recovered back and it can't trigger a bad breath. This is the Katana of the Warrior. We never use it, even though it's super cool. very, very clean Iron Giant rune with Matty. Once again, showcasing how powerful magic is in this game. Like, being able to just shred Iron Giant immediately with just a quick cast Thundara. There is like a small RNG with Leviathan. So Leviathan can either pop up from the middle of the water, or it appears from super far away behind the like tornado water wall or something. And if it pops up in the middle, it's just way faster because the head is just right there for you to immediately hit. Whereas if it spawns far away, it takes a long time for the projectiles to reach. But it's such a minor thing. And uncontrollable. Looks like Matty used the muscle stimulant for these creme brulees and Reaper.
Probably also trying to make up whatever time.
Okay, and now we're gonna see the use of the Ice Brand once again. So once the enemy spawns, throw the blizzard in the middle of the mob fight. And that should hit everything, especially the creme brulees, otherwise we have no easy way to deal with them. And then you can see the massive damage we're dealing with Ice Brand. It would be super massive if we manage to get Lich vulnerable as well by doing some max distance warp strikes. Oh, I think I don't know if this will work now because Noctis kind of walked far to the right. Let's see what happens.
All it takes is one step.
The problem with this is we are not prepped to do quests with this route. Okay, you got it. Very nice.
Oh. Yeah, it's hard to see, but you can see that bridge that Quetz lands on in the middle of the cutscene. You can actually see the enemies moving, but they're still there.
Overall, a pretty clean Chapter 7 from Matty. Chapter 11, again, another order scrolly chapter. Not much you can do to save time or realistically lose time if everything goes the way it should. This is just a small, like, sequence of Arden. Or Arden quotation marks.
Holy Arden, what are you talking about? Can't you see it's Arden? Don't
Also,
mind that he's talking funny.
One of the best lines in the entire game coming up. I always meme this line every time I do runs. Dude, are you seriously trying to kill me? You can't hear it on Barbatos' end, but it sounds super funny because the delivery is like, you know, when voice actors intentionally trying to sound bad, like, no, don't die, I need you. It's like the delivery just makes it sound so, like, so good.
So good. Because you're kind of just in the like, alright.
One step closer to finding the next tomb. What's wrong?
I came to the little diner.
He was talking to that NPC to skip the core phone dialogue. Also, the movement to go to do the out of bounds in chapter 10 is fairly difficult. Actually, the hardest part is actually just getting the warp and landing on that machine. Sometimes you just fall all the way down, and then you gotta return back to entrance. It's quite stupid. Also, I forgot to mention this outfit that Matty has on right now, specifically for Chapter 8. It's actually good casually in very specific situations. It makes you immune to fire damage. While it doesn't come up in the run really, it actually does come up in Chapter 8 in the run. Because we're using fire and we do not want the residual like fire effects to stun us or anything.
Because we really haven't encountered it much because all three runners are really good at what they're doing. But all of your magic can hit everyone. It is not just a hit enemies magic. It will hit you, your teammates, and the enemies. So,
What is this?
the teammates are probably getting a little affected by it, but you
there?
get to a point that you're pretty good at making sure that you don't get affected by it. But that's what allows us to not care and go a little bit faster.
What is it?
Where we're throwing the magic for the Garcias.
So Kios is going to want to use Arming a Chain on Marlboro here, get it to 0 HP, very nice. And then we gotta get it vulnerable one more time with a max distance Ragnarok Warp Strike.
There's wondering.
And then this is where we get to trigger the strategy.
This might be a good time to panic.
Watch to see how clean the
There must be a way.
plant goes here
Look who's
for.
hatching!
Bust them up.
Ooh. Because the first Garcias was hiding very well, the magic is still on cooldown where we want it to be.
And another thing to note about magic is they are consumables, so the whole route kind of depends on how well you manage your item usage. Because even this Fyra we have, we gotta keep at least 2 of them all the way to endgame, so we don't want to overuse magic. Even if some fights you probably miss the kill on like an enemy with lots of HP, you gotta really save it, because it's more useful in later parts.
Alright, let's haul ass.
Yeah, let's.
It just hurts to see things.
Also,
Garcias being mean.
this entire section in Barbatos' stream, chapter 11, this is all a timed thing, but you can just use this opportunity to kill a bunch of Imperials to farm up some drops or muscle stims, which can be useful later on. Magitech booster, perhaps from movement, or getting the 0 MP cost to spam some Ragnarok Warp Strikes. But of course it's all RNG, but since it's an auto-scroller, you're not doing anything else, might as well just farm up some drops. You're not actually gonna get a lot of XP from killing these, so it doesn't really make a difference if you choose to just take a break and stand still with the exosuit. And then this is like the one ship, I don't even know, like ship invasion sections that I used to see all the time in Versus 13 trailers, but then they just cut all of that. And now it's in Chapter 11 instead of Leviathan. But these ships are simple. All you have to do is just kill the shock troopers, which causes an
You only need to kill
explosion.
one.
Yeah.
One of the ships has more than one, and you only need one.
Feels good to ride the rails.
Sure does.
Eager to drive once we're in Gralia?
If they'll let me.
And then every time
fortunate to have the regalia
you
at all.
explode a
We owe the
ship,
Secretary our
Noctis always
thanks.
says
She'd
she's
get
gonna
more
blow.
thanks if she gave us a discount.
Those transceivers are top-notch. I recall when the Hydrian raged. In the midst of the Empire's retreat, one conspicuous craft remained behind. The Chancellor's. The last thing I remember seeing was his ship, heading for the altar. I fell unconscious and was powerless to stop him.
I'm just glad you're alive.
Oh. Is someone else there?
Gladio. He just came back. Where did he go anyway?
On a brief reconnaissance.
Yeah, not much to say here. It's just
Something caught my
a
ear.
lot of downtime.
Hey, Captain. Mission complete.
Splendid.
So what caught your ear?
Rumors of longer nights.
They've been growing longer day by day.
I guess the only
There was
interesting
talk
thing I
of
can
it
think
back
of
in
is
Lucis, but
you
recent days
have
shown an
to
unseasonably
talk to
sharp
Core there
change.
to access this boat.
Should this trend continue?
That's like the
for
only
long,
thing I can
There
think
won't
of
be
right now.
daylight.
Well, it's not out of the question. The Empire's already slain half of the Six. No wonder the whole world's in disarray.
This game, it has it all.
And longer nights
Cars,
mean more demons.
trains,
Seen that
planes,
with our own
boats.
I happened to overhear a fellow passenger discussing this very same phenomenon.
So he sent yours
Final
truly
Fantasy
to seek
really
him out.
loves their
Nice
trains.
police work.
Well, don't want to keep him
I
waiting.
like trains.
No, we don't. Back in a moment.
Sure.
I see where you're saying though, in chat about the game feels rushed up. To me, it feels like the stakes ramped up in a way that it works. Because
Never seen anything like it.
you lose it when it loses the moment that it goes from open world
Doesn't
to
make any
on
sense.
rails, which is what happens when we go to Altisha. Which is why Gentiana is in the hotel, actually.
It's
That
a
allows you to
real
now use
mystery.
Umbra at rest points to travel back in time and get back into the
going on?
open world element. But
Easy. Shut up. Be careful there.
this is very much the game, to me, the game on rails, and you feel the stakes continuously ramping up and how important it is to keep going and to keep pushing, and how much the world is depending on you continuing to do so, and a lot more than, oh, go explore, have fun. That I feel like if it didn't have the open world element, this wouldn't feel as much.
Seriously, man. Cut it out.
That's my opinion.
It's not safe.
It definitely
But-
has
You're
a lot
causing a
of
scene.
post-game
You
content.
think this is funny?
Yeah.
Dude, are you seriously trying to kill me?
But I think
Why
you
wouldn't
have to
I?
have the time to
What are you
explore the
after,
world, to
following me
connect
around
with
this
the world.
whole time. It's all your fault.
What are you talking about?
I
So,
will
like, I-
say...
That knocked.
Oh, sorry.
I don't discredit either side.
I will say, like, this game has gone through a lot of changes since the original. Like, the patches added extra cutscenes in, say, chapter 13 and 14. Yeah, heck, Royal Edition really changed the final chapter. So, if you haven't played the game since release, I would say give it a chance with Royal Edition. It's very different than the original, and they polished it a lot, so it's a far better game.
And even with the changes, though, that they made, it's just as easy to, I think, in the last chapter, and this is from somebody who just recently played Royal, I feel like you could easily miss some of the extra in it because you've been on rails for so long that now your blinders are on a little bit.
here?
and you're a little
He is?
focused
That would
on
explain all this weird stuff happening.
the
I
end
bet
game.
he's behind the train stopping.
And I don't think that's a
He
bad
and
thing
Gladio
either, but
went
I
up
think
to
it does play a
inspect the
part.
engine room.
But
I say the two of
overall,
us go check
there's
out the rear.
so much to do now in the end game that it's just a better game.
Yeah. Not to
And
mention...
the DLC stories that do exist are also 100% worth it. Please play them.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, the DLCs are so good. My favorite are Ignis and Arden.
But Arden's... While I kind of knew parts of that story because it'd been out and it's in places, playing through it gave me such an emotional time that I can't look at the overall game the same anymore. And in a good way. This is in a good way. Hey look, RNA is back with Barbie over on Team Mod.
Also, Ignis is blind now. I forgot to mention that.
Yeah.
So,
and if you want to know why, go play his story.
Yeah. Only a couple of bucks. I guess the whole gimmick of Chapter 10 is slowing... The game wants you to slow down for Ignis. But we just skipped the entire Chapter 10, so that whole thing is basically non-existent.
I do appreciate that we skipped Chapter 10 now, so I don't have to listen to Glady, and we don't have the dialogue that makes me actively hate Gladio.
Oh yeah, we skipped Glady being mean now.
I want to believe that it's a translation thing. I want to believe that something in the localization is what makes it feel like it's so much stronger than it should be. Because it feels a bit out of character, too. I just have to believe it's a localization thing. I have to.
I think to answer that question in chat about this game having better combat or RPG systems than 16, I think it's like going back to this game after playing 16. There's a lot that this game does that I appreciate more now. Notably, the weapon types. I think this game does a good job with having so many unique weapons that you can have even like unique movesets that a lot of people might not even realize. Like maybe people using a one-handed sword just think, oh, ground or air combos, but you can do a lot of different things with just timing your attack and spear.
Like go from the difference of using a one-handed. If you mostly used a one-handed sword throughout this game, go pick up a spear for a few minutes and appreciate the way it feels and how well they changed it.
Not to mention, every single royal arm is unique, and every single royal arm is useful in some way. Maybe not in the speedrun. And like half of the royal arms are useful in the speedrun. That's already really good in my book. But casually, every royal arm has a use. And a lot of people don't realize that.
I would say, because I'm still working my way through 16, so if you try to spoil it, I will be very, very grumpy very, very fast. One thing I will say though, to me the combat systems feel very different. And I play a lot of action style games, whether we're talking action RPGs or not. I can't sit here and compare the two systems that much because they play incredibly differently. But I can see where somebody might like one over the other. So if you say you like 15s more, then you can appreciate things like having a party. Yes, that is one of my main gripes about 16. really don't. Or having you know, the different weapon types and having a little bit more customization, I feel like, in how I want to approach combat. I think 16 does a great job of maximizing its style of combat to have some options, but you have one sword type and you're going to feel that one sword type.
All right, chapter 12. Well, specifically in Barbatos' end, the big fight in chapter 12 that can go very wrong, or like you can just have it perfectly done. But the main issue of this fight is just how horrible the enemies are. But we're gonna do a little bit of setup. So, the same Blizzaga we crafted in chapter 7 is very good in this fight because the liches are weak to Blizzard. It's enough AoE to one-shot a bunch of these Snagas, which are very annoying to deal with.
Stay calm, Noct. I'm as concerned for Prompto as you are, but stopping the train would endanger everyone on board.
So this is the other fight where Ice Brand is very good. Once again, debuffing the enemy's Blizzard resistance and using a weapon that deals Blizzard physical damage. When you combine those two, it is massive, massive value.
Can you make your way here? Gladio's with me.
Are the two of you okay at least?
And ideally, you want to finish off all these Snagas before the cooldown of the Blizzard. If not, you can throw that Blizzaga just to do a big AoE on all of them. And then this next fight is one of the scarier fights, or at least it's very easy to go wrong. So we start off with a max distance warp strike with Ragnarok. And then Deathclaw is very, very weak to fire, so we want to cast a Fire there, and now we go into Armiger. And unfortunately, Barbatos didn't get the Armiger chain off. But it was still...
I've seen that go worse. I can't be mad, I've seen that go so much worse.
If we choose to not have the exosuit on, which Barbatos is equipping just for safety, and I think it's a very smart choice even in real PB attempts. But if you were to have, let's say, casual outfit on to increase your crit rate, it's very good to do that too. But Deathclaw does so much damage, when it hits you, it doesn't just bring you to danger, it actually brings you to like 0 HP. Where you have to use a Phoenix down to recover. And in the run, we are very limited in the amount of Phoenix downs we have. But overall, that was a pretty clean Chapter 12 mob fight. Oh, and also this Shiva dialogue is entirely like patched in. It wasn't in the original version of the game. So it's just extra lore, I guess, for Luna specifically.
It very much helps clean up Luna.
No light at the end of the tunnel?
But yeah, it's all extra.
And now we just got the best weapon in the speedrun, in my opinion, in the game. Well, actually, not in the game, but you'll use it for a long time until you get the actual best weapon in the game. But Trident is extremely powerful, and I'll go into that when we start using it.
Huh? What did you do to your eyes?
Oh, just a flesh wound.
Can you see?
I'm Afraid not.
Wow, that sucks. It's a cruel world. Wasn't there one more of you guys?
Yeah, there was.
We lost track of him.
Is he dead?
I don't know.
Then quit moping, keep hoping. And in the meantime, handle what's at hand.
Alright, and this is where Noctis and the
So if
gang
it's not you,
loses all
Thanks to
their
demons.
powers.
Pawns of the Imperial Army.
The army that you fight for.
Fought for. My men and I are in
So
the
we're
search and rescue
basically
business
trapped
now.
in what's it called,
mentioned being part of
Niflheim,
the
which is
relief
the
effort.
empire that
We have a
we've
favor
been
to
fighting
ask.
against.
Ask away.
In light of what you've told
A
us,
lot of people
we
remember
can't allow
Chapter
the other
13
passengers to
as
continue on.
the
Sure,
worst
leave
chapter
him to me.
in the game, or maybe worst sequence in any FF game. It has a lot of bad reputation
know
about
anyone?
it, but it
I
did
do.
go through a
In
lot
fact,
of
I know
changes
two.
over the years.
Your new engineers. Biggs and Wedge. No need to worry. They can take a licking.
And this is one of the harder driving sections in the
Driving a
entire
train
run.
to Gralia.
We're under a timer,
Well,
but
who
that
would
doesn't
you have
really
me
matter
ask?
because we have a lot of time to get
Will
through
do.
this
Hey,
entire section.
Really appreciate you going out of
What
your way.
makes
Yeah.
it horrible
No
are
sweat.
these red barrels you can see. So, originally these barrels didn't even have a hitbox, but for some reason they decided to add hitboxes to them. And now you can,
Now they're the worst thing ever.
if this goes right, it will be very smooth, but if you just like hit a barrel and it goes wrong, it goes really, really wrong. Like I've had game overs just to hitting barrels.
Yeah, so the barrels can actually cause the car to completely flip over, and when that happens, there's no recovery, which is when you get the game over.
Yeah, so you get a game over if the car is completely on its back. If the car flips over and you start facing the other way, it is a real pain to try to turn the car back the right way.
But you
And,
can.
You can. It's just not a lot of space to work with.
Nobody wants to do it, but you can.
Will we ever see the dawn again? How in the world could
Alright,
something
Matty
like this
is
happen?
doing Leviathan. For phase 1, it's very quick. We just use magic by looking to the right and just casting it. Very easy.
Dining car's open if you need a break.
And in phase 2, we go Super Saiyan and use a Power EX. Not a Muscle Stim because that will be over damaging and completely change the pattern of Leviathan. But we're going to use a Power EX and then just hold circle to shoot these projectiles. And the reason why Matty is wearing this outfit, which is called the Casual Outfit No Jacket, is because it increases our crit rate by 20%. And with the amount of hits we're doing with the projectiles, you can see how many free crits we're gonna get here. So this is added later on in a later patch. So after the car crashes, you can choose to carry on Chapter 13 with Noctis, or choose to play as Gladio.
Look at all that
We
snow.
choose to play as
No wonder
Gladio.
it's so cold
It's
in here.
way shorter,
Must be approaching the glaciers, cadaver.
honestly more
If all
fun
we got's a body.
than Noctis's
Pass through the
route.
gorge without incident.
It's what's after the gorge I'm worried about.
And it brings us to a very good point in Chapter 13 when we go back to Noctis. So we entirely skip the whole, like, ring section. And technically, if Gladio's route didn't exist, there wouldn't be a category called no ring. I guess we could technically be like no ring, like on Ravus and after, but that's like a different thing, I guess.
Wonder what it could.
Okay, so Kyo is about to do the chapter 12 fight. Once again, Blizzaga completely destroys the mob.
It's a shame.
One-shots the Snagas and deals a lot of damage to the Liches, as well as applying the Blizzard debuff on them. Icebrand doing tons of damage on everything. I guess to talk about ring categories versus no ring category, I will also need to like say that there's a difference between the normal version of the game and then Royal Edition. So if you don't download the Royal Edition DLC, Chapter 14, which is the final chapter, is very different. It is much shorter. The amount of bosses.
The one I still run.
I actually like running base game too. It's mostly because you don't have access to Ragnarok.
I like running base game for. Hold on, sorry, I gotta distract myself for a second to get split. I like running base game because I run ring. Because I look at the other fights that are Royal Edition at the end and go, I don't want to do that.
So, the reason why base game ring is the more popular category, or not more popular category, but like it's like the original category of the game.
Stop, damn it!
It only has 3 major bosses that we use the ring on. But on those bosses, the ring is completely RNG. So for 2 of them, it is 10% chance to one-shot them. And the Behemoth King is like 50% chance to one-shot it. But if you know about the ring, it has an attack called Alphena, which just basically sucks an enemy into the void and completely like just erases them. That's the move that they buffed up after a certain patch. Before you couldn't do that to bosses, but now that we can do that, we kind of hate the ring, because it's just literally die roll after die roll after die roll in the end game after 4 hours in, and you know that's just not the kind of RNG you wanna have to experience in runs. But it just so happens that that's the category that's most popular in base game. However, in Royal Edition, we chose to make no ring the more, like, ran category, because not only are there way more bosses now in Chapter 14, but no ring adds, like, more, like, strats, and it is like a proper...
It's got more strats, more consistency, more everything that makes it, in my opinion, a better run. That's coming from the person that doesn't run it. I'm an RNG addict, and I know that that's what my thing is, and so anything that you can give me that's just going to give me basically sitting here rolling dice is what's going to keep me happy and interested. So I am aware of my own like weirdness on that particular front. But I will still tell people that if you want a better run, if you want a more consistent run, if you want something that you can actually watch yourself improve and get better and do more things that we all celebrate when it comes to speedrunning, do no ring. I don't care if we're talking Royal Edition or base game. Do no ring.
Activating level 4 security.
If you're weird like me, run ring and enjoy your dice rolls.
In this mini trap that Barbatos is in right now, this is like the one time we have the ring equipped, but obviously this is no ring. We made it in the rules that you can use it here because this is just an auto-scroller. It doesn't change anything if you use the ring or not. And it's definitely not because I used the ring here in a previous RPG limit break and that run just happened to get world record and I was like, I gotta submit this. But we just... Yeah, it's like it makes no difference if we use it here.
Yep, there you can go back into those videos, and it exists where you use the ring. And actually, I think because you world recorded the time during that, we as a community also said, yeah, you can still use that world record time, even though technically it would be a valid, invalid run, but it was showing off for marathon reasons.
Yeah, it was just because it was agreed that the ring makes zero difference here.
It makes absolute. It does not change the timing of the auto scroller, and you did it to show off what we were talking about in a marathon setting. Everybody was like, "No, just keep your world record. That's not why you got it."
I was like having puppy eyes, just like, can I have the world record, please?
I don't think a single one of us
will find out the hard way.
Giving that
No turning back now, right?
But yeah, when you go into like, there's a boss fight that Barbie over on T-Mog is rapidly approaching, called Ravis. You guys can all see it's the next split. When you get to that point and you're doing the strats that I use and you're on your 10th cast and you're just like, would you please just die? And you realize that at that point in time of you using the ring trying to cast that for the 10th time, everybody who's using normal strats would have already finished the fight. That's when you start realizing that if you want a better run, I don't care if we're talking Royal Edition or not, you go run no ring. The other side of it is if you get perfect ring luck, it was faster.
Yeah, and if you're gonna run ring, you don't set up for running no ring. So
I do a couple little pieces of it for backup strats because, like I told you, I have a 15 cutoff. I hit 40 once. I'm done.
You're right. What's done is done.
Gotta have the backup strat so I can just finish a run.
So, Kios is in Gladios section, Barbatos is on his way to get powers back. This is actually... The fights here are actually a bit technical and quite not that it's easy to die in or they're difficult monsters or whatever, but it's really just... It's so easy to lose petty time in Chapter 13 because enemy positions or your magic hitting, all those things matter a lot here. We're picking up this item behind the throne, the Imperial Medal of Honor, and it's actually for crafting a very important magic in a bit.
Keep going a little closer.
This is where we equip the Trident of the Oracle as well. So like I mentioned when we got it for the first time, this is like the best weapon in the speedrun. Like,
where are we now?
Wherever.
Arguably better than Ragnarok. Ragnarok is good, but in a situation where if enemies aren't moving around a lot and you don't need to warp strike, then 100% Trident is the highest DPS.
Which may help.
So the gimmick with Trident is every time you do an attack with it, you actually get these after images to do extra hits for you. So as you keep doing multiple hits with Trident, the after images add up, and it's just a bunch of damage packed up together. The only downside of Trident is that compared to other Royal Arms, it does make you lose a lot of HP. So we really got to keep our HP up with the elixirs.
Looks like some sort of cargo bay.
Then there's a high probability the crystal passed through here at some point in time. Is there a lift nearby they could have used to transport it?
Not over here. There might be something up ahead.
Using Blizzard in this room, clear out the small enemies. I guess the general idea is we use a magic in one room, and then while we make our way to the next room, we want to already be there just as the cooldown for the next magic comes back.
To be close to the
That's
core
like,
of the keep by now.
in general, the optimal way to go through these rooms one by one.
And most likely we're Noctis headed as we speak.
So in Kyo's End, this is actually where we build up Rage. So this is a mechanic unique to Gladio. Rage is basically just simply a multiplier to his damage, and the way you build Rage is you either guard damage normally just having your shield up, or you can perfect time a parry just as an enemy's attack is about to hit you, and that brings up your rage value a lot. And we build that up to ×3 or ×4 to carry it over to Foras here. Foras is one of the worst fight. I feel like I've said every single fight is the worst fight. But Foras has a specific move where it starts teleporting away. It's completely random if it does, and so Kyo's tried to use a Razor Edge there. Razor Edge is massive damage, but unfortunately Foras just disappeared and you cannot damage it while it's like fading away. So this is like a really annoying Foras now, because your rage multiplier is not even high, you're doing like no damage. And Foras is just constantly teleporting.
Oh dear, I can see the light fading from your friend's eyes.
But super clean Foras would look like maybe it teleports once or never teleports at all. You just kill it very quickly. It's one of those like fights that just varies so much depending on how it wants to act. So Barbatos is now setting up for endgame with his magic. So he just crafted a Quint-cast Blizzara with the Imperial Medal of Honor. And Imperial Medal gives you 7 stocks of them. And we are going to be using pretty much all of them. And then he also crafted Quint-cast Thundara with the Marlborough Eye that we got from Chapter 10. It's used in 4S. I don't think he got all the casts, which is unfortunate. So I think it only gives you a 90% Quint cast, or chain, whatever it's called, which means that for every Thundara that gets cast, it has a 90% chance of casting another one, and then another one, another 90% chance after that, and it just keeps going. At any point, you could maybe hit that 10%, and then you just completely stop casting magic, and it's really unfortunate when that happens.
Hurry, while you
But now he's coming up to Ravus. Oh, Kios is showing off the ring. Let's go. It's
So
a
as you
really
can
cool
see,
animation.
yeah, and as you can see, it just wipes everything in that first wave, and then the second wave gets up.
So Ravus is one of the worst fights in the game because he's dashing away from the Blizzard, and you do not want that. So Blizzard's hitbox is very, very small. So the fact that Ravus just dashed away from it and Barbatos missed like 2 or 3 casts is really, really bad. You need to do so many extra hits with Trident just to catch up with the damage now. Eventually he's going to want to use the Armiga because there's no like better fight to use that on in Chapter 13. So Ravus goes vulnerable here. He always goes vulnerable at a HP gate. And that's sort of like his transition to Phase 2. So now He does way more dangerous attacks, like super big AoE, like one-shot moves. You can see Prompto's already dead, which is very typical of Prompto. But
Prompto also has the lowest health of everybody in the party, which is why you tend to see Prompto die first.
yeah, but the thing about Ravus is he can just instantly one-shot anyone, even Gladio. So it's why we want to have Exosuit here, so we don't have to worry about any of that. But even with the Exosuit on, you know, a lot of things can go wrong. Ravus can dash a bunch, which just dodges your blizzards or whatever. Or if he's against a wall, I didn't mention this in Deathclaw, but if you're against a wall and you try to Omega Chain, you cannot get it out. You have to like be away from any obstacle. Otherwise, I guess it's just you need a lot of space to even like do Omega Chain. So the game kind of prevents that.
You alright?
If you're against like some kind of wall or some kind of object. So this is like auto-scroller mob fight after Ravus. Just doing air attacks with the one-handed sword to build up Omega to save for chapter 14.
Of course I was. What kind of question is that?
Of course. That's why you came.
Also, the funny thing about this Prompto dialogue, we always choose the top one just because it's the easiest to mash, like,
you tell me I'm not a fake.
Confirm on.
Then I'm the real me.
But if you choose the other one, it's actually just the same speed as the top one. But if you're expecting Noctis to be rude to Prompto, then prepare to be disappointed, because he actually just twists it into saying something nice to him. Also, a very small tech that only comes up here, but if you press sprint at the right time, like right before the stamina is about to run out, you can actually instantly refill the stamina bar.
Did you hear that?
And you also get a very slight small burst of speed. In reality, the old patch actually made our stamina bar like half the amount that we have now in current patch. So technically, in the old patch when we could get 4 stamina refills, it's actually faster. Because we get like 3 extra like speed boosts there. Okay, and Barbatos is going to the end of chapter 13. Just a long cutscene with Arden. Fun fact, this cutscene was skippable in the original patch, like 1.0. I don't know why they changed that, but it's another bathroom break, I guess. Once again, Kyo's showcasing how good Trident is. Just being able to deal with those Imperials quickly. And Blizzard here to do a massive AoE on those Snagas and dealing a lot of damage to the Lich.
I'm guessing the way is locked.
Well, I guess it's a good thing somebody has keys to the whole fortress.
Yeah, like Trident actually has pretty good AoE when you do air attacks, like jump attacks. It doesn't look obvious, but if you have enemies just running into you, the after images and the normal hits you do with Noctis does like... It's not like it has a big spread, but if they're packed together, you can hit a bunch of them.
Hopefully Biggs and Wedge both made it to safety.
Who and who?
Our train drivers.
And now he's grabbing some magic nodes for some magic crafting.
Where's that elevator?
So you have Imperial Medal of Honor, Quint Cast Bizarra, and we get 7 of those, and then Thundara with the Marlboro Eye, which gives us 3 Quint Cast Thundara.
Hey, buddy. Could you try to stick together? So, where'd you guys park the regalia?
Outside. No park ain't the right word.
She's broken down, took one for us. Saved their lives.
You actually want to delay killing Foras here as well. If you kill him too early, you actually spawn another wave of those smaller enemies that were with Foras there. And you have basically no easy way to deal with them all. So it's kind of one of those funny things where we intentionally kill an enemy slower to make the run faster.
Alright, things are looking up.
Let's see what we came for.
One hell of a hangar.
Look at all this space.
So, the central elevator's through here.
And out of the loading bay.
Okay, let's see if Kios gets a clean Ravis. Hopefully he doesn't dash around a lot.
Is that Ravis?
Or what's left of him.
We also trigger the fight faster by doing 2 one-handed sword attacks towards him. You just want to hit him and then it will trigger the fight quicker. Normally you have to wait a couple of seconds before the combat zone appears. And now we're gonna see Armiger. Ravis is vulnerable, so it means he's transitioning to the next phase now. And an Armiger chain. Nice, every single one of those hit very clean. So you can see how massive the damage is with Armiger chain. It's a very powerful finishing move. And we usually reserve that for enemies with a lot of HP. And why... The reason why you want to do air attacks with Trident instead of ground attacks, although it uses more... It like makes you lose more HP, you get the attacks out faster instead of getting the long wind-ups with the ground combo. And the idea is you want to get those after images popping up as soon as possible.
Keep an eye on me. I'll keep both on him.
That'll do.
That was a very, very clean Ravis. Ravis didn't dash. Stayed for the Armiger chain. Every single Blizzard cast hit, so that was a very clean Ravis.
We're getting nowhere.
And they just keep coming.
No! Must go on alone. What? If you can obtain the crystal's power, we may get the able.
So this is chapter 14, and we start in Golden Key, where we were supposed to take the boat in chapter 1 to Altissia. But now we're here. We just want to get to the main road to trigger a story progression. The movement here is about as like optimal movement gets at this point. We have really high MP. The Trident of the Oracle actually gives us plus 60 MP, which is a massive boost compared to any other weapon.
Think fast. I don't envy you your decision.
And then coming up, there's a specific warp point that just lets us skip some pretty big movement.
Gate closed.
So yep, this warp point on this tree is always consistent.
You must be prepared to lose all else. Do you suppose your dear friends are still alive? Those who died for you, do you ever wonder what went through their minds? Can you even recall their final words?
And if you remember Talcott, this
I'll come back
is
for you all. I swear.
Talcott 10 years older. This is a 10-year
How far does this
time
go?
skip.
Crystal had better be here. Everyone's counting on it. Counting on me.
And another bathroom break after the long Arden cutscene. It's like the most... Like every time I'm in the Arden cutscene, I'm always super nervous about finishing off the run, and then I get even more nervous just waiting in the car ride.
Stop the demons.
Unharmed by the light, the chosen king. Allow me to regale you with a tale. In an age long past, an incurable scourge ravaged mankind. A tiny menace that twisted men into monsters, the likes of which you've seen. In Lucius lived a savior who could cure the afflicted. His body would come to host myriad demons, let countless lives be spared. But a jealous king, one chosen by the crystal, ostracized and demonized this healer of the people, making a true monster of him. I gave you my name earlier, but you should know that it was not a name given to me at birth. Arden Lucis Kylum is my proper name. You'll never guess whose name this linear was.
Can't believe we spoiled a 4th team for next gen. Team captain.
Darn it. For dropping the ball here.
Oh no, that dialogue with the boy. No, Matty.
Oh no.
I've never
Cool
seen this
stickers. Oh, I've had it.
Why is it so long?
Yeah. It's definitely that feeling right there.
Also, I love Biggs and Wedge in this game. I just love the way they basically try to make fun of the British accent, like ready to shove off, but Wedge is just like like a super deep voice compared to Biggs. Okay, Barbatos can finally play the game again. So, we're going to do a camp. It's a forced camp, but this is where the preparation with the food ingredients come. If you missed it in Chapter 5, we're going to eat the same food again, but it's called Plump and Pungent Tofu. It has a buff called Last Stand, so it increases your attack and magic stat by a massive 500. But the downside is it makes your HP only 10% of your max HP, so you can get one shot. And you can imagine we're underleveled now. We have 10% of our HP. It's easy for us to get one shot, so that's more reason why the exosuit is very important in a run. But if you haven't seen Chapter 14 in Royal Edition, it is very different. Much longer, much more expansive, and a lot more boss fights.
And just an overall good time. Okay, except for one boss fight, it's a good time. And I say that knowing that that's the boss fight that, you know, kind of gives me joy because it's RNG, but it's not a good time.
See, I'm so blessed recently. I haven't had a single bad fight since returning there. Matty doing the Chapter 12 fight. Hopefully Deathclaw is nice to him.
Man, how long was I out? Where'd everybody go?
Alright, so just a menu from Barbatos. He's gonna want to get some important things, so he's going to get the change to Ignis and change to Gladio. So you can actually switch to play as other party members in the current version of the game. And it's actually quite beneficial in the final bosses, but I'll get to that later. But for now, we have Ahriman, just a massive Bazaga to clear out a bunch of them. And then, because of our massive stat buff of the food, it's very easy to just one-shot them with Ragnarok Warp Strikes, even if you're point blank. Yeah, so the greater your distance is when you Warp Strike, the higher the multiplier of your damage is. But with this food buff, point blank Warp Strikes, which is usually just times 1 damage, it's still enough to one-shot them. And having this Royal Raiment outfit on to increase the amount of MP we have, so we can use more Warp Strikes before we go to stasis.
Wow. I can't tell you how good it is to see you
And I have to
again.
say, they really downgraded Ahriman's in 15.
You think so? Guess I've grown some these 10 years. 10 years.
Now
They
they're just-
upgraded Tonberries into Jedis, so...
Oh, yeah. Tonberries in this game. No. The worst ones are Master Tonberries.
For Miss Cindy. You know, back at the garage.
They literally have a
She's a tough
lightsaber.
one, but when she needs a little extra muscle out on the road, she gives him a call. Oh, speaking of which, the guys said they're near Hammerhead right now, so we'll be meeting them there. You know, ever since you disappeared, Your Majesty, it's been nothing but nighttime non-stop. Lestalem still has light thanks to the power plant,
And now we just
so
reunite
about
with
everyone's taken refuge
Core.
there.
Only there?
Everywhere else has been abandoned. Demons moved in.
This is
forcing the people
sort
to
of
move
like
out.
a follow-up to the DLC Comrades. Comrades is more or less what happens in between the time skip. You see like what happens to the world, like defeating a lot of demons to recover a lot of lost cities in this destroyed world. So
He's kicking all right, just not as hard as before.
now they've just gathered in
been
Zomnia, which is the
At
name of
least
the
not since he
city,
moved out to Lestalem.
to basically
Someone
help
suggested he moved
Noctis
the garage there too.
when he
But old
returns.
man Sid wasn't having it. He called it a big fat chocobo turd of an idea. Said it just wouldn't be the same anywhere else.
Sounds like Sid, all right.
Miss Cindy said she didn't mind either way. So the garage will probably stay put for a while. And
Okay,
without
so
any tinkering
if you've
to do,
played
Ignis's gourmet
FF15,
seafood is
but
about
only
all
the
Sid
original
has left to look
version,
forward
you can
to.
already see how different Insomnia is
With all
now.
the demons prowling around.
Even the
more
music
hurt,
is different here.
Or worse. So Iris talked the Marshal into taking out the demons themselves. Iris the Demon Slayer, they call her. Gladio and the others, they lend him a hand when
So
they can.
this boss
Prompto
that's
spends most of
coming
his time
up
hunting around
is
Hammerhead.
one of the major changes in Royal Edition. It used to be Behemoth King, but now it's Cerberus, and it actually has a much bigger story purpose. And it also changes the fight entirely from Behemoth King. So what we're gonna do here is use the newly equipped from the Ascension Tree enhancement from Ignis. It's a technique where he gives us a elemental buff to our physical attacks based on the enemy's weakness. So Cerberus is weak to blizzard damage, so Ignis gives our physical attacks blizzard.
We've arrived.
And then what we want to do with our Quintcast Blizzara is not only deal like 5 hits of 9999 damage, but it also debuffs Cerberus with the Blizzard resistance debuff. So combining the Blizzard damage from with an enhancement and the debuff from Quincas Blizzara, you can see we're just always dealing 9999 damage with Ragnarok Orb Strikes. And the thing about debuffing and buffing yourself with like the same element, even on level 1, you can deal 9999 damage. This is like the secret to make any fight in the game super easy. Even if you've played casually Adamantus, you can just deal massive damage by doing the exact same strat. And an Adamantus can be like a minute long.
Matty on Choco getting a 44-second remaining on the car is pretty good. Trying to build up some of that time. Oh, hey, look. Bobby restarted. That's the beginning of the game, right?
With somehow a different outfit.
I know, my horrible jokes about that.
I feel like that's just... It has to be said every 15 run. Tradition.
I think Discord doesn't like you for a moment there, Yida.
Because they're doing reconnaissance.
Oh, did I cut out or something?
They like robotic out on you.
So for Ifrit, you're gonna see how powerful Trident is. We just completely shred his HP with no worries. And you might be thinking, oh, what about Ragnarok Warp Strikes? Well, the thing is, Ragnarok Warp Strikes can only cap to 9999. So in terms of DPS, you just do so much more with Trident without much of any cost. Phase 2, the idea here is getting enhancement from Ignis to make our physical damage deal blizzard damage. And now we're gonna get his shield down, which would make him invincible otherwise. But with the blizzard debuff and the physical damage, we immediately shred Ifrit's HP. And now we just have a forced summon here to finish off Ifrit.
Hang on. There's so many of them.
Kyoslilmonster is definitely catching up. Already in Ahriman's now. So this is one of the bigger changes in Royal Edition. So we have new bosses called Kings of Yore, which are the past kings, and they wield the same royal arms you can collect. So this is the Fierce. He's especially weak to lightning damage, so we use the Thundara here.
What brought you back to Insomnia?
We wanted to do what we could to make sure.
And then the reason why we picked up Change to Gladio is because the game would normally force you to play as Gladio in order to progress the Fierce. But if we manually switch to Gladio ourselves, we actually avoid a long cutscene with him. Actually, it's not a long cutscene with Gladio specifically.
It's a couple seconds, but it's a couple seconds that keep adding up.
Yeah, it's definitely more optimal. And if you do this fight right, you can actually skip the shield that the Fierce brings up, which would make him invulnerable. And the whole idea is that the game will automatically switch to Gladio, and only Gladio can break the shield. But if you manually switch to Gladio before the Fierce brings up the shield and it's already at 0 HP, then you just immediately progress to the QTE at the end. So while these Kings of Yore fights don't look difficult, in reality, making sure you actually get the QTs on time before the shield pops up, or like just simply knowing when to switch, or knowing what attacks you should use their magic on. It's quite technical. It's more like you need to know when you want to use magic at the right time and stuff. Because if you don't kill them quickly, the fights can go very wrong and you just lose a bunch of time for no reason. So Kios is in Cerberus now, getting enhancement from Ignis, and then Blizzard is just very strong against Cerberus. Okay, so now this is the big RNG fight in endgame, the Rogue. So the Rogue is quite different from the other Kings of Yore fight. She doesn't have any weaknesses to elemental damage. She's actually resistant to all of them, but it's still worth throwing a Quincast Thundara here because it's just so much damage. But the Rogue's RNG comes in the fact that she can actually just disappear to the side of the arena. Yeah, go away.
Go away. She just decides to go out where you can't target her or do anything. She just goes away, and you have to wait for her to decide that it's time to come back. And
yeah,
oh
so
yeah, okay, we are playing a game.
You have no way to control whether she goes away or not, and you have no way to control if she stays outside of the arena for a short amount of time or like 2 minutes. I don't know, there's just no way to control it. After a while, the game will switch you to Prompto, and you have to be in Prompto to finish this fight. So once the HP is at 0, it just brings this quick time event. That was a very clean Rogue. I wanted to bring up that you still want to use enhancement to give your physical attacks some kind of elemental damage, even though she's resistant to them, because
stay cool. He's gonna bring the heat.
It still does more damage than just normal physical hits. It's very weird how it works. And you deal even more damage if you were to have, say, Fire and Blizzard combined in your physical attacks. And this is the Mystic, the last King of Yore. He's especially weak to Fire. Barbatos is switching to Ignis because Ignis by default has fire physical attacks. As you can see, he has like a fire, a blizzard, and a thunder moveset, but we choose to do fire here just because Mystic is weak to fire. And fire for Ignis is kind of like the single target DPS kind of moveset.
So even that wasn't enough.
And we also cannot progress to this QTE unless we're already in Ignis, so it's a good idea to change to him already. And then once again, phase 2.
Once again, they're coming for you.
Yeah, a lot of silence where I live. I'm sorry. So once again, phase 2.
Pass up the joke.
We use Fyra to debuff the Mystic, and then we use Ignis once again. And you can see the massive damage. Also, it looks like Kyo's just got a clean Ifrit. It's really just about making sure you throw the Quincast Blizzara at the right time, otherwise Ifrit has the chance to not get staggered, and then you just don't get the opportunity to get his shield completely down.
The grace of the gods is with you always.
But usually it should go clean.
I made a promise. One that I intend to keep.
Also, Matty is showcasing death from the ring. So, run is invalid now.
Well. He got given a gift and is quick to invalidate everybody else's run. I see how it is.
The rules say you have to be Yidamoda to use ring damage. Okay, so waiting for the Fierce to use this jump attack to give you this QTE. This gets him vulnerable, and then you use the Quintcast Thundara here. And then while he's down, this is your opportunity to quickly get him to 0 HP. And then now we're just switching to Gladio, and as you can see, hopefully it just entirely skips the shield sequence. There we go. So the Fierce never used the shield.
Served as your shield through thick and thin. No matter what, I've got your back. Now and always.
There is a weird glitch here where you just get the same QTE again, but you don't actually see the Fierce character model there. So Gladio's just hitting air, repeating the same QTE. But I don't know if it's a good or bad thing, but you do get more AP technically doing that. So casually, it's like free farming AP, I guess. I don't know.
We better keep moving.
And now we're heading up to the final boss, Arden.
It's all lit up.
Guess he's expecting company.
Arden has a few tricks, but in general, he's quite a simple fight. So the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna cast the Quintcast Thundara just to shred his HP down super quickly.
Save our legs to walk up.
And then after a couple of Ragnarok Warp Strikes,
the throne room.
We try to get a max distance Warp Strike.
And so does Arden.
Acting like he owns the place.
It's time to
Oh, actually no, this is the second strat. There's another strat. You just spam Ragnarok Warp Strikes until Arden is super low HP, and that HP carries over to phase 2. So then phase 2 basically takes like 1 Warp Strike and then you're done with it. That's a completely alternate strat. You can
valid,
do
just very
either.
different.
This is technically safer because phase 2 Arden can just one-shot us, and you can imagine with the amount of HP we have from Last Stand Food, it is very easy to die. Time is coming up after the when on the last QTE of Arden. GG's to Barbatos in Team Mug.
Nice. Yeah.
Where'd she go?
Great performance overall from Barbie and Team Mog.
Right.
Alright, so Kios is also in the Rogue now. Oh, he's getting a very special quick time attack you can get on the Rogue. So if the Rogue is
actually worth it.
It
keeps her. The reason I say it's worth it is it keeps her from going away.
If she has a lot of HP, yeah.
I have run into so many issues where right when that is an option and she just disappears for like 30 seconds. I'm like, I would rather have had the QTE and gotten the chance to do more damage to her.
And now, it's my turn to stand by him.
And Matty down there on Team Choco is getting close to the Gravis fight. Everybody's moving right along at a nice, comfy pace.
I'll be fine.
Oh no, this one Rogue Axeman survived the blizzard. It must have been super far away.
He was
That's one
just
of
on
those.
the edge.
one of those
On the
super annoying things about Chapter 13. Like, enemies don't always spawn in the room you're in. Sometimes, actually, there are like 3 different moments where rogue axemen start off from somewhere far away and they have to run towards you. And that was one of them, and it's really annoying. Once again, the Mystic showcasing how good Ignis can be, assuming an enemy is weak to fire.
Nothing stands in Nox's way.
What I like about the end game in Royal Edition is it kind of gives each of the other party members to shine. You get to control them for free, even if you didn't purchase the ability to control them in the Ascension tree or even played their DLC before. Hopefully Mystic Phase 2 is quick. He can do a very annoying pattern where it's after a certain HP gate actually, so he can buff himself and then start jumping around, and there's not really a good way to hit him with Ignis, but Kios did a very good job of dealing a lot of damage at once there with Total Clarity, which is like a special attack Ignis does. It's like with the fire moveset specifically, it's just a bunch of projectiles that he shoots, and the idea with that is to get Ignis's multiplier up to maybe ×3 or ×4 before you use it to get massive damage out. Okay, hopefully Ravus behaves for Matty. So triggering the fight as soon as possible by attacking him. Using the muscle stimulant. We could use a power EX here if we didn't have muscle stimulants, but it's not as much attack stat.
But it is a backup that exists and has been used in many a run.
Knocked? Yeah, but... hold on a sec. Prompto. Can I see your photos?
Go down, Ravens.
Yeah? I just need one.
Now we're seeing the Armiga chain. Hopefully, hopefully when he uses the Armiga chain, he doesn't dash away. Very nice, everything hit.
Take whichever you like.
And that's what you want to see every time.
Then it's settled. That's the one?
I think the Blizzara only did 3 casts. It can do up to 5, but there's a 14% chance with this particular Blizzara craft that we made for it to not continue. So it's unfortunate that that happened.
It ends now.
Yes, it's heading right on into the final fight here. So Team Tonberry's wrapping up at the end.
So once again, casting a Quint cast magic on Arden to start off, and then we're just gonna use Ragnarok Warp Strikes. Okay, so Kios is going for the damage storage strat. Damage storage, dubbed stolen from Kingdom Hearts 1, by the way. So the idea is that the last Warp Strike we did with Ragnarok did a 2.4 times like multiplier on Arden, but that multiplier carries over to the Warp Strikes we do in Phase 2. So that's why we were able to very quickly finish off the fight. But if we die, which, by the way, Exosuit doesn't give you invulnerability in second phase, so you can still die. It's very dangerous. But we carry that multiplier over. Time is coming. GG's to Kios and Team Tonberry. But I guess not much is happening on Matty's end, so... Perhaps this is a good time for the 13-2 commentators to introduce themselves.
Sure thing. Hello, and welcome to Final Fantasy XIII-2, the sequel to, you guessed it, Final Fantasy XIII. The runners for this are Daspharaoh, FoxySaucado, and Zero Scar, and the commentators are myself, LogicDolphin, and two other people, I forget who.
And we got I'm Bradley, or YW1, or Yes What We Want.
And Roosta.
And welcome straight into 13-2, where, like 13, we begin immediately just starting in a battle. This is more or less just a very quick tutorial of the ATB system, which returns, and yeah, it's just lightning on our horse, Odin, fighting against Chaos Bahamut.
Now, any attentive viewers may have noticed that there was a lightning returns early in the marathon. If you're wondering where she returned from, it's here, Valhalla.
Yeah, this game sort of tries to... It's a continuation of 13's story, and then LR follows on from this one.
If this game had a title like Lightning Returns, it would be Lightning Leaves, because, well, you see her in the very beginning, and then she kind of disappears, and kind of like the beginning plot is that the events that happened at the end of Final Fantasy XIII have kind of been retconned a little bit. You have Fang and Vanille that are up in the Crystal Pillar, and Snow and Hope and Saz are all on the ground, but Lightning's nowhere to be found, and everyone believes her to be in the Crystal Pillar as well. Except for Sarah, who, distinctly remembers seeing her when she was running up, and was being called insane by everyone else. Where did she go? Well, she's in the middle of a timeless place called Valhalla in an eternal war against this pretty buff dude named Caius Ballad. One of the best Final Fantasy villains.
Gonna get worse.
IMO. Don't at me.
Yeah, he's got a really great design character.
Time to start adding. He's holding back.
Yeah, we're thrown straight into a battle here. It's the only battle that we will do with Lightning in the entire run. Or actually this version of Lightning in the entire game, to be more precise. This has two different phases. So the first phase we were riding Odin, and we had a few different attacks plus a support ability. We mostly used Lightning Strike since that does the most damage. It's the most efficient form of damage for that phase. But what we're doing in this phase, which is the flying one, we're actually using the move Focus Bolts. But we're not doing them immediately most of the time. We're actually aiming for certain timings. And there's something that exists in both in this game and also in 13 as well, where if you get interrupted, you can sometimes cast spell off or do the ability, but it will not cost ATB, and we can do that. And we can do that with focus bolts. So a lot of that second phase is actually semi-precise timings for when we're doing our attacks in order to speed that one up.
Yeah, Odin likes to dodge the attacks, but you actually want to get hit by the attacks to get that interruption that Bradley mentioned, and then by getting that interruption, you take damage, but you really shouldn't die, and so you just get extra attacks off. I think it is possible to die if you get hit enough, but you can always just play it safe and heal.
Yeah, it's all down to how much Bahamut wants to do certain attacks. Like if Bahamut's being very impatient, then you can die, but if that is a concern, we always have a support and ability there just to heal up.
So basically, it's all RNG. Basically, the story of the 13-2 speedrun, as you'll see.
Yes.
RNG, you're speaking my language.
Speaking of, did someone mention me earlier?
Hello?
If we did, it was just to mention that you were a very handsome, talented runner.
I was gonna say the same thing about the rest of this call.
Yeah, GG's on that. Brilliant effort put in to get Tonberry a bit closer.
But it's just a cat. Oh! And it's with the one we keep at Nora House. Sorry, Pharaoh is currently going through my favorite part of the 13-2 intro where Sarah gets mesmerized by this cat and you have to chase it for like 2 minutes. Basically, what's going on is that this mysterious Knoll figure has arrived, claiming to have seen lightning, and has started talking about having come from the future where Cocoon no longer exists, and how we need to come and rescue Lightning. And I think he basically was told the bare minimum of like, you need to find artifacts and stuff. And he's like, I don't know where to find these artifacts. And Sarah's like, oh, I know, maybe it's this cat.
Well, Mog also shows up and reacts to the cat, right? So it's not like...
Yeah.
She just likes cats or anything.
I don't know, maybe she's a dog person.
Yeah, she's been given a good luck charm, and the good luck charm clearly likes cats.
I would say Snow's got that dog in him.
There is a bit of speedrun tech happening though, where we're looking at the ground, kind of similarly to 13, where the game doesn't quite update out of view things as well as it would if they were in sight. By throwing the camera to the ground, the kid doesn't run as fast, and you can catch up to him faster. Of course, an encounter spawns right as we would have caught the kid, meaning we have to despawn the encounter, but...
The way I always thought of it is just, if you can't see them, they can't see you in Final Fantasy XIII Trilogy.
If I can't see you, you don't exist.
Yeah, exactly. My belief is that they wanted to make the game cinematic, so they trigger things based off of where the camera's looking. So you just look away, and then that thing doesn't trigger.
That does actually happen a lot in Lightning Returns, where you can induce spawns in a particular region by turning the camera around. But I don't know if that's true in 13-2, I don't remember.
With Lightning Returns, it's the way lightning is facing more than the camera, right?
Is it?
Just because I know people turn around towards the camera and force spawns behind them. But what I can mention here in regards to that is that each game sort of evolves the battle system and takes some things from the previous games, but not the others. A lot of the things in this game are very similar to 13, but they kind of just wanted to say, let's just do some upgrades and changes and see if we can improve things. So like, the encounters might look similar, just enemies appearing in the overworld, but the system is a little different here. So, what do you guys want to talk about the Mog Clock?
Yeah, unlike 13, you don't see enemies on the field, just like running around and you can run up to them and fight them. They only spawn every so often based on step count. It's not like every 1600 steps the spawn will occur, but like for every step you take, the percentage chance of an encounter spawning increases. It's somewhat regular when spawns do occur though, so you can kind of time around it. When an enemy does spawn, Sarah will pick up Mog and transform Mog into a sword. Noel will pull out his 2 dual blades if you're controlling Noel instead. And the characters will both slow down as well, so it's kind of annoying to deal with encounters instead of just running around randomly. But a clock will appear, and while the clock is on the green side, the encounter will not react, and you can bump into the enemies all you want. But once it turns yellow, the enemy turns aggro and will chase after you. And if you do bump into it at that point, the encounter will start. And if you hit red, you ran out of time, and the fight will forcibly start. So you can't just, lollygag around the enemy for so long. So in the speedrun, obviously you want to dodge as many encounters as possible. For a lot of these spawns, you just kind of want to run away from them and get out of range to despawn them, which will disable the clock. But there are certain spawns, most notably in Academia and Yasha's Massif, where they immediately start aggro. Like you skip the green phase, you go straight to the yellow phase, and they can spawn right on top of you and then immediately start a fight, and it's just super annoying. It's like those older what were they called? Oh yeah, Final Fantasy games with random encounters.
There are a few really annoying ones that you can get here, but Farrah's been having good luck with her encounters, just getting really passive lizards instead of is it Monogamers? I forget what the dog is here.
Monogamers. No, sorry, not Monogamers.
Gorgonopsids.
They're Gorgonopsids here, yeah. Monogamers are in Academia 500.
Oh, this is a nice synchronization. We've got Gog Magog A and B here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so on the top right in Team Tonberry, we have Gog Magog, and on the team left, we have Gog Magogara, and at the end of the game, you'll fight Gog Magagaga. Or at least I call them that, but they're all Gog Magog.
Say that 3 times really fast.
Gog Magagaga.
No. Valiant effort.
Is the super boss after that Gog Magog Ja?
I guess it would be. But I always said like a Hispanic, like the Gog Magaha.
What about Gog Magaza?
Anyway, these bosses...
Gog not Gog Magagaza.
These bosses aren't super difficult. They're sort of just like the most basic strategy that we did a ton of times in 13, which is just chain them until they stagger and then hit them. We don't really have anything besides Ravager or Commando now, so...
Yeah, if you watched the 13 speedrun yesterday, the 13-2 mechanics are pretty similar in terms of like the 6 roles available to you are Commando, Ravager, Sentinel, Saboteur, Synergist, and Medic, and they all fulfill the same roles that they did in 13. At this stage, we only have Commandos, Ravagers, and Sentinels, and we're not going to be using Sentinels during this period, so it's mainly just Commandos and Ravagers. And Commandos are the damage dealers, Ravagers are the things that boost the chain gauge to increase damage later on in the fight and also drive the stagger mechanic. Yeah. There's not that much like complex menuing in this game compared with 13, so if you loved the menuing simulator speedrun, sorry, that's not quite seen here.
I would say...
I mean, there is menuing, but it's very, like, diminished.
Yeah, and the Crystarium is just much more linear. You just dump points in.
Yeah. And if you're used to 13, also constantly switching up your party, for the rest of the game, these 2 characters are going to be your main characters and will always be in the party. So at no point will you... Well, you'll see them split up at some point, but for pretty much all of the game, you will be controlling these 2 characters and the actions that they do.
But there is a 3rd party member slot. Interesting.
Team Chi-Chi wins. One thing that we can mention here that's really very nice about this game, they fixed from 13, is that you need both characters to die in order to lose the fight, and you can change party leader, so...
You can also tune your paradigms by making them cross or wide, which the in-game descriptors for those is that the cross paradigms are more single target focused and the wide paradigms are more AoE focused. So for instance, with the Cerberus paradigm, normally in 13, each of the commandos will target different enemies, which is really bad when you want to focus down one target. In 13-2, you can focus down one enemy by making a Cerberus cross. Or if you want to just have constant Ruin Gust spam, you can do Cerberus wide.
You can also change the preference towards different spells that can get more AoE spells by doing the wide Ravager rolls.
Yeah, and a couple of other little like changes to the battle system. The first paradigm shift and all consequent paradigm shifts are all the exact same. They're a very quick animation, so you can quickly switch between different setups. And then, what else was I going to say? I did have a second point. Where's it gone? And also regarding preemptive strikes. Preemptive strikes have been changed quite drastically between 13 and this game. In 13, you pretty much leave every enemy to be either 1 or 2 attacks or spells away from stagger. In this one, all enemies will gain 20% chain, but your party will actually start off with the haste effect, which boosts your ATB gauge recharge rate for 22 seconds.
Meanwhile, Team Mog has defeated Paradox Alpha. Say what you will about him, but you have to give him a hand.
It's
a joke. He's a literal hand.
It is a hand.
Anyway, in terms of the plot, what has happened in Team Mog is that, well, so the start of the game occurs in what's called 3AF, which is 3 after fall, 3 years after the events of 13. And now, in Team Mog, we are now in 5AF, which is 5 years after the fall of Cocoon, which means that Sarah and Noel have successfully time traveled. Yay! So if you're looking for a timey-wimey game, I guess this is your
wibbly-wobbly timey-wimey.
That's it, yeah. You know, as emphasized as the time travel is, like, early on in the game, like, oh my god, this is where, you know, they built the elevator that's supposed to not exist for another year yet. It really is pretty irrelevant, honestly, to the main plot.
Yeah.
It just sets you up to go to different places, more or less.
It basically just serves as a way to reskin areas that we have already visited. Much like the Brescia Ruins, which is what Pharaoh is currently in.
Oh my god, we got a crystal! Oh my god, we unlocked the Paradigm Pack!
Yes, so...
Alright, your third party member is whoever you want it to be, as long as it's a monster. And that's kind of the big draw of 13-2, is that the third slot in your team is one of 3 monsters that you can select, and with each paradigm that you select, you can select one of the 3 monsters, and each monster fulfills one of the 6 roles. So you're, ooh, timeout, that stinks. There's the red timer there. Yeah, so each monster fulfills one role. For instance, the gremlins that Pharaoh is forcibly fighting right now are Ravagers. So if we get a Gremlin Crystal, we could throw a Gremlin in slot 3, and it would contribute to chaining, like Sarah Knoll would. Yidamoda, I believe, is a Commando, and so would contribute to damage.
So that means
we did get the Gremlin Crystal, though, so Pharaoh could go old school and do Gremlin route, which would be very exciting.
Just really scale back the years.
That is before my time. Oh, did get a gremlin.
So, for some speedrun history, you do capture a couple of monsters across the course of the game. Not very many, but the first monster that you would use up to, like, I don't know, 2015 was Gremlin. And Gremlin's main contribution is that it gets a lot of stats very early on, and so you would use it as your damage dealer, despite it being a Ravager, up until you can obtain Chi-Chu. The 2014-15, I forget which year, routing changes implemented Nectin instead, which, while Nectin has lower stats, does chain a lot faster, and so instead of focusing on a single damage dealer, you can make all 3 party members contribute to damage with a faster stagger.
Also, with all respect to the 15 commentators, if you ever want to just jump in, feel free to.
Something kind of nice.
He's on his way to the final boss rush.
Yeah, as I say, Matty is getting very close to that final boss rush, and it's looking really good because the service didn't look too bad, so we're in a nice spot, I think, going into it.
Something that is kind of nice that you may notice on Mog's stream with Daspharaoh is that she actually has some cosmetics on the main characters. They have different outfits. So it's just a nice little thing they included in this game. You know, everyone likes their cosmetics.
Ooh, that's cute. Does it come with a matching handbag?
Unfortunately not.
I think it's a one-piece thing.
Yeah. The PC version you actually get, I believe it's 4 different outfits for both Sarah and Noel. However, there is actually a few console exclusive ones. They are console exclusive due to licensing rights, as it would as they take certain assets from, well, they're inspired by games such as Mass Effect and Assassin's Creed. But obviously the licensing rights got in the way, so those were not ported over. However, there is a modding scene for the 13 trilogy, and one of the mods that they have for that is all of the console exclusive equipment and cosmetics have all been brought over to the PC version.
So something kind of funny I want to see if we can draw attention to on we see some cinematic action on Tonberry's stream, and I want to try to see if we can see the little ruin that could. So you'll see we're casting a bunch of ruins because he's far away, and our characters are Ravager stats. So when he pulls his arm back, we should get one last ruin that just goes all the way back to him and hits just before the next cinematic. Right there. These early fights are very scripted though, so it's just put the right inputs in at the right time, and a few places you have to respond to timings. Meanwhile, on Daspharaoh's stream, we are trying to farm a Nekton, like we mentioned before, and this can take a while. I think it's a 15% chance per drop, I want to say.
Yeah, 15, I believe.
Either 15 or 20.
She has failed to get the encounter to begin with, so now we have to run in circles.
One of the other draws of the Nekton grind versus the Gremlin grind, either way you're trying to capture the crystal, so you have to spawn the encounter. With Gremlin, you can only get it when it's outside. The spawns on the inside and the outside are different, and Gremlins only spawn on the outside, and occasionally they spawn with the Yidamoda, which forces the encounter to be aggro, so you can't get the preempt necessarily. The Nektons can spawn either inside or outside, and they're always passive. So it's easier to... it gives you more time to spawn them, because you could also get them all inside running to the crystal puzzle. And you don't have to worry about aggros. And also there's one fight with 4 Nektons in it, versus Gremlins can only appear 2 at a time, so you have more chances in a single fight.
Yeah, we've just seen Farrell get a Nekton on our first attempt there, the first fight. And then we're going to see a little bit of how the monsters develop. So the Crystarium also exists for the monsters, but they actually use something different than the Crystarium points, or the Christogen points. There are materials that they use, scaling from rank 1 all the way to rank 5 materials. And that is used to basically develop the monsters. And you'll see here that developing the monsters is a really quick process. And they also get they actually get really good stats in comparison to Noel and Sarah.
Now, the little puzzle we did earlier weakened this Atlas enemy, and so now you can see his HP starts out much lower, so it makes it a manageable fight. He's very strong, but we should be able to take care of him pretty easily here. Stagger point's not super high, so we can just stagger him and then hit him with a few strong spells. Nekton, of course, helping out a ton.
Nekton! Necked off. Sorry.
A little unfortunate there, I couldn't quite stagger him before he punched and launched people, but he's down now, so finish this off and then have a little bit of a cutscene afterwards.
I have to interrupt this commentary for a very important announcement. 54 hours! Okay, thank you.
Oh, wow. That works for you.
Did you know going in that your run was going to happen during the 54th hour?
I only noticed a minute and a half ago.
So Matty just finished the Fierce. I don't know why that like word just went out of my brain.
Because you've watched me not do this part of the run for the past 5 months.
And we're on our way to Rogue, so it's time for Matty's try at RNG.
Spin to win.
Something very amusing about these quick time events at the end of some fights. As far as I know, none of them are actually mandatory to... Maybe the Zenobia one, you have to do something, but you really don't have to do anything. And it'll just finish anyway, so we route out the fastest way to get through the events, and sometimes it involves failing them. So one of the two on top of Atlas there, Daspharaoh, failed just to get through the event faster.
In other words, it wasn't a skill issue. It was skill.
Matty's looking like he got the same rogue I did. Not great.
Not great, but manageable.
It's like a 70-30 chance if she decides to jump away early after that lightning and just we both roll low on it. Happens. Isn't it great though? You can have a world record run, go into the last split with about 6 minutes left in the run, and come out 2 minutes behind. Yeah, it's awesome.
Hey man, you could be going to the last boss of Final Fantasy XIII in a FF relay at a world record pace and not come out with the world record, so...
Yeah.
Should I be offended?
You should be proud of the memorable of the highlight.
The important question
You will
though,
be
is, was
part
Swan's
of...
proud?
I don't know what's worse, the fact that I missed the world record in the relay by dying to final boss, or the fact that I lost world record dying to final boss the day before.
I would say that the first one is worse because the second one, as awful it was also just like amazing that everyone got to watch it.
Just think that you'll always be part of relay history for that.
You'll never get as much sympathy as in front of a massive crowd of everyone cheering for you. So, something about the way this game works is anytime you go to the Historia Crux, which is sort of like the central hub, you leave the area that you're in, but when you come back to the same place. So we make it a point to leave places at specific points so that we come back to that same spot. And even to the point of like positioning the camera and positioning the character, like we'll leave so that when we come back, we'll be able to hop back on the Chocobo before the screen fully loads. Like that's a Brescia thing, I think. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that going on.
At a rogue. Onto Mystic. This one should be pretty open and shut. Pretty straightforward fight, thankfully. I know Yida's been toying with this fight. There's a potential to do it faster than this, but I haven't really found the right technique for it yet.
I'm just sad nobody showcased it. So
I've been monkeying with it for the past 3 or 4 days, and I just could not get anything consistent, unfortunately.
The step count that we mentioned earlier is something that also is carried over between zones. So if you want to spawn into an area without getting an encounter, you can force an encounter before your Historia Crux out, and that's actually something that didn't quite work out for Pharaoh. She wanted to just go into this area and pick up the Graviton Core, which is just like a key item in the story, and she got a spawn right as she got off the Chocobo, and it's just a little bit of an unfortunate roll of the dice there. In general, though, you need to
Mystic here.
Looks pretty darn clean for Matty.
It's been very clean fight. So we're gonna be getting ready to head into the final fight here shortly.
none of the mystics jumped today, so that's very good.
Yeah. I'm actually very impressed.
He knew to behave.
I actually didn't see how many attempts did it take Nekton for Foxy. I was watching the Historia Crux stuff from Pharaoh. Could have been long because he's already got it. So
yeah, there's definitely a lot quicker than Pharaoh's.
I love these little unskippable cutscenes at the end of the boss fight where you're just like, I want to move on.
I love after boss fight cutscenes when there's still more.
The one thing that we did in 13 and we continue to do quite a bit here is to try and animation cancel. So you do a paradigm shift so that your animation for your ready animation doesn't play, and so you immediately start casting. You actually want to do that a few times with your creature creations, so with Chichu and Nekton, but they're so small and sometimes you can barely see them. It can be really difficult to do, but it's just one of those things you get used to doing when you're playing this game.
It's interesting that 15 also has animation canceling. I didn't hear if anyone had went over that, but there's so many ways to like save time even in battle just by forcing shortened animations that really add up over the course of a run.
Yida did a little bit.
Okay.
I didn't talk about the photo one though. That was actually a big one.
The photo one's big.
Oh, actually, one thing I forgot to mention, we do pick up one last ascension here, the point blank warp strike. So if you're just warp striking directly in front of an enemy, it's just always a critical hit. So by default, it's like a ×2 multiplier always. So it's just really good on Arden. But it costs 333 AP, which conveniently the Kings of York QTEs just gives a bunch.
It's so convenient.
Almost like they knew speedrunners would do this.
Looks like he's got a good setup here. So let's bring it home.
See which strat he's going after.
Oh, he got hit in the exosuit?
Yeah, you can.
Arden basically can tell the exosuit to sit down.
You've been playing too much any percent, Yida. Matty's going for the older strat, which I think is a little bit safer. It gives you a bit more control over setting up the last segment, and it just kind of makes it so that phase 2 isn't really a thing.
Yep, it's the strat that we saw with Barbie as well.
Yeah, I did the newer one that Yida showcased because it kind of all evens out. It's just a question of what you're more comfortable with, really.
I think the damage storage one is the old one, and this one is the new one. Actually, I never saw this before until.
This one was. I think Ranmaru did it 2 relays ago, and I just kind of stuck with it.
Yeah, I remember that. Exosuit is just gone for 3rd phase as well? Wow.
Yep, it's just not there. Any percent for some reason with the re-equips, the properties transfer over. Looks like Matty's got a clean one. GG, brother. Good run.
Shield. Alright, Matty is out. And that is the end of Final Fantasy 15.
GG's to everyone.
GG's to the 15 people.
I think next FF Relay 15 should be any percent the 1 hour run.
Yeah.
Hey, we gotta showcase it.
Need more runners for it. I am not volunteering.
D-Wins can just pull double duty. It'll be fine.
I mean, he has 2 hands. He can use 2 controllers, right?
One for your hands, one for your feet.
Anyways, good luck to the runners. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, best of luck 13-2 crew.
Thank you very much, and well done to the free runners of 15 as well as the commentators. And that was a very, very enjoyable showcase.
I know it can be tough with all that driving, but good job.
My hands sure are tired.
You really had to drive that point in. I mean, we have to kind of shift gears though, so.
We're going from driving now to 0. It gets to ride and soon fly. So we're really all kinds of modes of transportation here.
Planes, trains, and automobiles.
And horses.
All right, so yeah, back to 13-2, I guess.
So we got Pharaoh coming up to the Gahongus farm. Or actually, she might be just after it. No, this is before. But I can get stats for it. And we see, yeah, we've got Foxy then also doing a bit of the clear up for Brescia 5, and then 0 is on the opening fight. And so there's still a bit of
thing to look out for in 0's fight is you really don't want to see Odin doing spins while the ATB is not charging. It's okay to do spins while it's charging, but you want to try and get hit while you're doing attacks.
In other words, acrobatics are bad.
Pharaoh is running into a wall.
Yeah.
That running into a wall is actually intentional. It lets you advance your step count without getting off of the rock, and you use that rock to get the preempt.
So Gahongus is a more annoying fight than the Nectin was to grind because it's always an aggro fight, and it only ever spawns one at a time.
In these creature creation fights, you just want to be looking out for a crystal appearing, and so when it disappears, if it fades to black, that's bad. If it fades to a white crystal, that's good. And so we're just going to be doing this fight over and over again until we get that crystal.
Yeah. So the big reason that we want to spend the time here trying to grind for Gahongus is because Gahongus is a synergist. And while Noel and Sarah do have access to the synergist role eventually, their synergist abilities are the defensive ones. They get Protect, Shell, Veil, Vigilance, which is generally not useful in this game as it turns out. In particular, if you remember from the 13 run when we constantly spammed Haste, Bravery, and an End spell, we don't have those on Sarah and Noel innately, so we can't cast them ourselves. We have to rely on a monster synergist to provide that for us, and Gahongus is the easiest one. She starts with Bravery and learns Faith eventually, and eventually meaning 5 levels later, but it will be our main source of Bravery and Faith, plus the Feral Link also provides us with the Bravery, Faith, and also a couple of other buffs. We're not going to be using end spells in this game, but instead we'll be using a different mechanic altogether. Trying to come up with a joke, failing. Buffering. Or commando buffering, I guess, before you mishear me.
Yeah,
but
so
we'll get to that when it pops up.
Yeah, but right now we're still using pretty simple techniques here. We've got Sarah doing D-Shell on the Gahongus in order for us to do more damage with our ruins. Something to note is the efficacy of like D-Protect and D-Shell is drastically lowered between for FF13 and this game. In FF13, D-Protect and D-Shell will increase or reduce the resistance to physical and magical by 0.89 or 0.89 times. So reduces resistance by 89%. In this game, it only reduces it by 33. Whilst 33 is still a decent enough chunk, getting the Bravery and all the Faith to also go along with that also helps a lot more, because in this game, Bravery and Faith are actually are more potent. But this has been...
So Pharaoh's on her 9th attempt right now. I think we agreed on 15 before just loading a save.
Yeah, And this is sort of the main thing that makes grinding for world records in FF13-2 really annoying. Both this and Necton. Because this is literally uncontrollable RNG. You can't... We don't have any manips for it. There is a mod, or a little modification that did come out called... basically RNG fix. Or the drop mod. Which essentially forces these drops to happen first try. As we see Pharaoh finally now getting her Gahongas.
You got it first try on the 10th attempt.
But yeah, there's not really anything that we can do. The only way to increase the chance of picking up a monster crystal is with the use of feral links, which are special monster abilities. But we don't have Necton's charged at all, and Necton is the only monster that we currently have in our Paradigm Pack.
There's nothing you can do about the drop chance, but there is actually quite a bit of skill that goes into setting up the fight and executing it quickly, and it's one of those things where if you can save 3 or 4 seconds on every attempt, then it takes you several attempts, you can actually save a good amount of time. So like there, Pharaoh was doing a really good job of going on the rock, getting the preempt, but then eventually she fell off the rock and was respawning below and didn't get that extra time. But meanwhile, on Team Tonberry's screen, we have Aloadai. Aloadai is an interesting fight in that he's very similar in design to the Gogmagogs from before, but he has sort of 2 modes and it's a more advanced fight. He starts the fight either with Dishelga or Deep Protega, and then he uses the corresponding attacks. So if he uses Deep Protega, he'll use physical attacks. Dishelga, he uses magical attacks, specifically Ruinga. And so Pharaoh got Dishelga and had a textbook fight, and the Dishelga fight I think is a little scarier because the ruins can launch you and do more damage overall. But then here we had a textbook Deep Protega fight for FoxySaucado, so it was pretty good from both runners. And now we're on to Gahongas farming for Foxy.
Yeah, Aloadai is one of my sort of first roadblocks when it comes to learning this. Especially sort of getting down the timings for when to potion or shift into Sentinel to do damage tanking. There's a lot that you do need to keep track of in that fight, just to make sure that you don't get launched or interrupted, and we make sure that we get the kill in first stagger as well. As after that first stagger, Aloadai will go into a barrier, as well as can start doing some more harder hitting attacks.
Having only speedrun, I had no idea about that. I just knew Land Shatter.
Yeah, and essentially we cannot survive a war of attrition.
Wait a minute. I see a familiar face on Pharaoh's stream, but there's no way it's who I think it is.
Yeah, so if we look over to Pharaoh's...
Nothing.
I'm trying to think of something, man. Come on.
I'm giving you the cold shoulder.
Oh, there you go.
So on Pharaoh's screen, we've just seen the fight here, or for the Royal Ripeness, and just before that we actually get a cutscene where it turns out that Snow is currently also doing a bit of time travelling and has ended up in this timeline, which is 300 AF. We're now multiple hundreds of years after the events of 13. And he will actually be joining us as a temporary party member for this area only. But the main fight itself is we get Dishelon, we get Gahongas to give Sarah faith, and then it's sort of just chaining and doing damage, but then we also get to do the tom buffering that was mentioned earlier with the spell Aurora. Oh, sorry, I meant Faith on Null, to be more correct. And the way that tom buffering works is when you cast a spell, it has a certain amount of time in order for it to hit its target, or it has travel time. If we shift to the commando paradigm, which gives us increased damage on all attacks, and then that spell hits, that spell will get that commando damage bonus. And we will be using that quite a lot in this run.
It will also maintain the elemental side of Aurora, so we'll have the air element. So if it hits a target that is weak to air, we'll get the double damage from there. If it hits while you're active as a commando, then we'll get the plus 100% damage boost from the commando roll bonus, and that stacks, so you get 4 times damage. So, you know, all's good. If math is confusing, just think big numbers are better.
Yeah.
For instance, number 54 is a pretty big number, and that's why we love it so much.
We now have Foxy actually doing the Kahungus farm. No first try on that one. Hopefully for Team Tonberry this won't take 10 attempts. And we will see a bit of time gained back.
Okay, now that you guys are done explaining, I can say safely that I was not a big fan of your joke.
Haha.
Mini K.
So that was second try, Kahungas?
That was pretty good.
Nice catching up there. Let's go, Team Tonberry. Hopefully we can get even better luck for Choco. We have both farms to go through there still.
But it's just a cat. Oh, and it's with the one we keep at Nora House. Sorry, I'm contractually obligated to say that every time some runner hits that segment of the run.
Yeah, it's Zero's gotten past the first Gog Magog fight. The first Gog Magog fight is a little bit awkward because we don't have any control over our paradigm deck. So we have to sort of resort to just using the 4 paradigms that it gives us. It gives us Double Trouble, where both characters are commandos. Slash and Burn, where Sarah's a Ravager and Null is a commando. Misdirection, where Sarah's a commando and Null's a sentinel. And then Twin Shields, where both characters are sentinels. So our chaining is pretty limited.
I don't think I could have named any of those paradigms. Good job.
You're very welcome.
It's just Comrab, Comsen. That's all there is to it.
I mean, yeah, it's all yin and yang, really.
That's right, Matt.
This is what we pay.
But, you know, Wally's relentless assault of these paradigm names, you know, it's just a tri-disaster. But, you know, Roosta, the Cerberus... Oh, sorry, he's a chicken.
These jokes are what we pay Logic for. Oh wait, we're not paying you.
You should be by now.
Here, I'll just I'll give you an artifact and you can sell it if you want.
How much would the artifact sell for?
Not yet, boys. Not
right.
yet.
Not there. Alright, so let's see. Foxy's on the Royal Repness fight. Daspharaoh's still just running around Sunlith Waterscape. And Zero is contemplating asking a young school kid to hand over the money. I don't want to yell at you.
Something interesting about this game is that a lot of the overworld soundtrack, or just a lot of the soundtrack in general, has a vocal track to it. So that's kind of like a interesting change from previous Final Fantasies, where generally the music was just music with no words. I know.
Unfortunately, they took out one of the vocal tracks in the Western release.
They did?
The Pressure 5 AF music is not the rap music it was.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So you can sort of see with Foxy's fight there against Royal Ripeness, both Null and Sarah did end up quite low on HP. This is just something that always happens in the speedrun. But it is basically confirmation that we could not survive a war of attrition.
Fun fact about this QTE. When you do it, you end up landing fire on Royal Ripeness. but doesn't Royal Ripeness absorb fire or something?
I think QDs are just like the Gestalt mode. It's no element.
Yeah, Royal Ripeness absorbs fire, so when Noel starts casting fire into Royal Ripeness's mouth, he actually is healing.
Also, for people who have wondered if the damage numbers you see during the QTE mean anything, no, they don't.
I was literally going to ask that. It's like, is there ever a point where that matters? But I guess not, because it's usually just at the end of the fight.
It is purely cosmetic.
It is because Final Fantasy players have grown acclimated to damage being attributed to floating digits in the air, which is why they get caught off guard when they get slapped in real life and they don't see numbers.
It's like, wait, that couldn't have done any damage. I didn't see numbers.
Didn't see a floating sign saying block. Now we've got Pharaoh on the Archeope Step. If you remember the Archeope Step from Final Fantasy XIII, it was a very wide and expansive part of the overall map for 13. In this game, it's still somewhat, still has a bit of size to it, but it is substantially reduced. And also very unrecognizable from its 13 counterpart.
Yeah, definitely. Also, on both of the top streams, we just saw a simultaneous Mog throw. It's just a little mechanic they added in where you can throw Mog to faraway chests, which in theory is supposed to allow you to access chests you can't access at all, but in practice we use it quite a bit just to not have to go to the side to get a chest. You just throw it like, hey Mog, you go get this, I'm gonna go continue the story, and we can meet up back later. You do have to be a little careful with though, because if an enemy spawns after throwing Mog, then you won't have your Mog clock, and it'll be automatically aggressive.
Yeah. Also, something to note with with Pharaoh there, she picked up a chest that contained a piece of equipment called the Grimoire Hat. This is actually a very important piece of equipment. Now, Pharaoh will be running a route that will not use the Grimoire Hat as either at all or as much. She might be able to give a bit of confirmation in the chat when possible. But what the Grimoire Hat does is it has the abilities of improved potions and also kill Libra. So potions by default, they will do 120 HP of healing. With improved potions, that is doubled. And then also the effect Kill Libra. Libra was an ability in 13 which revealed enemy weakness or enemy information. That ability is not in this game, but the passive ability Kill Libra is. So whenever she kills an enemy, or whenever an enemy is killed with that equipment on, you will get a bit more information. We care more about the improved potions part of it.
The creature system of this game makes it even more difficult to access a good medic than in 13, so literally for the entire game we're just going to be using potions for our healing whenever we use a medic.
Also, I feel like potions are just so much stronger in this game. Or at least the Grimoire Hat potions are so much stronger. Like, Doctor's Code potions don't really hit as strong as Grimoire Hat potions.
Yeah, the potion scaling in this game is drastically changed. When it came to 13, I believe it started to scale at 5% HP. You might be able to correct me here, but in this game it starts scaling way earlier.
I honestly don't know the numbers for 13.2. I've always been meaning to look into them, but I never did. And it's really easy to just throw a potion and see what number you get, but I never did.
And also generally the stats that your characters have are significantly lower than they would be in a 13. Like, if we look at Snow in 13, at max development he gets 30,000 HP. In this game, you'd be lucky to get either Noel or Sarah above 10,000.
Yeah, if you don't get any HP nodes Noel's max HP is 8550 and Sarah's is 6307, I think, off the top of my head. And by HP nodes, I mean if you get the HP bonuses from the large nodes, which we haven't talked about yet, because they're kind of...
It's pretty irrelevant in this run, yeah, because we sort of just spam one roll throughout our Crystarium segments. If you want to sort of give a little...
Yeah, so basically what we're talking about here is that in every stage of the Crystarium, there are 9 or 10 large nodes. I forget which one, I think 10. And if you, like, whichever role you level on that node is going to give you a different stat bonus. And if you want a strength, like strength plus 2 bonus is if you use a commando level up there, or a saboteur level up from an even level to an odd level, or vice versa, I forget which. I haven't prepared this. Magic is if you level a Ravager or a Saboteur or Synergist from odd to even. And HP is if you level Medic, Sentinel, or Synergist from odd to even. Or even odd. One of those. They're parity based, is what I mean. So if you level up only Medics on the large nodes, you're going to get more HP than you would normally by the end of the game. That said, the HP boost versus the strength magic boost, if you focus on only one of them, is pretty small for HP versus strength and magic. So Will Ferrell is my favorite comedian, guys. Speaking of Will Ferrell...
Yeah, there's a dragon enemy here is called Feral, which obviously there's a pun to be made there, and Logic will do that. But yeah, this guy's pretty scary when you watch him, but the strat itself is not super terrifying. You just want to get him close to stagger before he does this big animated attack, and then you do a few things to stay on the ground. Oh, looks like took too much damage there, so we're going to do a retry. But generally, it's just the same strat as previous things. You stagger him, buff yourself with Faith, and then you just do a bunch of calm buffered spells to kill him. It's a very tight kill, though. If you don't... if anything goes wrong, you will have to you have to stagger him and then kill him just before his stagger runs out. So
yeah, you'll note the little brief paradigm shift into malevolence during the animation there. That just gives time for Gahongas to cast Faith on Noel, and from there we're going to be using even more con buffers. This time on Blizzara Blizzaga, which Feral is weak to ice. And you can sort of see the damage Feral's HP just drop really quickly.
Also notice every other time we go into the Ravager paradigm, we have a full ATB bar. So right now it's just charging a Blizzara, and that'll get the kill. But the time before that, came back with a full one, and that's the ATB refreshing, which is the same mechanic they kept from 13.
Yeah, ATB refreshing, you get that. So that happens on the first shift, as well as every shift after that, per 12 seconds of battle time. There is one exclusion to this rule. If you are caught by the mod clock, the first shift you do will not be an ATB refresh.
There are some people that thought ATB refresh was an accidental mechanic that was like the result of some glitch or something, but the fact that if you run out of time on the mod clock and your first shift isn't an ATB refresh, it's clear that that was intentional by the designers.
Or maybe they just had a different version and they just didn't merge them properly in the code.
Zero getting caught by Yidamoda, but this time with not gremlins, but Garchimasiras, which are not as good as gremlin. They are Ravagers, but I think they get stats a lot later, so they're not worth using.
Yeah. At this point, I feel like Zero could have went ahead and basically... what he could have done here is he could have went to the Historic Crux. It's an option that you always have when you press start. So you can obviously continue the game, save the game, this game has quick save compared to 13. Or quit the game, but there's also the option to go back to the Historia Crux, which is where we access all the different areas. And when you go to the Historia Crux, it will save where you are in the level, but it will also despawn the encounter, allowing you to have a bit of a grace period.
Just want to mention right now, we can see Tonberry is currently fighting Team Chocobo, both in the race and in a fight, so a little bit of doubling down there.
Rip Team Choco, because Chocobo died.
No. Oh, there's more Chocobos later, so don't worry.
Meanwhile, Team Mog is fighting Team Mutant Tomato. It doesn't work as well.
Next relay, we'll do Team Mutant Tomato.
The green funnel.
Yeah, so we haven't talked about the plot in a while, but at this stage, what's happening is that in our main trip to Sunless Waterscape, this is in the year 300 AF, so 300 years after the fall. And we find Snow here for reasons, I guess? I don't know. But he says that the Flan are eating away at the Crystal Pillar, which is going to cause the collapse of Cocoon. And so we need to find a way to stop them from eating that Crystal Pillar. And Sarah Knoll, by wandering around, they find 2 time gates that lead to getting artifacts that are fueling the Royal Rightness and getting it stronger. One is in a Colosseum, which is really irrelevant and serves no purpose in this game, and I have no idea why it exists. And the other is the Arkhild Step, which is where we fought Pharaoh. And after we beat Pharaoh, we return back to Sunless Waterscape, and we find that this Royal Rightness has turned into a pretty small mutant tomato, which is much more easily dispatched and killed. And we have successfully saved the Crystal Pillar. Yay!
Thus, ending the plot and necessity for any future games in the series, right? Oh, wait.
And meanwhile, Snow asks Snow how old he is, and he says 18, and Snow says younger than me. That has no relevance, but I just love that line of dialogue.
Wait, is Snow, what, 20-something or 300-something?
Was he 21 in 13, or was he 23?
I think he was 21 in 13, so he's 24 in this game.
24 before he disappeared, and then he's involved in time travel shenanigans that are completely different than the time travel shenanigans that Sarah and Noel are going through.
Gradually over time in the 13 trilogy, a lot of the characters reach over 500 and some reach over 1,000 years old.
I just want to give a quick shout out to the gods of RNG for getting zeroed that Necton. So we're all through Necton. Just got Kahungas left for our last really big RNG wall.
The early RNG wall.
True.
And zeros are rather Team Choco / Zero there did another spawn there, not to try to get Necton, that's I was getting confused about, but in order to entice the spawn to set the step count to a low value so that there won't be an encounter spawn later when he's trying to get an item. Or
there's a few different conditions for spawns appearing and disappearing. So like earlier when Zero was having trouble with that aggressive spawn that he got, he was right next to the next cutscene, and so he was just like, if I can just get to this cutscene, I won't have to crux out. Cruxing out saves or loses like 30 or 40 seconds. Just unfortunately, those enemies were super aggressive and just jumped underneath went underneath where he was jumping, so there's nothing he could do. But we also see Pharaoh setting up an encounter here. You can't interact with items when there's an encounter, and so the next part of the story is a little button that you have to press. And so by setting this up, it guarantees that the button will be open to be pressed.
Yeah, Pharaoh is currently in Erba, which is really hard to tell because it's gotten quite dissolved into space-time, I guess. And the way to fix it is by downloading the Puzzles DLC pack and beating these puzzles.
Yeah, so these are puzzles that appear all around 13-2's gameplay. There are 3 different types. We will only encounter the 2 simpler forms of it, which in Brescia 005, in order to weaken Atlas, we did the platform trial, where there will be crystals and every time we walk over a platform, that platform will actually dissolve. So we have to find the path through where we can grab all the crystals and get to the end without being trapped. And then we have the one that Pharaoh's doing, which gradually restores Erba. And this is just matching the same type of crystal to one another, which isn't really a puzzle, it's just knowing what crystal links to what crystal.
Yeah, the clock puzzle later on, which we don't have to do in the speedrun, is actually quite difficult. I remember having a lot of trouble with that casually.
It is an NP complete problem. Fun fact.
Translated for anybody who doesn't know math, it's hard.
Wait, does that mean I get a $1 million prize if I manage to solve the clock puzzle? Could you imagine that? Someone just publishes a paper and it's like the P solution to the Final Fantasy XIII-2 clock puzzle, and it just solves one of the great questions in combinatorics. I don't think connect the dots is a P-complete problem. Although maybe you could say it's the traveling salesman problem, so actually maybe it is.
Oh no.
Alright, I'm now referring to this puzzle as traveling salesperson.
This is what happens when you put two mathematicians in the same room.
I went into that sentence expecting to have a different conclusion. But...
Yeah, so basically there's no better way for me to explain this other than this is the traveling salesperson problem. Unlike the clock puzzles, which for lack of a better descriptor, it's finding a Hamilton circuit in a directed graph.
Isn't it technically a graph in space-time because they change with time too? So it's even more complicated. We're in 4 dimensions.
At this point, I'm nodding my head and agreeing.
So what's the math explanation for tile puzzles? I guess you want to find a path around the neighborhood or something.
You could probably also put it in traveling salesperson terms, I'm guessing.
True.
Anyway, in Final Fantasy XIII-2, you can jump, and you can't jump in 13.
Yeah, just a little briefing to note there.
Change the subject a little bit, yeah. That was actually a thought train. I said 4 dimension. I was like, wait, 3 dimensions because we can't jump. I was like, wait, we can jump. Oh yeah.
Yeah, manual jumping exists in this game, but it's really like lame compared with the jumping and lightning returns where you could just like go on any level geography. Like in this game, the jumping is largely just like, does the game intend for you to jump on this thing? If so, jumping does something. Until you hit to a certain level, in which case this game shifts from being a RPG into a Tetris adventure hybrid. So Pharaoh is preparing for the Caius fight, which is one of the most classic fights of XIII-2, I would say. The first time you're introduced to Caius on top of the schoolhouse. He is one of those, roadblocks that a lot of people face because how do you beat him? He hits hard, he cancels his own stagger.
He also moves quite a bit, right?
Plus he's voiced by Liam Neeson, so how do you, not Liam Neeson, what am I talking about?
Liam Neeson!
I know who you're talking about.
I don't know who you are or where you come from, but I will find you and I will kill you. That's the guy. No.
I will find you and I will restore the timeline.
Is his name Liam something though?
XIII-2 would be so different if Liam Neeson was in the cast. But yeah, in this fight, so Caius could hit very hard, so once again it's not a battle of attrition, it's going to be a case of we need to kill him before he kills us. We start off here by using the Hongus' Feral Link, which is probably one of the most overpowered ones in the game, if not the most overpowered one. So once we've done that little combination there for the Feral Link, you'll see that all of our party members now have Protect, Shell, Bravery, Faith, Veil, and Vigilance. It doesn't last for too long, but because the fight's not lasting that much time, it doesn't matter. We just kill Caius after getting Stagger. And we now get a nice little bathroom break.
Hi, I'm on my break.
Sorry. This is Pharaoh.
Hi, I'm on my break. Hello.
So this is 13-2's bathroom break because it's an unskippable cutscene because it occurs in the middle of a fight. So if you were to hit the pause button right now, you wouldn't be able to skip, you would be able to retry the fight. But you have to finish this cutscene to win the fight. It's basically over. So you get to enjoy this wonderful cutscene. Also, I've been told that the guy's name is Liam O'Brien, which is pretty irrelevant because Pharaoh isn't even listening to the English voices, so such a waste.
I will play on Japanese whenever I can help it.
We're also missing out on Yule's voice, which is excellent because she basically like whispers all of her lines, and it's great.
It's too late. Japanese is
The
exactly the
timeline
same.
has already changed. If you change the future, you change the past. You can remold history as your heart desires.
That's my Yule impression.
That was...
My break is over. Bye bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
And after watching that cutscene, we now get the battle results screen. This was all part of the battle, everyone. Luckily, it doesn't actually count towards the battle time, so the battle time is still quite short. But that is essentially how a lot of the battles are now going to go, is we're just going to be getting ourselves set up with the buffs, getting the debuffs all set up, getting Stagger, and then just killing in one Stagger. Fights in this game are significantly significantly shorter than the fights in 13. But now you can now ask an important question to that traveling salesman or salesperson.
How much would the artifact sell for? So there are some dialogue decisions in this game that are even worse than the dialogue decisions that occur in other RPGs like that, where the dialogue option directly determines like some sort of outcome. In this case, it's literally just like, what line of dialogue do you want to get in response? But most of them have a joke option, and this version's joke option is how much would the artifact sell for. And basically, like, what's going on is that Sarah notices that Noel has gotten despondent after seeing Yule, which we don't know yet in the story why this is the case, but he sees a rather upset Noel, and in response, she says, "Hey, how much would the artifact sell for?"
This artifact, which is critical to the story, and selling would just completely set you back by everything you've done.
Yeah.
And of course, the correct answer is 54 gil. Speaking of 54, 540!
A good chest. That is the best chest of 13-2. Once again, a little bit of encounter manipulation here. Just need to get an encounter before we hit the few cutscenes that we will need to go to. So the area that Pharaoh is in is another Yashas Masif timeline. However, this one is known as 01X. So a few areas in this game will feature an X in their year, sort of like their year sort of number. And what this means is we have now successfully changed the past. So this is at the same time as Yashas Masif 010, but there is no eclipse. So the big question is, would hope still come here?
God, I hope so.
Adult Hope really is a cool guy, and it's a shame they put him back to being the young version in Lightning Returns. Although, as we saw, that was for a plot-related reason. So
Adult Hope is pretty fire, I have to admit.
So Zero getting D-Protega alumni as well. So 1D Choco, 2D Protega.
not only that, he staggered him right before the first slap, so this is pretty free.
Yeah, swipes take longer to hit, as well as don't do as much damage as Rungas. We still have to be a little bit careful, but we can just... once it's just out-damaging him. Another D-Protega cast comes in and just on low HP, but that wouldn't frighten us.
I think that was a Nekton kill. Let's go.
Also worth noting that after doing certain fights and also grabbing the Graviton cores, we're actually getting things called fragments. Fragments are sort of the main collectible of this game. There are 160 in total, of which most of them are okay. There are a few that are genuinely terrible. But when we actually grab fragments, we actually get given a bunch of CP as well. So instead of having to sort of farm fights for CP, the fragments that we're going to be getting are actually going to fund a lot of our Crystarium.
I also just saw, we've been seeing various chests picked up, but there was actually just a very important one that Pharaoh just got, the Unicorn Horn. It's actually for the final boss, so we're going to hang on to that really until the last phase of the last boss. It's just an item that just clears all negative status ailments, and right at the last phase he hits you with a big attack that just hits you with a bunch of negative status ailments, so we saved it for them.
Yeah.
It gets rid of all status enhancements as well.
Oh,
It's
so it's just
basically 13's Dispelga. Not to be confused with 13-2's Dispelga, which is an AoE version of Dispel, which is also not to be confused with 13's Dispel.
Yeah.
Subtle changes.
There are 3 different Dispelgas within 13 and 13-2. 13-2 is, it will dispel 1 debuff from each enemy, or it will try. In 13, it dispels all buffs and debuffs from everybody. And then the Unicorn Horn dispels all buffs and debuffs from everybody.
I actually really like the chain break mechanic in 13-2. I mean, there's a few big enemies that do that in 13, but I think just stagger and kill is a little bit too straightforward at times in 13, so having enemies that can break the stagger is really nice.
Yeah, we'll see chain break come in quite a few times.
Meanwhile, on Pharaoh's stream, it's just pretty much a little bit of a puzzle dungeon. It's more complicated than any of the puzzles in 13 because, it's sort of like Tajin's Tower, except you actually have to work out which way to turn these rooms, but it's the same every time, so from a speedrunning perspective, it's all just rote memorization.
And this version of Augusta Tower 300AF is quite linear as well anyway. It's just sort of like a single pathway that you can take. There are a couple of offshoots, but they don't matter. We're just looking to go up the main path.
Hello, friends.
Hello, Foxy.
It's Foxy's break time. He's listening about changing futures and pasts, and it's all backwards and wonderful.
Yeah, so we've got a break here for Foxy. We've got Zero now on Gahongus farming. So we've had 10th try for Pharaoh, 2nd try for Foxy. Where will Zero fare? Well, firstly,
0th try, obviously.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be 0th try. You did the joke.
We was actually looking for quite a while there just to get a fight with a Gahongus. Unfortunately,
it looks like he got the worst fight because there's 2 of the physical attack guys. There's a version of this with 2 Gahongas, so you can farm 2 per fight, but these guys can be pretty annoying.
Yeah. Much like the birds in 13, which are sort of the same species. Like, they will do attacks that interrupt and debuff and buff. Like, they can be very annoying. And also in the overworld, they are just very quick and turn really quickly. So it seems like Zero's sort of stuck in a pattern where he can't really get the preempt because he's not on the rock.
Third try, not too bad.
Yeah. So that's just a case of finishing out the rest of the fight. Little shift there into patient probing, double send Rav, just to get the attention onto Sarah whilst Noel deals the damage.
Yeah, something that is a strategy we employ quite a bit later in the run is pretty much using Sarah as a decoy. We'll eventually get a character that powers up when a character dies, and so we intentionally let Sarah draw attention and go to 0 HP, which allows us to actually finish fights quite a bit faster.
Yeah. Farrell coming to the end of her Augusta 300 as well now, so during Augusta 300 there is a code that is given to you, 7 digits long, and it's given to you 1 digit at a time. The answer is always on the square button, 1237172. So we just answer that one and we pick up an item that we will be needing to use a little bit later on. But that is one of 2 optional areas that we need to visit in this run. Well, I say optional, I mean like side areas.
Something I did just want to draw attention to, in the area that I'm in, Yasha's Massif, there is a little thing that they put into the game that I've always enjoyed, and it was the lady I just passed. In one version of the timeline, she loves cats, and in this version, she loves dogs.
That's a nice little detail.
Also, after Zero had done had gotten Gahongus, he did a quick paradigm menu there. That is the last paradigm menu you will see from all 3 of these players. There is no more paradigm changes. We will change the monsters that we use, but we will not change the paradigms themselves.
Yeah, you just take your Rav slot and slot in the commando instead, and your paradigm's technically changed, but we don't have to do a paradigm menu for it. Also mentioned here, there's a little tech we just saw from Pharaoh. If you throw Mog and he doesn't go to the place you want, you can actually just change party leaders, and that immediately returns Mog to your side.
A little sort of catch up on the story. So we have 2 different paths here which were unlocked by the Brescia Ruins. One took us to Yasha's Massif, which then took us to Erba, and then we had the other one which took us to the Sunlift Waterscape. Now that we have resolved the sort of conflicts on both sides, where we have the Eclipse and the Crystal Pillar falling, we have effectively changed the outcome of the future, and we are now entering into the next part of the overall game. We've unlocked 2 different areas here, Academia 400 and then Serendipity. Serendipity is essentially just a casino, just a glorified casino for anybody who wants to come and live the rest of their days out. For us, we want to come here to grab a couple of sort of the equivalent of the little cheat codes. So we now have what is called the improved Moogle throw, which allows us to collect items, or allows Mog to collect items just from random areas. One such area, back in the steppe, was a little flower field, where we have now just picked up our main damage dealer, Chi-Chu.
So I think Pharaoh might have made a mistake. She forgot to get the lucky coin, and I don't know what she's doing now. So
we don't need lucky coin.
I think Team Mog only needs to get lucky coin. That's where I'm at. As you can see, we're moving very quickly between different areas. We're into a totally new area now. This is Academia 400, I believe? Yeah, so we arrive here, and this is sort of in the future of Augusta Tower, and the events that we saw happening in Augusta Tower have now led to what's going on here, which is the sort of proto-Fal'Cie, the not real Fal'Cie that is supporting this city, just started turning people into Seath, and it's gone rogue, and so now we have to fight through this army of Seath and try and figure out what's going on and take down the proto-Fal'Cie Adam. So that's our goal right now. We also notice quite soon that Caius is warping around and involved in the events. So we just have to work our way through this area. In terms of the mechanics, it's quite a all these encounters are automatically aggressive, but none of the enemies are super fast. So like we did a little tech there where we moved into the zone with the enemies to draw them back. So when we enter the zone from the other side after this shop, we're able to just get through, even though it's an aggressive zone, they will be in the wrong spot, and then move on to the next area. And there's just a lot of little things like that throughout here where you get into the fight, and then in the next area you manipulate some encounter and just try and get as few encounters as you can, but it's still a little bit random.
Yeah, so Academia 400 changes up how enemy encounters are handled. So you'll see that there are actually now enemies on the world map, similar to 13. There is a bit of randomness to them when it comes to the Seath enemies, like they can spawn in random locations. There are a few that are set, but in terms of like these fencers and the cool droids that we've just fought there, they are all you will see them on the overworld map, and we can engage with them like we normally would in 13. And it's also worth noting that any encounter that you actually trigger the mod clock for in this area, you cannot escape. If you trigger the mod clock, you have to take the fight or get to one of the very rare safe zones in Academia 400.
Yeah, or one of the other things like trigger a cutscene, or I think you can Historia Crux here, right?
Yeah.
It's not. These fights are really quick, so it's actually faster to just take them than it is to go to the Historia Crux. But yeah, you can just get forced encounters. None of these encounters are particularly dangerous, though. And you also get a few possible upgrade items from them, but it's not super significant, and it's never worth grinding. So you fight what you have to, try and get through as fast as possible. Eventually we'll get to the boss. We actually already have Chi-Chu, but we don't put Chi-Chu into the party quite yet. Turns out for this first area, the extra chaining from Nekton, it makes these fights a little bit faster, but pretty soon we'll be on Chi-Chu, and he'll be an MVP for us.
Yeah, Nekton
pretty
also
soon this will be Chi-Chu Returns.
Yeah. Yeah, get used to Nekton, because he's not going to stick around for too long. In fact, it's very likely we will not see him now anymore. Yeah, there we go. Nekton has now been replaced.
Nekton has been replaced with an onion.
A little additional mechanic about the monster development as well is the infusion. We did an infusion quite early on, where we infused the Zwerd scan droid that we got given from the tutorial fight into the Nekton to give Nekton thunder. So the way that infusion works is you can infuse monsters into other monsters, and that will pass off, if they are two monsters of the same role, that will pass off different abilities. But between monsters of any role, you can pass off passive abilities. So one thing that we can do is we can actually infuse certain monsters into Chichu to give him certain passive abilities that will benefit us.
Just then we also saw Pharaoh do a safety save. We agreed to do a safety save for Zenobia, and I think, you know, you could save a little bit closer to Zenobia, but this position has the added benefit of, I think the game's been known to crash in this area, so by saving there, you get a little bit of safety in that sense also.
Yeah, 13-2's port was very poorly handled. There are performance issues, or quite a few performance issues, but also there's an always possible chance of crashing just completely out of the blue. And this is purely down to the amount of resources that 13-2 assigns itself. 13-2 uses a lot of resources, but it only assigns itself, I believe it's 2 gigabytes of GPU, and also I believe CPU.
I think the RAM is that allocation.
Yeah.
Can't you just download more RAM though?
You kind of can, because there is the 4 gigabyte mod, so you can sort of follow up this and you can download more RAM.
One of the interesting things is that, sorry, but, what is it? There's signs, I think it's, I forget where it is, but like, in 13 and 13.2, you know it's ported from the 360 version because there's references to 360 buttons, or at least the 360, like, system somewhere. I know in Lightning Returns, when you start a new game, there is an indicator very early on that says, like, do not turn off the PS3 system when the autosave indicator is there. When you're playing the Steam version. So, so yeah, Square rarely put the poor in port.
So I mentioned earlier that ATB refreshing is an important mechanic, and it does continue to be, or sorry, animation canceling I wanted to mention. And it's actually going to be extremely important in the next boss fight, Zenobia. And it's going to be important for one character in particular, and that's Chichu. And to animation cancel, what you really got to look for is for the animation of the attack to be happening. And so that's when you shift and you get your ATB refresh, animation cancel directly in your next attack. Unfortunately, Chichu's animation is he walks up to them and smashes his face into them, and that's it. So you kind of just gotta look at the damage numbers and try and keep track of how many times he's poked them with his face. And on the last face poke, you shift paradigms. And in this fight in particular, it's super important because Chichu is the one that's going to be interrupting him, or keeping the interruption during the paradigm shift. And so you need that ATB refresh, or that animation cancel, to maintain interruption on Zenobia and stop him from regenerating to his initial phase, which is a big time loss. Right now, Pharaoh is just doing these 2 battles, which are just against a couple stronger Seath, which is leading up to Zenobia. But Zenobia himself is a pretty tough guy. He spawns with some sort of tentacle boss monsters that protect him, and you have to take those down first. And once those get taken down, then you can just go into a typical pattern of chaining. You'll buff yourself with your Pharaoh Link with Gahongas, debuff with Sarah. Sarah's our Saboteur, and then we'll reach a point where he's going to be just totally naked and we're doing max damage, and then you have to do damage until you reach a threshold where he will actually want to do that regeneration, and then at that point you have to maintain your stagger interruption for the rest of the fight. And so this is one of the bigger difficult things that you have to get right in order to not lose time, so we'll be seeing Pharaoh do that shortly.
We're also again seeing a lot of buffering here, especially with Aroga Aurora. Aroga takes quite a lot of time to actually do its main damage tick, so we can actually fit in another spell after it to get the comm buffer on both of those spells instead of just one.
So the defensive stance is done. We've taken care of the tentacles. Then we try to chain them up, buffing with Kahongas. His attacks aren't that scary. He doesn't have a ton of cut, and we have vigilance anyway, so we're not going to get interrupted or anything. But it's really tough to, you gotta, as the camera swings around, just pay attention to what Chi-Chi's doing, and just watch him just poke away. Poke, poke, poke. Looks like next string we're going for the interruption. Perfectly executed. Zenobia down. We were watching the runners do practice, and Zero in particular was doing quite a bit of practice on this fight. This is one of the biggest places to lose time. Like other fights, if you mess up a little bit, you just go a little bit slower, but you have to basically, you almost have to redo the fight from the beginning, and I think some people even retry the fight if you fail that interruption. So
yeah, if Zenobia does go into defensive stance, he'll bring up the Balafai again, and they will actually do harder hitting abilities. Like they'll start doing stuff like Aroga, or they'll start trying to cast certain debuffs like Pain and Fog.
something else that changed in 13 is they did a little bit of polishing on the battle results stars, and so in 13 speedrun you get 5 stars in every single fight, and it's not even close except for the ones that you intentionally mess up. But in 13-2 it's not totally trivial to get 5 stars in everything.
It's mostly because target time is set for each fight instead of being based on your stats and stuff, which is why in the Pharaoh seems to have internet issues.
Ooh, yeah. Or her... Oh. It's either internet issues or her game has just crashed entering Augusta Tower 200. Ah, her game crashed.
Oh, it crashed! Uh-oh.
But luckily she got a save. She got a save off from being in the Historia Crux.
Yeah, so it could have been a lot worse. I thought it was internet, just... I don't know.
Nah.
That was the concern.
13-2. The story so far, Kupo?
Yeah, so we talked about the safety save earlier, but in fact 13-2 does do a lot of auto-saving. So the manual save there was partly because there wasn't auto-saves for a while at that point, but every time you go to the Historia Crux, the game auto-saves, and basically whenever you start a new fight, the game auto-saves as well.
That's the Tower 200 being a problem before it even gets to the part which is the major problem.
I had a little bit of a brain fart there. I was watching Foxy's stream, and he was at the point where Pharaoh saved. So I was like, wait, did she load her save from before? It's like, oh no, I'm just watching a different stream here. Okay.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Zero is fighting Feral. One thing I'll mention that we didn't say before is that this is a slightly newer version of the strat where you start the fight off with strikes instead of spells. We don't really use strikes too much, but in this fight, we use them for a very funny reason, which is that it helps with the positioning. So Noel runs in with his strikes, and then that puts him closer to Feral, and when he does his big animated attack, for some reason that pushes Noel much further away, and so now Noel and Sarah are split up positionally, and that means that his Auroras will only hit one character, and it makes it safer and easier.
But he hasn't quite got the kill in one stagger here. Now that ability, Great Roar, comes in. Sarah is now dead, and he just gets kill. But it does start to show a bit of the danger if a fight.
We did get the kill, so
a little bit long.
Shoutouts to positioning, a very important mechanic that you would not really pay
Foxy
attention
did a
to.
slightly safer strat there. He did a little bit more stagger chain duration so that he can have the safer stagger, and so Zero's just did the other thing there, which is, you know, less chain duration, and unfortunately didn't quite kill. And I just mentioned because they also coincidentally had the exact same time of 59, so I just thought it was funny they did different things but ended up at the same place.
The illusion of choice.
And you were saying about positioning logic?
I lost track. I got interrupted. So I'm basically an enemy that got staggered.
Positioning in battle.
Oh yeah, shout out to positioning, because if the Noel wasn't that far back, he would have taken the damage from that roar. And yeah, so positioning is a mechanic that you probably don't pay attention to casually because you can't really do anything directly in battle to influence it. You only get it through actions such as attacks throwing you to other sides of the arena, or like very small steps if you start a spell and back up 2 steps and then cancel it or something like that. But it's a really big mechanic in 13 and 13-2, and by lightning returns, Square kind of recognized that it was a big thing, so they allow you to move lightning around in the field, but they also decided that lightning should move at a snail's pace if you do that. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Also, if you suffer from like motion sickness or anything, don't look at the top left screen.
Yeah, I really did not like this part.
Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking with like the camera on this on these elevator fights, but they just sort of have it go all over the place. It doesn't help when you're sort of trying to keep an eye as well on the Orion just to see if you can spot catching one. Obviously, we can see it on the result screen when we get the drops, but it definitely doesn't make it easy to pay attention.
Capturing the Orion in particular is quite nice. If you do get the Orion capture, you can give Adrenaline to Chichu later on, which is a 20% damage boost when he's in green HP, which makes several fights significantly faster. Usually when you report on a run, the highlights are how many times for Nekton, how many times for Gahongas, did you get Adrenaline? And then you might mention how many aggressive encounters you got. Those are really the big sources of variance.
Yeah, like the 3 main questions are you doing a 13-2 run? What debuffs did you get? How many debuffs? No. Straight up for yes, volley 1. It didn't work.
Hold on.
What's your favorite prog rock band? What is your favorite Pixar movie? And what is your favorite Metallica song?
Oh, no.
Volley 1. I think this might be why you go by Bradley now, huh?
It started it. It definitely kick-started it.
Did it fund? Oh, because you kick-started. I was thinking kick-started.
Yeah, you two are barrel ass.
Alright, so we are now in Augusta Tower proper. This is another heavily aggro area in terms of spawns, and so it's going to be quite annoying having to navigate it. In addition to that, it's a bit of a maze. At least on this floor, most of the maze is set up by just hitting these control panels on the middle platform and then running around afterwards. On the second floor, it gets a little worse than that. But you are constantly bombarded by potentially aggro encounters. Annoyingly, you kind of want to have some of the aggro encounters, or at least, maybe, I don't know. Because, as we said, Adrenaline is what you would like to have. You can only get Adrenaline if you capture a Viking or an Orion, and those are in aggro spawns. Now, there were some that occurred in the elevator fights, so if you were so lucky to get one from an elevator fight to this point, then you don't have to worry about these aggro spawns. Otherwise, if you haven't gotten it yet, then, like, I guess you kind of maybe want to fight it, but it's also slow, so I don't know. I guess the route is to not get it and hope for it or some shit. I don't know. But, yeah, basically, like, we're just gonna run around and do things in order to get access to floor 54.
Yeah. There was a runner named Conry who was and definitely still is very good at this game. But he was also playing around with this sort of idea of catching Orion, but also catching Dragoon. So whilst Orion and Dragoon can both get you adrenaline, Dragoon can also get you a passive ability called Feral Speed 2. What Feral Speed does is it decreases the time it takes for the Feral Link to recharge. In fact, we have a piece of equipment that we can, I believe we picked up and can equip, called the Hypno Crown. And this also gives our party members Feral Speed 2. But basically what Conry was playing around was actually leveling the Dragoon, getting Feral Speed 2, and then giving that to the Gahongus. And then we still had the Orion, which we could just give adrenaline to Chi-Chu.
Would that just let you like use Gahongas in 1 or 2 more fights or something, I guess?
Yeah, it would allow you to sort of use it a lot more freely. And it will also does solve a slight issue come like the end game, where if we have certain things and we don't have certain things, it can end up being a problem with the feral links. But yeah, if that ends up being something that you can, 1, afford to go for, and 2, sort of recognize you might need, then you can use it as a sort of get out of jail free card.
I gave the 13 soundtrack a shout out a few times when I was commentating that, and I also want to mention they do use a few tracks from 13, but I do quite like the music that they add in this game. There's some very good atmospheric stuff, and I also wanted to just mention that, you know, Farah was on a hot mic, and so we got to hear a little bit of her humming rendition of the Erba soundtrack just before the Kai's fight. So if you heard that, that was Farah talking.
Just gentle humming in the background.
Hey, I do the same thing, but I want push to talk, so
yeah,
I'm not running, so I can not. But it was beautiful. Thank you.
But to be fair, the music in Erba is just nice to hum along.
Yeah, I think it's there's different localizations. It's either Village and Void or Ruined Hometown in English.
Yeah. I don't actually know any of the music names.
A lot of them are just what you'd think. It's like, no, Sunleth Waterscape is the one. Or no, actually, I think they do have unique names for the vocal tracks.
Also, I kind of like how all 3 people have chosen different outfits for all their characters.
So we have different cosmetics, which is nice, but I'm kind of disappointed that we haven't been naming Chi-Chu. I mean, like, if you're not naming Chi-Chu Berry, what's the point? Seriously.
I don't know if you can name the monsters Mog, Choco, and Tonberry. You might be able to name them Mog and Chocobo and Tonberry, but I don't know.
I have never tried.
I've scrolled on the list of names.
Now is the
funny,
perfect
but I don't know
opportunity to
exactly.
check. Every runner, pause your game and do it right now.
We've already had 2 runners derail their 13-2 experience by doing cosmetics. We will not derail it by changing monster names. Although it is a bit sad, I don't think either Pharaoh or Foxy got the mini Flan figurine. But unfortunately their Chi-Chu is just a standard Chi-Chu.
It's not a Tuma. It's a mini flag. Yeah, so ideal Augusta Tower is 0 extra encounters, right? Pharaoh's gotten about, I don't know, 54?
Yeah, this is Augusta Tower 200. Short hallways, aggressive enemies. Fun time had by all.
Logic, as always, your sense of humor is staggering.
It really does. He just changed the jokes together really well.
I mean, I was gonna do a chain. I just got ravaged there.
I'm feeling feral after all these jokes.
And we do not apologize for the humor that is had during this run.
Many of the 13 trilogy runners share interests that include bad jokes and math, so you're gonna get a lot of both with that.
Zero's coming up to his Caius fight. Foxy is on his motion simulator battles. Pharaoh's on her way to floor 54.
These fights, if you've been paying attention, can actually get a little scary. Like, she almost died in one of the fights, but it's a situation where when you die, it just puts you outside the fight, so it's almost the same. Like, you got the game over animation, but dying is totally fine too. The only real consequence is you don't get the chance for the adrenaline drop, but that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of, the weird thing is that if you do like lose the ability to retry the fight, it doesn't mean that if you die you can't retry it and it's game over. You can still retry if you die. So don't worry about that like I did in my first playthrough of this game.
Yeah, in certain instances it is actually faster to die.
That's why we say dying is generally slower than not dying, but not always. Also, Pharaoh did get adrenaline, so that'll make several of these later fights a little bit faster.
Yeah. But now she is on the top floor of the Augusta Tower. Just after beating that great behemoth. But again, it was just sort of... we chain, Choo-Choo does damage, great behemoth dies. The general thing about enemies in 13-2, I think I've said this previously, but they just have significantly less HP than the enemies in 13. And Zero gets a break.
So Protofelsi-Adam, which is actually based off of the Anima fight in Chapter 2 of Final Fantasy XIII. And in fact, I believe that originally Protofelsi-Adam was supposed to appear not as Protofelsi-Adam per se. I think it was Nemesis actually was its name, but it was going to be in DLC for 13. But at some point Square Enix was like, you know, instead of making DLC, we have a lot of unused content here. Why don't we just pack them together and release it as 13-2?
Yeah, so the cut DLC from Final Fantasy XIII was the 7th arc, which would have been a basically what I can take is just a harder version of what the 5th arc was for Chapter 10. But it'd be like one that you could access during like the open world part, and then yeah, that had the Falsi Nemesis as the boss, but that was scrapped. And Nemesis became the Proto-Falsi.
After this fight is another set of dialogue options that are rather funny. Actually, speaking of which, there's a dialogue option at that gate that Zero just ran up to, but we cutscene skip past it. But it's also one of my favorite dialogue options, where Sarah's response is, were you saying something? I wasn't paying attention. Anyway. Yeah, there's a dialogue option that occurs after the Proto-Falsi-Adam fight. And it's really interesting because it presents itself as kind of a joke, like none of these actually matter, and then there's like one obvious joke response, and it's clearly not the answer. The question is basically, how do you deal with infinitely spawning atoms? And the correct answer is to yell at Hope.
Yeah, and if you press the wrong answer, you just have to fight another atom over and over until you get the right answer. And if you're like me and you're casual, you're like, there's no way yell at Hope is the right answer. And you do the other 3 first. You have to fight Adam 3 times.
Yeah. Luckily, the Adam refight is just the same as the first fight, so it's simple. Just just focus on Adam. But yeah, and the reason why Scream at Hope works when it comes to the story, so if Adam is building himself, essentially acting like a bit of a bootstrap paradox, we could literally we can communicate with Hope to just never make Adam. So the way that we ended up defeating Adam was making it so that Adam never existed.
Or to put it more simply, Adam is constantly going over the recursive definition. We could just bypass that entirely by getting rid of the initial condition.
Meh.
We spend so much time looking at an plus 1 equals a function of an, we never stop to think, what if a1 is not? Alright.
So I also wanted to mention, someone in chat asked about Caius's weapon, and this is actually an interesting one because that specific weapon comes back into LR, and if you remember, that gets equipped to Lightning in late game and is actually one of the MVPs of the run. It lets you break stagger much quicker in a lot of fights, so it's kind of cool to see. We're fighting against it now, but it's on our side later on in the series.
Yeah, the weapon NLR is Chaos's Revenge, and it has quick stagger 75%.
Yes.
Pharaoh's return to Academia 400 in order to pick up a Graviton Core, which we've silently been picking up to this point, and also to use a wild artifact to go to what seems like an optional area, but is actually necessary in order to pick up another wild artifact. Or sorry, not wild artifact, Graviton Core. And it's going to feature one of the best soundtracks of all time.
I did mention this track yesterday, so I'll be preparing for this moment.
I tried. The answer is no. I can't rename it to Mog, Choco, or Tonberry. You're welcome.
I'm trying.
If Tonberry lose the relay by about 3 seconds, we can blame Foxy for checking the monster.
You can blame Roosta for asking.
And you can blame Foxy for being foxy about it.
Okay, rude.
In seriousness, all 3 runners have been pretty solid so far.
Yeah.
Shoutouts to these runners. Be sure to follow them. Twitch.tv/Daspharaoh, Twitch.tv/FoxySaucado, Twitch.tv/ ZER not SKAR_I.
Zero Scar I.
Generally, if you just want a Final Fantasy speedrunning following pack, just follow all of the runners throughout this entire thing. Follow all the runners, follow all the commentators, and if they still stream, that's great. If they don't, then hey, you still follow them.
Hey Roosta, how's your head?
I don't know. I'm just wondering if I can ride this Chocobo.
Well, you better start banging it!
There we go.
Gas him up with the greens and let him go.
I don't think we're going to hear Pharaoh humming this one.
and unfortunately we don't hear it for very long in the speedrun. There are speedruns of the essentially full completion category 160 fragments, where you get to hear that music a lot more. So if you ever want an excuse to watch 160th that isn't just watching 160th, it's for Crazy Chocobo. But yeah, we went to that optional side area there just to pick up a another Graviton core. That is Graviton core number 5, which will now become relevant in this area here, which is Academia 4XX. So this is the same Academia that we were in before, same timeline, or same time, 400, but we're in a different timeline now where the Proto-Falsi never existed, which meant that there was no Seath sort of apocalypse, or no Seath that were made as sort of a defense mechanism for Noel and Sarah's intrusion.
And as a byproduct, we also don't have rain clouds, because that was a factor, I guess.
We don't need atmosphere. We can just enjoy sunny skies.
A somewhat funny thing you can do here is just throw Mog off the side. So I'm hoping Foxy will take a moment to just throw Team Mog off over the side of the rail here.
Yeet!
Typically you try and get items with that, but I think if you don't line it up, you end up just getting 1 gil, so...
I think Roosta is just trying to actively sabotage Foxy's run at
I'm
this
literally
point.
6 minutes ahead of PB, and I am throwing Mog for content.
Literally throwing for content, let's go.
Yeah, let's see if Foxy decides to try the new route of going to Brescia 300 to catch a...
No, that's not.
If that encounter that you got there gave you adrenaline, I would have just totally taken credit for it.
I've had adrenaline for the last 6 encounters.
Oh, you have had it, so this is just unlucky.
This is just you.
This is just Augusta.
Alright, so...
Also,
we have successfully handed in 5 Graviton cores.
Yeah.
We're also going to
Pharaoh's
throw
no
Mog
farmer.
into this active sphere projection of Cocoon, I guess. In order to get 1 gil. This 1 gil is very important because the gil grind is pretty tight and we have to make sure we can afford the final shop. So we have to get 10 more gil from this.
Just kidding. We're looking for a silver chocobo.
It's something like a 50% chance for
Yeah.
this throw to work. Kind of annoying. There we go, we got the Silver Chocobo, which is going to have the last passive ability we want to throw onto Chi-Chu, but we're not going to throw it in right away. Mostly because we don't open up the menu for a while. But in terms of the story, there's actually, we've kind of ignored the lore for a while, but the long story short is that we now know that Caius intends on doing something to destroy the Crystal Pillar, I guess. And so, Hope and Alyssa, who have also managed to time travel, but not really. They've used, like, time capsules to kind of just sleep in a crystal, but not really crystal stasis. I don't know. It's just they're here now. Make it make sense. But anyway, Alyssa's like, hey, I found this time gate portal that allows you to open up this totally not suspicious gate that's right over here. So we're gonna go up to this totally not suspicious gate that's right over here, and we're going to enter it. And oh no, it's booby trapped! Oh no!
Yeah, so the game does give you a little warning there if you're like casually playing. And yeah, you want to make sure you are entering that gate when you are absolutely ready, because this little part of the game, both Sarah and Noel are going to now be split up.
And the game doesn't exactly make it 100% clear what happened, but Alyssa was not supposed to be alive. She was actually on the Purge train in 13 and died there. But after what happened with Caius and how the timelines have been kind of screwed up and how Sarah and Noel are trying to fix them, Alyssa's currently alive, but she recognizes that if she lets Sarah and Noel do what they're doing, she's going to eventually not exist anymore because she's not supposed to exist. So she's kind of working with Caius to stop Sarah and Noel. It's not really obviously stated, and she stops existing after this point. Like, you don't see her later, so, but it's kind of a really interesting, like, betrayal.
Yeah, and even if you revisit Academia 4XX, if you speak to Hope, he'll explain, like, Alyssa is on some errands that she needs to do. Essentially, what that all boils down to is she was fine with betraying Noel and Sarah, but she didn't actually want to betray Hope.
Anyway, so Sarah and Noel are split up, and Sarah is currently in the Void Beyond, and meeting with a lot of Yules who are actually Yules from different time periods. It's not that there's one Yule that's time traveling, it's that there are multiple people with the name Yule and the same appearance with the same gift, because that makes complete sense. But they're all talking to Sarah from their time period, but through the Void Beyond, which is timeless, and kind of explaining kind of what's going on with them. And at the end of this rainbow of the Void Beyond, there is a fight against Caius, which is kind of problematic because we don't have Noel. We only have Sarah and a monster. Whatever shall we do? Beat it up, I guess? Not hard.
Turned out Chi-Chu is pretty strong.
Yeah, the Caius fight, again, doesn't have a lot of HP. We throw a lever scope at the start of the fight just to reveal the fact that, firstly, to stop Chi-Chu from doing ruins at the start of his strength, but also just to reveal the resistance to physical, which then actually plays a part into one of Chi-Chu's abilities called Armor Breaker, where essentially Chi-Chu will get a strength bonus against enemies that are having or resisting physical attacks or physical abilities.
That fight in particular against Caius is one of the bigger differences when you have Adrenaline. It can get a little scary because he does do quite a bit of damage, and he can kill Sarah. And if Sarah dies, she's the only main party member there, so you do lose the fight then. However, with Adrenaline, it's pretty free, so... Zero just picked up Chi-Chu himself, so we'll be seeing soon whether he gets Adrenaline, but so far we've gotten Adrenaline on all the runs.
Zero also got the mini Flam figurine, so no pressure.
There are the overworld cosmetics, and there's also cosmetics you can put on your characters, including the monsters, in battle. So you can put like a Sarah mask on and stuff, and it's pretty funny.
I lost 1 minute and 23 seconds to that split. I'm going to blame most of it on Augusta 200, but 15 seconds is reserved for Roosta.
You know, compared to what happened in my TZA run, I'll take 15 seconds.
I'm pretty sure it's in the speedrun rules that if you lose time due to Roosta, you could just subtract it from your final time.
No, so that means all other runners have to stop, just it's the Roosta tags.
If Roosta enters your chat and tells you to do something, by God, you do it!
Yeah.
I have had 1 or 2 good ideas in the past. We don't have to talk about throwing Log off of Augusta Tower, though.
The last relay I was in, I did that, and it was a total meme, and that's okay. So I don't blame you. I would have done it anyway.
How it's Zero and Foxy being in the same map right now, by the way.
Yeah, that
Not really high-fiving because they're on opposite sides of academia, but you know.
Yeah.
They're in the same time zone at the time.
So this is also a little thing to explain is another route change as well. So whilst we have a route change from Pharaoh compared to the other two, where she won't be using the Grimoire hat, where Foxy and Zero are, there's also a route change here for Academia 400, depending on when you want to head to that optional area. So you can head to the optional area, which is Yasha's Massif 100, early on the first visit to pick up that Graviton Core, or you can do what both Pharaoh and Foxy have already done, which is revisit Academia 400 and then grab the Graviton Core after Augusta 200.
Thank you for explaining that, because my brain is so fried from my own run. I was pulling up the notes and I'm like, oh wait, who gets the wild artifact where and goes when? But I'm glad you were paying enough attention to explain that.
Yeah, like there are a couple of wild artifacts that we can pick up, depending on what route we're doing. I know for early.
So this is late Graviton Core. If you do early Graviton Core, you have to grab a wild artifact off the back of Enlil, who's the goodest boy we never see because we do late.
Yeah, I saw all three runners skip the cutscene for Enlil, so we didn't get to ride him.
Yeah, I know it's. Well, I think for that wild artifact, when you're doing early, it's close between the Sunlift one off of Enlil, or it's actually the one in Erba 200 that you could pick up.
The other one's Augusta 200. You'd
And
saw
then-
it to the left-hand side when you would normally go right.
Yeah, and then Augusta 200 is the one you pick up for late.
So far in the game, we've had Noel traveling with us in the past, but now for the first time we are in Noel's original timeline, which is 700 years into the future as the world is ending. And so we get a very depressing scene here with Barren World and a darker soundtrack. We get to hear Yule's theme, which is a very downbeat song.
Yeah. Essentially, Noel is the last human to ever be born.
And now we have to fight Caius with Noel by himself. Wait. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wait. Is something happening with Pharaoh's controller? Like... She
No,
keeps running
she's
up
like,
and
no,
attacking,
no.
but not finishing the string. Like, what? Oh no! Oh no! She died! Oh no!
Yeah, that fight there doesn't matter if you win or lose. If you win, you get a piece of equipment called the Martyr's Emblem, but that doesn't help us in the speedrun. It sells for Gil, but we can't really beat Caius anyway, so might as well just not bother.
You literally attack him just to move Noel closer to Caius so that he dies faster, so yeah.
It's actually not that hard of a fight, though. Like, what you're supposed to do is to just tank Caius's opening attacks, and then Caius just does nothing for 30 seconds, giving enough time to, like, chain and stagger and attack.
Yeah.
You do have to do that for 160F, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
You need the Bestiary entry, which you can only get if you beat Caius. And you have to do it twice, because you need the Paradox Scope Caius.
Yeah, so 160F is the sort of completionist category of this game. 160 fragments, which is all of them. So you kind of got to do the whole game, some new game plus, and just go around and collect everything, including one very RNG intensive one that I mentioned as a joke earlier, which is the Lucky Coin.
Lucky Coin. It's literally RNG.
And now we are in.
We call things in speedruns like RNG, but it's literally you sit at a slot machine and you push the button. So.
Yeah, it's like playing slots. I mean, it is playing slots.
Yeah.
Anyway, Gogmagog's return. Gogmagogaga.
Yes, so this Gog is quite a bit different than the other two that we fought, because this is actually the full form. And you might be noticing that Gog is actually debuffing himself. Now, there's a reason to this. If we didn't kill him as quickly as we do in the speedrun, once he's done with debuffing himself, he can actually do a move where he passes all of those debuffs off to the party. So it is very important that we do get that kill as quickly as we do.
Yeah, that ability is called Know You. Ooh, Metella Cactuar! Nice! The single aggro in this map.
Yeah. A rare spawn as well.
And if you get trapped, it's a really annoying fight because what Metella Cactuar does is it does 3 attacks that cast Daze on the 3 party members in succession, and then nopes out.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't even kill you, he just, like, nopes away.
It's
actually fine for 160F because you still get the bestiary entry because you still technically won.
Oh, that's nice. I was just going to mention really quick for Gog Gamma, when you're a speedrunner like me and you didn't really do the game casually, that fight you just do the same thing every time, and then one time he gets the attack off, and it's like, what was that? Why did I die? This fight's the same every time. What's happening? It's just really a shock when it happens.
Ooh, mini flan figurine on 0.
Yeah.
It's not a Tuma.
He did the thing. I am proud of him for doing the thing.
It's very quick to equip, and it's very funny. You can just look on top of Chi-Chu's head on Choco's stream, and you can see the mini flan on top of Chi-Chu.
I reckon Mog and Tonberry should stop for a few minutes just to admire that. I'm joking, by the way. You two are doing great.
I'm not. Stop.
Now we have nope, sorry, not. We have Casitas round 2. That's what it is.
Yeah.
I lost track of the fight there.
Yeah. The strange thing about these fights is that the first fight is technically harder than the second.
First fight has Casitas and an Elapsy. Second fight has a Casitas.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all the same. They're all flying, shambling seas.
Yeah. Well, there's not really a lot to say on Pharaoh's perspective here. The Dying World is a very, very large area. I think it's actually pretty comparable to the Arcot Steppe from 13 in terms of how big it is. But it is such a it's a very bland area as well. It's just a lot of grey and black, and it's a very long run.
I mean, it's literally a dying world, so I think it fits with the theme at least.
I think it would have been cool if, like, a dying world was like a reskinned 13 Arcot Steppe or something like that, where it's like the same geography, but so much worse looking because everything's dead. But I mean, that's just me.
It could have been the Arcot Steppe, just like.
I guess I didn't want to use too much.
Yeah. But now that we're out of a dying world, we are back in New Bodom. It's been quite a while since we were like properly in New Bodom. Like we were.
Yeah, it's been 697 years.
Yeah. Like we had a moment. We were momentarily in New Bodom during like the split up part, but that was sort of Sarah's dream or sort of cognition of New Bodom 003, where we had lightning.
Actually, sorry.
Like where we had lightning on the pier, and you could actually choose to go with lightning and just completely abandon the journey, which would then put you in an alternate timeline of 003 where lightning is not inside the crystal pillar. For certain, and everybody's happy. Except Noel.
I still think that should be any percent. You know, you beat the game. Just call it there, and then we can make this good end percent or something.
Yeah, technically any percent should just get any ending, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
So like the true any percent is to beat Unweakened Atlas.
Oh no.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm with it. Let's go.
It works, but like, good luck. Have fun.
I also wanted to mention, I just saw Zero. He completed Zenobia, excellent execution. He also did a slightly different strategy than the others. He used Meteorite at the end to do a big... I think Meteorite just does more damage, right?
It does a good amount of damage. It's the feral link for Chi-Chu. Compared to Gahongus, it's not as useful, but it's certainly useful for just getting that extra bit of damage.
Yeah, there's a few fights where if you're short, you can just use it. We used it on Kai. Actually, coincidentally, Foxy used it right after Zero, so we got to see 2 Meteorites in a row, but got the extra damage there. But you know that stops the interruption, but it did enough damage that the last round of spells finished Zenobia off.
Yeah.
Alright, now time for the final dungeon, which is a great area. Square Enix had a team of programmers that were trying to decide whether the final dungeon should be a Tetris type map or a platformer, and the head developer was like, why not both?
¿Por qué no los dos?
Yeah, so this is the last area of the game. It's still quite a long area. We've got a boss fight in the middle, and then that leads to the final boss gauntlet. And just before this, she went back to Serendipity and picked up a couple more fragment skills. She picked up the skill for buying things for a reduced price, as well as being able to jump further. And being able to jump further will definitely help, just to not make any mistakes and fall off these platforms.
We're also doing the very last Crystarium. Wait, is there? No, there's... This is the last one, right? There's no more Chi-Chu at the end, or is there?
There's Chi-Chu at the end, yeah.
Okay, never mind.
The stats that you get from this Crystarium is pretty inconsequential, but there's a few critical abilities that you can pick up here. So we just got Fringe Ward, but I think we're also going for Reprieve, which is very important on 1 HP, as long as you weren't in red HP before the last attack hits you. So there's an attack coming up which is able to one-shot us, but with Reprieve, as long as Snow is in Sentinel, he'll be able to survive. We also intentionally... Noel, sorry. And we intentionally let Sarah be weaker here. As I mentioned before, we're going to be letting her die. The upgrade that we're doing here with the Silver Chocobo gives Ally KO Power Surge, which just makes Chi-Chu go nuclear when Sarah dies.
Ally KO Power Surge is a passive ability that existed in 13, by the way. It was a vanilla weapon of the Misteltein. But it's generally not useful in that game because Vanille's not really that strong and it's not that helpful for her to get stronger with an ally dying. But in 13-2, it's really powerful, mainly because it allows you to avoid having to level up all of your party members equally, focusing on only the strongest character of all time, Chi-Chu. Yes, we can rebuild him and make him stronger.
And something to note about Chi-Chu's stats, like right now he has over 600 strength, which if we compare that to Noel's magic, Noel only has about 170 magic. So Chi-Chu is doing significantly more damage. And we've only had him about a third of the time we've had Noel.
You may have noticed we more or less stopped the comp buffering when we got Chi-Chu. It got to the point where it wasn't even worth it. It's just let Chi-Chu get his strings. But we're coming up on one of the next major bosses for Pharaoh, which is the Pacos twins. This fight is a pretty interesting one. They are 2 enemies that are separated, and they have different elemental weaknesses. You basically want to take one down and then the other, but the thing that makes the fight interesting is once one goes down, the other starts a timer for when it splits into another version of the one that you took down. And so the real key thing here is trying to take down the second one as fast as possible. So you try and set it up so that you can go in immediately once the first one goes down. And it's one of those fights that can really spiral out of control if you don't do enough damage, because they'll split, and then you won't be doing damage, and then they'll split, and you can lose time really quickly. So this was the other fight I saw Zero practicing before the run, because, yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Pharaoh, Sarah did die a little bit too soon, so she's had to revive her. And a difference between the Phoenix Downs of 13 and 13-2, Phoenix Downs actually give Protect and Shell upon revival, so unfortunately Sarah actually becomes harder to kill. But that meant that she wasn't able to stop the split, and unfortunately the split actually happened at quite high HP. Like when one of the Pathos twins does split, it will revive the other one with the same amount of HP as the one that is currently splitting. Also, a slight intricacy or something to note about the flame strikes that Noel is doing. So they actually chain slightly better than regular spells do, purely because Noel's flame, elemental strikes hit twice, and they both actually have the bonus of the roll bonus, as well as both chaining quite evenly.
Another thing to watch out for Paco's twin is I think they both have a 90% chance to drop a Scarletite, and so you really want the 2 Scarletites because they sell for quite a bit, and if you don't get the Scarletites, you get extra gil to finish this next menu. We also see that Pharaoh had, when Noel jumps, he actually turns yellow. This is another one of those sort of almost like cheat code skills that Bradley mentioned earlier. And it's just improved jump. And it just, when you jump up in the air, you sort of hover for a little bit longer, and it makes the puzzles in this area significantly easier.
Anyway, we've got Foxy doing Gog Gamma. Looks like Gog actually went for a few physical attacks, which meant that he didn't rive as much, so there was no fear of getting any debuffs there. But if Gog Gamma does often go for the swipes and for Crimson Flames, he can actually do quite a bit of damage.
There must be a hint somewhere. Let's go back to where Yule was before.
The encounter rate on these academia platforms is really, really high. And at least in my casual experience, the difficulty of these enemies went up drastically. I went from having no problem to just all of these enemies killing me really quickly.
Yeah, the end game enemies are a little bit stronger than sort of all of the other enemies, but they're sort of stuck in between enemies that are simple enough to kill, but then we also have sort of like the actual super bosses of the game.
You may notice there are little cactuar statues on some of these platforms. Those are basically checkpoints. By touching them, you make it so that if you fall off the platform, you'll teleport back to that point. Some of the platforms have fixed enemies, like that platform that we're just on had a behemoth, and it's always the same behemoth that spawns in the same place. Some of them are totally random, though.
Yeah. Yeah, there's there's 2 platforms which will always spawn a big bird or a big fish. There's a platform which will spawn the proto-behemoth with 2 Schrodingers. And then we've got another platform which will spawn wood wraiths, which is, I'm going to try and remember here, we got Tezcatlipoca, which I believe is the big one, but then we also have Mekitsli and Zolotl, which are the small ones. I might not be quite correct, but I tried.
You also may notice that Pharaoh was standing still at the exact point that she landed on that platform. That's just a step count thing. Since the encounter rate's so high, you really just don't want to take any unnecessary steps. And if something spawns on a platform, you have to remain on the platform until you have to either get away from it or fight it. And so if you spawn something, then you might just have to crux out if there's no exit at that point in the map.
Yes, this is sort of the forced bird encounter we go up against the Epcalu. It's the similar species as the Orbons or the Dagamites from 13, but resized just a little bit. And it's quite a quick fight. It doesn't matter if we win it or lose it. If we end up losing, then that's whatever. It's a little bit of time loss. If we kill it, then go us. Oh, actually, got the rare drop. Magical Crest, so that's actually quite helpful. Just confirms the guild a little bit more.
I did not know there was a red drop that was relevant there.
It's just a little bit of money. I don't know if it makes a difference if you have one Scarlet Tite.
I know it's 6,000 gil, which, to be fair, in this game, 6,000 gil is pretty significant. I don't know if that amounts in... Maybe... Probably doesn't amount in anything. But we'll see.
Farrah's about to go for a pretty scary looking tech. You'll see that she's going to be jumping over the void, but she'll just greet the platform as it appears below her. There's a much scarier tech that I don't think people go for these days, but it's possible to stand on one of a platform that's about to go up, and then it'll push you up, and as you go around, you'll warp through to the other side of it and land where you're supposed to end up. But if you mess that up, then you fall and lose a lot of time, so I think you save that for not being in a marathon.
I'm caught once by the behemoth there, which is quite good. That can generally be a very, very tricky encounter to avoid, plus the fact that it will always spawn on your first step. Step count in this area, Academia 500, sort of just goes out of the window.
This is my last chance to say it, and I wasn't on commentary before, so I'm just going to say it. Meow meow choco chow.
Yeah, I don't think we got around to explaining, but Chocolina is your shop. You can find her all across different timelines, and she will sell you different goods depending on where you are in the game. Her shop expands every time you expand the episode, or you reach the next episode of this game. And then...
Oh, Mog Yeet.
Yeah. And then there are also certain items in the special category, which depend on the area that you're in.
So yeah, now we're on the final boss rush. We get to fight 4 different incarnations of Caius in a row in different locations. The first one is just Bahamut, so we're going to be on an airship piloted by Saz.
Seriously, if this game keeps crashing like this, I'm just going to stop running vanilla.
A second crash. Ouch.
Ooh. Yeah, I was wondering why it just disappeared. That was a
Luckily
long load.
Yeah, luckily we got a save, so she's right at the end of Academia 500.
Oh, sorry, something stuck in my throat. Alright, so Pharaoh is going to be starting the final boss gauntlet.
I'll just confirm if Chicho has 6 ATV. But he should.
Yeah, for some reason, Saz and Dodge, his son, decided to also travel hundreds of years into the future just so they could hang out with us for a little bit longer. So Saz is actually piloting this airship. And we're going to be flying on the deck, fighting against Bahamut. And this fight is pretty straightforward. It's a nice... the interesting thing that's going on is Bahamut is changing form. So he's got sort of an open close form and a closed distant form. In his open form, he actually does quite a bit of damage with his slaps and... oh, I forget. Inferno? Those are his big moves. It's the same.
You could say this fight slaps.
Like it's almost breathing.
True. But you kind of want to manipulate your damage, or the damage you're taking from Bahamut here, to be such that Sarah dies, but Noel does not, and that'll set us up for the ally KO power surge. His stagger point is very, very high, so we don't even bother trying to stagger him. We just chain with Noel and let Chi-Chu take him out. When he's distant, he'll just hang out and he'll eventually Mega Flare you, which is a devastating attack, but we have our Sentinel to survive that, and then we'll just kill him when he shows back up in his main form.
Yeah, we don't bother with getting debuffs here. Sarah dies too quickly anyway to even concern ourselves with that, but once Sarah's dead, Chi-Chu just gets to whittle down Chaos Bahamut in a good time.
Yeah, and I think the debuff resistance is absurdly high.
Yeah.
I've tried debuffing him in a normal fight, and it just never landed.
Yeah. It's also worth noting that Chaos Bahamut doesn't have a stagger point. This is something that also exists in 13, but it only existed with Eidolons. But you can see there the chain percentage was 178 out of dash.
Out of LR dash?
No.
Oh.
There's a move that actually Chi-Chu's getting to use here called Blindside. It's a nice little extra move where your first attack in Commando against an enemy that's not targeting you will do bonus damage, and so we know who he's going to be targeting, and so it lets Chi-Chu get extra damage out here.
Yeah. Yeah, so that Chaos fight is very, very quick. He'll start off by casting Eye of Bahamut, which will debuff Sarah with 5 different debuffs. That is always scripted. He will never target Noel with the first attack. And basically we then just leave it to Chi-Chu after a little bit of chaining. And then he also did a move there called Body and Soul, where he gave himself Bravery and Faith, but Chi-Chu has the abilities Bravery Feeder and Faith Feeder. And what this does is it dispels Bravery and Faith from Caius, and it actually gives it to Chi-Chu. So Chi-Chu is now getting Bravery and Faith without really need to even try.
Yeah, I'm sure you can imagine that the way that we have to cast Bravery and Faith is Gahongas, and we can't have Gahongas out at the same time as Chi-Chu, so there's no way to just give him that. But I do think if you use the Gahongas Pharaoh Link, you'll give it to Chi-Chu then, right?
Yeah, yeah. And the next fight of Caius, which is on the beach, Caius is a lot more powerful, but again, Bravery Feeder, Faith Feeder sort of get rid of a lot of the potency that Caius has. He still does a lot of damage, and he actually has 2 phases there. But again, Chi-Chu will be able to whittle that down. The second phase, we get him staggered and just use Chi-Chu's Feral Link to finish him off, and with that we're now into the final boss, which is the Bahamut Trio. We'll start off the fight here by throwing a Libra Scope. The first part of the fight will focus on Garnet Bahamut and Amber Bahamut, and they have alternating weaknesses. So Garnet Bahamut is actually resistant to fire, lightning, and physical, whilst Amber Bahamut is resistant to thunder, blizzard, wind, and magic. So for Garnet, we're using purely magic spells, and then when it comes to Amber, we get to use physicals, and with Chi-Chu's strength, Amber just sort of goes down very, very quickly once staggered.
And of course, the immediate Faith Feeder, Bravery Feeder is really nice.
Yeah, it is also worth noting that with changing skies, which is being done by Jet Bahamut, both Garnet and Amber will get certain buffs handed to them regularly, but because of the feeder ability, we can just take that off of them, so they don't do damage.
And we finally get to use that unicorn horn from hours ago.
Yeah.
We also have been using more potions than we actually needed to survive, but that puts Noel at enough HP and Sarah low enough that she'll die after the next round of attacks. But we have to make sure to not let Gahongas die, because he would die, but we can shift and then let Sarah die. Once she's still useful for the
high roll.
Oh yeah, you still want to get the D-Shell and D-Protect here, or just D-Protect, and so Sarah died early, so this is a little bit slower, but she'll still be fine.
Yeah, we'll still be able to get Sarah killed. We just need to make sure that she does land D-Protect on Jet Hammer, which she has. And now from here on out, it's just going to be raising chain quickly using the Ra spells in Ravager, which chain slightly more effectively than just basic spells. Make sure that we do survive some big attacks here. Yeah, get ready for time as Chi-Chu does massive damage and really chunks away at Jet Hammer's health.
Time for Mog.
Go, Mog. GG, Pharaoh.
GG.
But
So much that wasn't in your control.
The game made
Yeah.
me fucking suffer today.
Ever since not getting the Nectar encounter and then your Hongus, like, nothing seemed to want to go your way.
No,
Just
it was
10th try, 2
awful.
crashes, no big deal.
Yeah. But hey, close race. Team close race.
But yeah, like,
I'm not responsible for your
crashes
well-being.
is something that's been happening regularly when it's something that wasn't ever a problem, so I have no idea what's going on there.
My colleagues are dying.
I was gonna ask, what happened on Feral? I didn't see, because you just retried it. Did you like not go to Sentinel or something?
Yeah, I think it was the paradigm shifts were a little bit off during the animation, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Pharaoh, you retried.
Oh yeah, I forgot to go into Malevolence during the takeoff.
Ah,
I
so
just
no
forgot to do that. So no, I completely forgot. So I shifted to Malevolence when Therial landed, and I was just getting everyone the monster. Oh, oops, this is a retry.
Yeah, I just saw red HP and was like, wait, what happened?
Yeah, that is pretty much it. I was just did a dum.
Also, sorry everybody in chat, we talked over Crazy Chocobo. But no more Crazy Chocobo, unfortunately.
I didn't realize the audio source had changed, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, and we have Foxy falling off the labyrinth there.
I think he had a bit of time
Foxy
to
fell?
throw away.
Oh no. Was it
No,
early?
No, he had a bit of time to throw away.
It was on purpose.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think that was actually, given where you were.
I did it because it would despawn the encounter that I had there, so that I could catch the cycle of the rotating T block there.
I was watching.
Somebody call an ambulance, but not for me.
Meanwhile, Zero's gotten through his Graviton Core collecting and is now entering Academia 4XX.
You don't have a good understanding of the timing on these platforms, it can be really scary because you just kind of just jump and hope it doesn't move from underneath your feet.
After all said and done, you handled the proto-fal'Cie pretty well. What did you do anyway?
I sort of have an idea.
Oh, getting caught there.
I can't really explain it. It was more of a hunch.
Yeah, the Pantopeda and Plouston encounters can be kind of awkward. The Ploustons themselves.
See, that one wasn't on purpose.
Yeah.
Oh man.
The
Yeah,
Ploustons
no,
are
that one was just
terribly
me being,
small.
and I'm on the wrong side of this. This is going to be really bad. I'm just gonna have to fall again.
Yeah. So this is what can happen on Academia 500 if you get bad spawn
Yeah, the
cycles
game
and
can
then
absolutely murder you.
No! I did it again! Oh, everything's falling apart.
yeah, you've
Oh,
got the
no,
platform
you
doing the
need
wrong
to
thing.
Yeah, I need to
the
drop,
switch
yeah.
to red.
Yeah, you've got it in the right position now, I believe.
That place looks fun.
No, you need to switch to red.
If you can hit it
It's not
while
going
it's
to
turning.
cycle your way. Well, yeah. But
Yeah, it
that's-
will. I
Nah,
just
that's-
have to wait for it to go all the way around. There we go.
That is
That's what I
really
wanted.
hard to time.
There we go.
So
That's the one I
when
wanted.
the yeah.
Yeah, so interacting with the chaos block there changes some of the platform cycles.
And now we
We
see it
actually,
forever.
we actually abused that one slightly because the way that chaos block is actually turned, that platform should never stop at the platform that we were on. But now that we've been able to basically set the platform cycle to be what we need for this next section, we don't have to worry about doing a little bit of the extra bit of this puzzle.
246, that's like worse than all of my practice runs.
Yeah, not different for me either.
That, also, I wasn't quite paying attention. Was that first try Silver Chocobo for 0?
Nice.
Oh, he's gonna be short on gil now. He's gonna be short like 3 gil.
That place looks fun.
It's worth noting that these Tetris platforms don't have the same step counting that the platforms do, so you can jump over to them and use it to despawn. The enemies won't follow you there.
Not only enemies don't follow, the platforms don't generate step count. So they're completely safe to walk on.
Yeah, you can use the edges of these platforms just to make sure that you do manip when you get encounters. So if you can get encounters as you're moving along.
Oh, that is tragic.
It's recoverable.
I should probably make it onto the platform, but it's tragic. Nope. It's just short.
No, you're gonna fall from there.
Yep.
Oh.
It ate my
This
entire...
is one of the worst falls you can have.
Yep, so now I just have to sit here and wait again.
There is a cat horse statue between where Foxy fell and this checkpoint.
There's an Apkalu.
But yeah.
But I can't get to the Apkalu yet. That's the problem. The Apkalu one's on the other side.
Yeah.
Because, the statue that's up there doesn't count. Or there's not one up there. There's one that swaps the positions again. So it all move, or so it changes how the blocks move. Not again! Haha!
So maybe we'll take the time to let the FF7 crew introduce themselves?
Yeah, just while he's getting through this and Zero's going through the Yule section. If you want to take it away for a little bit, FF7 people.
Sure, so I'm ZC Will. I run any % no slots as well, this category. And Colin's about to fight the first boss in the game, Guard Scorpion. So good luck to all the runners. I don't know if Dylan or RJ are here.
Yeah, so I'm RJ the Destroyer. Actually ran in the relay last year for the FF7. It was the any % slots. So it was a good time. Hopefully everyone's having a good time right now in this relay. And like Swell said, Colin's starting Guard Scorpion, first boss.
Yeah, I'm Dill Wingo. I also run any % no slots. Been running for a little over a year. And yeah, Colin's fighting Guard Scorpion. And yeah, we're gonna get this relay started. FF7 portion, it's gonna be hype.
So we have Foxy, he's managed to reach the Akalu. So we'll see if he's able to get this kill off as well. Again, doesn't matter if you die to it. If you die to it, then it will despawn and we can hit the Chaos Block in order to set up the cycles for the rest of this platforming puzzle.
The scary thing about Apkalu killing you is that you are going to have to do Chaos Bahamut without the Gahongas' Feralink, which can be very scary.
Yeah, and this sort of goes into the brief explanation I gave regarding sort of Kanri's exploration into both Orion and Dragoon, where he actually had a run where he taught both of them. He infused for Feral Speed 2 on Gahongas, and that actually saved him because he did die to Apkalu.
He didn't die to Apkalu, he didn't spawn it. It was the first time
yes.
they got Apkalu skip.
Yes, that is also something that is possible, but we don't actually seem to go for it like intended.
Do we know how it happens, even?
Now we do. It's about the story trigger. if Apkalu is set to spawn at the same time the mark for Stop Kai's shifts places, then Apkalu doesn't spawn because that story mark has priority.
Everyone is acting kind
Huh.
of strange.
It's very precise. I'd never go for it.
Alright, so Foxy's trying to kill this Proto Behemoth. Hopefully he can take care of it pretty quickly.
No, he's not trying to kill it.
That's not what I'm doing.
He's trying to die.
oh my god, he's died.
No, you cannot kill this encounter.
Yeah.
He's accepting his medicine here.
Schrodinger's
Who
cat.
was that?
You can retry this and try and jump out of range of them, but it's pretty dicey, so I think he's just playing it safe here and let's just finish the run.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it in one retry and I was very happy with it. One of the few instances I got of good RNG on this run.
I have been caught by the Schrodinger over the void there, and it was very frustrating.
I'm having like terror flashbacks presently of every one of those. So
You can do it. I don't see anyone.
Well, Zero
Don't
is
forget the
working his way
shop.
through the dying world, so he'll be on the last area soon.
It also looks like Foxy dropped both Scarletites. Nice. I forget what the chance is for both Scarletites if it's. I want to say 87.
It's like 92% for at least
92.
one.
Right.
Yeah, it's
Or at
90%
least
each,
one.
so
I
you
have
just
no
do the
idea
math
how
there.
much. You need to sell the vitality boosters.
that's what it was. Yeah, you're right. Wherever they are.
First up, first.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah, there aren't many menus when it comes to 13-2, but every menu is very important.
And I noticed I was short on the last one, and that's the only reason why I didn't even know what to do there. I was like, I know there's a thing I have to sell here, but I forgot what I picked up. And I forgot what I can't sell, but I think it's those crystals. And alright, we're good.
Yeah, this last bit of Chichu leveling gets him to 736 strength.
Yeah, it was 643 to 730, so it was like almost 90 strength, or like 15%, so it's a huge boost there.
If you sort of think back to the FF13 with the upgrade system, 13-2's monster leveling system gives just about as crazy stat gains sometimes as well.
Someone was asking why is Chi-Chi so powerful on chat, I noticed. 3 reasons. 1, second highest attack growth in the game, the highest is from a DLC character. 2, fastest attack animation in the game, tied to that DLC character. And really, really good passives on his natural tree, the most important ones being Faith Feeder and Bravery Feeder.
Yeah.
Who is the DLC character?
You have Feral Link? Oh, you did, okay.
I think she's referring to Lightning.
Yeah, Lightning
Yeah, I'm
is
referring
the
to
DLC.
I think the main reason that Lightning is considered better than Chi-Chu is because she has break damage limit. If Chi-Chu had break damage limit, she would be better than Lightning.
Just do randomizer.
I think Chi-Chu's Feral Link is... Okay, maybe Lightning's is better, because Lightning is longer, so it allows you to do more shit, more stuff. Oh god, so much healing from these potions. I'm not used to seeing this.
Like Grimoire hat.
There's a reason why I never run without it.
Yeah, you can see the power of the Grimoire hat here. Especially with the potion scaling as well, just being pumped up in this game compared to 13. Actually, I've been meaning to add, like, what do you replace the Grimoire hat with in a no Grimoire hat, Farah?
Another Iron Bangle.
Another Iron Bangle.
Wait, is there anything that like synergizes out of that, or is it just?
It's just to give you enough HP for no survive final bosses.
But we're not doing 13 meme strats of high HP power surge.
Yeah, I was gonna say
No,
high
no,
HP
no,
power
no,
surge,
no.
man.
And Kaya has been messing with the idea of only giving him one Iron Bangle. I think he only ever finished one run with it though. Alright, Beach Kayas. I hate this fight.
Yeah. Beach guy starts off with body and soul, goes straight into Ultima. Again, it's just stagger and get Chi-Chu to kill whilst just staying alive. It still does a lot of damage even when we're in Sentinel. In fact, this version of Caius is one of the major issues when it came to sort of balancing the boss randomizer that 13-2 has. Because no matter where you put him and no matter how much you scaled down his stats, he would still be way too powerful.
Yeah, the problem with this Caius compared to all of the others except Paradox Caius is it's the only one that respawns.
Yeah.
And if Sarah doesn't provoke, like there, it gets scary because he'll just attack Noel. And if Noel dies, Sarah is a wet paper towel. So.
Meanwhile, Zero's car is doing overly attached Gogmagog, and we're going into Bahamut Trio.
Oh, and there's Absolution. Absolution does a little bit of healing for Gogmagog, but not enough to be too much of a worry. But it did seem like Gogmagog was not writhing a lot, so a bit of aggression there. And final bosses for Foxy. See how these go.
Let's go back to where Yule was before.
Yeah, Chi-Chu's scaling is to the point where it almost doesn't matter what Sarah and Noel are doing in terms of damage. They're literally just there to boost chain to cause Chi-Chu to do even more damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In other words, they're moral
To
support.
chain bots. It's not
Yeah.
like I am.
Especially against Amber Bahamut, where we're doing magic against something that halves it. So it's like we're doing hundreds of damage, but then we have Chi-Chu that's doing 10,000s of damage.
I just noticed the name you
we
gave
use-
Chi-Chu.
Yeah, we do.
Her Spieler, stay off.
We still do magic on Ember, just so we can stay in the back.
Yeah. And we'll see what the damage rolls will be here. Whether Foxy will get the same sort of luck as Pharaoh did with Sarah dying a bit early.
Yeah, I got really high rolls because Sarah's max HP on the transition, so she shouldn't have died, but she dies if you only get high rolls.
Sarah is just about alive, and she's got the deep attack on, so Sarah can now officially go to sleep. We now just let Chi-Chu do the damage.
Chi-Chu will avenge Sarah.
Get
Best
ready
part
on
of this
time.
strat is it foreshadows the ending.
Wow, spoilers. Alright, time coming up for Tonberry.
He needs to revive Chi-Chu now.
Yeah, it's got to be a bit careful here, just make
Time.
sure that. Oh. And that's
So you guys' feeds were delayed because for me he'd already revived him.
Yeah, go Tonberry, go Tonberry.
GG's, Foxy, man. Well played.
Yeah, GG's for that, Foxy.
Still a
GG,
minute
Foxy.
46. Or minute 46 PB. I'll take a sub 3.
Nice.
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 Yeah,
But I
you're
did
good.
do a local recording, so I'm submitting this to the leaderboard as the RGB limit break.
Alright, I mean, Logic was here the whole time. I think he should be the one to verify.
Yeah.
I approve.
Roger's too busy coming up with puns to
Live
to
run
actually go off and run.
approval.
I won't lie to you.
Actually, I don't
when
have
changed
proof
the
that that
name
was
of
Foxy
Chichu-
doing the run.
When I changed the name of Chichu, it screwed up every menu I had from then on out because I didn't know who Ferris was.
He's like, Chichu, there's no Chichu here. There's a Ferris.
Yeah. All right. If you want someone to blame, Mutsky was in chat, and he was the one who asked for Barry, so you can blame him.
Yeah, we now have Zero just running through a New Boardman 700, so he'll be coming up to a platforming puzzle. There's not really a lot more that we can go ahead and explain.
If FF7 wants to take away for a bit until
Yeah.
we get to the next important segment.
Sure. Colin's just going through a little flashback with the Seventh Heaven bar with Cloud and Tifa. Just a bit of story stuff going on right now, and Brutal's going through the opening FMV. But so Colin, he did a little skip earlier in the train called Jesse Skip. It saves about like 15 seconds, I think, somewhere around that, where you trigger two text boxes, two like conversations at the same time, and then you can move around when the game doesn't want you to normally. So you can like skip a bit of an extra cutscene.
And
You
yeah,
also-
now that Brutal's
Yeah,
is...
go ahead.
Sorry, RJ.
No
Brutal's
worries.
starting his run here. He's going to open with a starting menu to change the battle scheme, speed and the text box loading speed, and putting the ATB on active for the first few fights.
Don't forget fixed camera.
Yeah, fix camera.
Some people do auto. Not me.
For some
Not
reason.
me. Not me. I do enjoy
Yeah.
watching the animation, so
Yeah, it
people
is,
do.
but when you-
but I
when you actually
not
running
while I'm
it.
playing.
Yeah.
Especially Palmer.
Yeah, some of the boss fights are pretty rough with autocam for targeting.
Yeah, Brutal's guy has good ATB for this first fight, but unfortunately one of the
Wow.
soldiers got. Oh, they both got a first turn.
Yeah.
That's
Wow.
That's unfortunate. So yeah, that first scripted fight is the two soldiers, and you want good ATB, but unfortunately the RNG was just not good enough.
Colin had even worse because, well, he got a second turn, but his Cloud missed one of his attacks, so the guy got an
Yeah.
extra turn too. So basically the same in the end, I guess.
Yeah, so Brutals is going to be doing walking steps right away. I believe it's 8 steps walking into Wedge, Biggs, and Jesse, because this will skip the next encounter. And it's part of the step route, which is basically we're able to get a fixed amount of encounters throughout the whole run. Obviously, marathon strats may come into play, but we definitely want to get specific encounters and formations throughout the whole run. If any of you guys want to describe the step route more in detail, the current step route.
Sure. Yeah, basically FF7 has pretty much 2 different step routes to start the game with. Either you do the walking start, or you can just run and then do like a menu buffer on the frame that the first battle would occur, and that would skip the battle. But doing that changes formations for the rest of the run, so this step route uses the walking start, so you don't get an encounter until like on the staircase inside the reactor. But so the main things about this step route is it grabs the Fury Ring later on, and tries to get a spiderweb as well, and both those things are just for one boss fight in the temple or Demon's Gate. It makes the fight a lot safer and pretty fast as well, so it's a really nice strategy to use.
Yeah.
Both for marathon and speed wise. You do spend a little time grabbing those extra items, but it's worth it overall.
Yeah, it seems like 30 seconds, right? Like about 30 seconds.
Something like that, I think, overall, yeah.
Yeah. Colin just did guard skip, which saves like a crap ton of time. It skips the Reactor 5 visit and then meeting Aerith, so you automatically get her in your party, and it auto names her to Aerith, her proper name. Just kidding.
Debatable.
Well, yeah, but guard skip, yeah, we'll explain a little bit more probably when Brutals gets to it, but I mean, if any of you guys want to quickly talk about it before we get to the guard scorpion on Brutal's end, we can.
So yeah, it was originally found. Someone discovered that there was a hidden loading zone behind the guards in the game script. So you can wiggle through and past the guards and go straight to wall market on a certain pixel. and it skips the entire reactor. That's pretty much the long and short of it.
Yeah, it saves like approximately 20 minutes, give or take.
Yeah.
So pretty
It's one of
huge
the
and
it's one of
pretty
the
early into the run.
yeah, it's one of the few big skips we do in FF7. That was found by Sunomods, I believe, right?
Yeah,
Or
Yeah,
originally.
Sunomods, yeah.
Found it, and then like there wasn't really a setup. He just kind of wiggled back and forth until he finally clipped through the guards.
Oh my
And then
God.
eventually people found an actual setup to do it, and the one we use now. And it's pretty fast
crazy.
if you do it all properly. Luckily, it does like step route. The steps aren't live on that screen, so basically the way the step route works too is every step, running or walking, there's like a thing called we call fractions of a step, and there's 8 of those where the step ID rolls over, and each step ID increment there's a battle check, and if your danger value is equal to or greater than whatever the battle check is looking for, then you get a battle. So you saw Brutals just did some walking steps there before this screen. So that skips an encounter that you would get if you just ran instead. So you walk X amount of steps depending on where you are in the step route, and then that'll skip a battle. But yeah, so guard skip, you can if you mess it up, you can reset the screen by just running off to the left and then go back onto that screen and redo it to line up properly, because it is pixel perfect basically to get through properly.
Yeah, there's a few pixels that you have to be perfect on.
And now the
So
guard
Brutals
scorpion.
is starting Guard Scorpion here. Guard Scorpion has 800 HP, and Cloud's Bolt does the most damage. Pretty much the most optimal way to do the fight, I'd say, if you get lucky with RNG, is you get a limit break before the tail phase to deal the most damage.
Yeah, and damage rolls can vary between Cloud and Barret, and looks like right now on Burrow's screen, Cloud's rolling pretty low on Bolt. And usually some runners, I started doing it recently, some runners will have like a calculator, and every time they do damage, you calculate how much damage you're doing to Guard Scorpion, and then it'll basically help you depend on what moves you're going to do next, and then especially after Tail Laser, if you need to do specific combination, and if Barret has a limit break or Cloud or vice versa. But you also want to have Cloud keep a limit break leaving Guard Scorpion because we need it for the preemptive apps, because it'll save a lot of time on the apps fight. Looks like Brutals actually might get a limit break early, so he might use that, I assume.
Yeah, the rifle and the tail laser, you should be safe to use it.
Yeah,
So it just says element. It says LMAO limit break. I think it looks like he's gonna save it. Probably
Yeah, he's going the safe way.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
good. Yeah, because the problem with using the limit, since like Dill said, you want the limit break for the next boss fight on Cloud. So if you use it, then you have to do 2 tailers, and there you see a miss. Barret dodged the laser, so if Cloud dodges one of them, then you have to try for a 3rd laser, and then he'd actually, then it's just slower overall for this fight.
Yeah, or if Cloud got crit by the first
Right.
or by the second tail
Then he'd
laser,
die.
you wouldn't. Yeah,
That-
you wouldn't have a braver
that'd
going into
be
the next fight.
Really.
So yeah, it is a safe strat for sure. But it's with the big shot now and the bolt. I wasn't really looking at his rolls that close, but I think he should be good here.
Yeah, he's good.
If you don't mind me jumping in really quick, there was something really funny that happened on Zero's stream I've never seen before. There was like a weird interaction between Noel and one of the Pacos twins' hitbox, and Pacos twin was like sort of vibrating.
Yeah,
the 2 hitboxes interacted with each other. That was very unique.
Yeah, Zero didn't quite get the split, but when the split happened, Pacos Amethyst actually respawned right on top of Noel. So both Pacos Amethyst, Noel, and the camera were all just shaking.
That was a new one for me.
Yeah. 13-2 never fails to deliver with just weird things happening.
This platform that Zero's on now is the one that if you could get here in time, or there might be another one later on, but if you get there at a certain cycle, you can skip a whole cycle by sort of clipping through, but it's really dangerous.
Yeah. And like the sort of experimental tech can also be done with that platform now. Where if we actually stood on the end of the platform we could just get it to launch us over to the next stationary one, but there is a high chance that that just does not work. And now we see him doing a quick crux out and go back in because he's just getting stuck with a set of humans.
These guys are very fast, so it's hard to escape them.
Yeah, they're a miniature form of the Orion enemy, but they are fast and very hard to evade.
And very, very deadly. They're much more deadly than the previous incarnations we've encountered, even though they're much smaller.
Yeah. Yeah, he's trying to outrun them, but because of step count and how it
Just
works in
got
this
it.
area, it's very, very tricky to actually make this be beneficial.
FF13-2 is being FF13-2 right now. If he could just make it to that cactar, he could set the checkpoint and then fall off the platform. But hopefully our next encounter is a little better.
Please just crux out. The step count will never favor you here.
I think he can get it. Especially if they stop like that. Alright, here we go. This is gonna work.
It's still about as, yeah.
It's such a troll.
Well, step count isn't as important in this game as it is in other Final Fantasies. Certainly not Final Fantasy VII from what I've already heard. Like, it can still very much screw you over. There we go, he's got a passive encounter now, so he gets to move into essentially like the second part of the puzzle.
The encounters from here forward should be manageable pretty much no matter what you get.
Yeah.
So, of course, things can go wrong, as we saw with Foxy, unfortunately, but it should be pretty straightforward from here out, and then final bosses.
Yeah, just a bit more platforming, so go ahead with FF7 again.
So Brutal's leaving the first reactor. You need to leave with 5 potions, as he just grabbed one there. This is because we need to buy grenades and have a certain amount of gil going into the wall market where Colin just exited. To complete all the little side quests. So you can get a potion drop off the first set of soldiers, the 2 soldiers at the very beginning of the game. And if you do not, you gotta grab the last one leaving, as Brutal's just did.
Yeah, and some people do different skill routes a little bit too, but yeah, I think everyone here I think is doing the same with just the 5 potions. Like, I know some people pick up the 2 off the first guard when you hop off the train before the first fight and just sell all those.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do that. I grab the extra 2.
I used to until the route changes and stuff. Then I kind of
Yeah,
tightened up.
as long as you have 5 leaving, you're good.
Yep, that's all. That'll give you enough gil for the whole wall market to get, because the goal of wall market is Cloud gets dressed up as a woman and infiltrates Don Corneo's mansion, and then you want him to get chosen right here, as we're gonna see with Colin's run. Cloud gets picked to be the Don's bride, and
he has the honors.
It's faster overall than like you have to do a little bit of extra work to have that happen, like getting a couple of the top items, like the dress and the wig and the sexy cologne, I believe. Those are the 3 things you need for Cloud to get picked. But overall, it's faster than not having Cloud picked, because you'd have to do 2 battles against 3 enemies if Cloud isn't picked, and that uses up either grenades, time, or your limit break, which you obviously don't want to use before Apps, the next boss coming up.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see if Colin gets the preempt, because I noticed when he was buffering onto the screen in the reactor, he overshot the ladder, which is pretty tough because you can you're sort of just buffering up while mashing circle to grab the ladder, but he might still get it because he got the encounter in somewhat the correct spot, but
yeah, it might be.
Regardless, it's just a slight time loss.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
Uses up like 3 extra grenades and some extra time not getting preempt.
Yeah.
So all the screens leaving the reactor after Guard Scorpion, you force a fight at the top of the ladder, which we will probably go over in Fex run. But yeah, all the screens leaving the reactor are active on steps, so it's very precise movement to get the next boss fight, who Colin is about to fight a preemptive attack.
Yeah, and this step route has a pretty tight preemptive app setup, but there's a little bit of leeway. Like, you can save a few fractions in several spots, but yeah, Colin, like Z-Soul said, he overshot a bit, grabbing the ladder, and then had to run back to the force encounter spot. It looked, from what I saw, it looked okay, but we'll just have to wait and see. But again, if he doesn't get the preemptive, it's not really that big of a deal.
Yeah, it happens to all of us.
Yep.
Yeah, you just hope it doesn't happen when you're in a race, usually, obviously. But
I missed the toast mat setup for preemptive apps. That was
Forcing
like
the fight at the top of the ladder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, so here you talk to Tifa first, and then Eris, so you're closer to the ladder that you need to leave to grab after apps, that you don't waste steps that way.
So
and also it's part of the preemptive setup.
Let's see.
No preempt.
It's not that big of a deal.
So yeah, if you got the preemptive, you'd see apps turned around with his back to the party, and you get a full set of turns with your party members. So you throw 3 grenades, and then queue up the Braver before Eris is throwing her first grenade, so that you basically get that extra 4th turn in. And you still get the back attack damage with the Braver because the grenades don't count as physical attacks, I guess, in the sense of, because the first physical attack on the boss or the enemy that's in a back attack does double damage. Apps takes 4 times damage actually, though, as part of his script. But you still get the 4 times damage with the Braver if you hit him with the Braver before the enemy gets its turn.
And luckily, Apps is the smartest boss in the game that doesn't attack that big wave attack or the sewer tsunami, sorry, that does about 185 damage to himself and then about 40 to the rest of the party. So it does help out.
Yeah. He actually has pretty good HP, like 1800 at this point in the game. It's a decently high amount, but
yeah,
it's balanced out by him hurting himself by hitting himself in the back with his own tsunami.
Yeah, it's not as straightforward of a fight in a casual playthrough without the grenades.
Yeah, just jumping in here. Zero is now on the final boss gauntlet here, doing the Chaos Bahamut fight.
Yeah, while we're here, I actually want to mention Zero did successfully get the Apkalo skip, so he landed on the platform and then waited for the prompt cue from Caius's actions, and then by moving then, Apkalo couldn't spawn, so we got a nice skip there, and then on the next platform we got to see the Schrodinger jump skip successfully executed for once, so that was nice. Yeah. Perfect execution from him.
Yeah.
And this
that was oh, that's close. But yeah, he should die on the next string from Chichu.
Yeah. So that was a good Chaos Bahamut. Now we've got Bet Caius. Once again, just very simple. Eye of Bahamut on Sarah. Inflicts Curse, D-Shell, Protect, Poison, Daze, but none of that matters. We don't care about Sarah. Like, she can
One
die.
of the reasons why we choose Sarah as our sacrifice is that Caius always targets Sarah on this fight.
Yeah, like he'll always target Sarah with Eye of Bahamut, and Noel will be perfectly fine every single time.
Some JP routes use Noel as a sacrifice and use Sarah as the one that stays alive. And those routes can be pretty janky on this fight.
Yeah. Once again, Beach Caius. Just making sure that we stay alive. Getting to stagger. Chichu finishes him off. And to be fair, the fact that we can get faith and bravery straight off of Caius is so important, because it allows us to do so much.
Noel.
Yeah, that might be a problem.
No, it's okay. Sarah's dead. No, it's
yeah.
okay. Sarah's dead. Chichu just killed him in 2 strings. plus meteorite if needed.
Ultima looks like a scary attack, but in this fight, it's really not a big deal.
Yeah, Ultima, similar to sort of 13, it has quite a large damage variance, but even with a high roll, it still doesn't really do anything compared to, say, like Bart Freeze.
No, nothing, yeah. Just ultimate tickles. Part 3's ultimate kills.
Yeah.
Alright, Bahamut Trio.
Yep. Yeah, once again, same strat for the first two. So you see Darnet get bravery there, but because of the resistances, Choo-Choo doesn't bother with bravery feeder.
Sometimes he will go forward for Bravery Feeder, but it's rare. But getting
Yeah.
Bravery Feeder is good because that means he will die faster. My fight, Garnet died very, very quick because Chicho got like 3 Bravery Feeders off, which is very good.
Yeah. There we go, bravery feeder right at the end, but it actually missed. It actually took a second one.
Damn it, Chicho.
The other thing to also note is that from the feeder, the buff duration isn't actually that high, but obviously dispelling bravery and faith from enemies is just really useful. Now we go to Jack Bahamut. So once again, Unicorn Horn to get rid of the slow, poison, and curse.
And yeah, Zero's using extra potions here just to make sure his HP's in a point where Sarah died at the correct time.
It is also worth noting that the Honkus's Feralink does do a bit of healing, doesn't do a lot of healing, but that can certainly also help to manage. Yeah, there we go, he's at a perfect percentage here. Noel just shy of green, Sarah basically one hit from death.
Sarah lands her Deep Protect, and now she can die. Now we have to kill him. We'll see if we get Dying Sun or Judgment Blade.
This looks like Dying Sun.
Dying Sun, yeah. Oh, never mind.
No, Judgment Blade. I'm surprised we haven't seen Seeds of Destruction either. But one more hit, and actually we'll be done with the meteorite.
Oh, the meteorite animation, let's go.
GG.
Time.
Let's go.
Let's Choco go.
Yeah.